My 18-year-old campus belle sister. When I was 7 years old, my mother remarried with me to my stepfather's house. My stepfather had a beautiful daughter named Zhang Yingying. When I first met Zhang Yingying, she left a good impression on me. She smiled and touched my head and asked me to call her sister. At that time, I thought I had a beautiful and gentle sister, but after getting to know her, I realized that she was actually my nightmare. Chapter 1: My Nightmare Sister. When I was 7 years old, my mother remarried with me to my stepfather's house. At that time, my stepfather was still a poor little gangster, but he had adopted a beautiful daughter named Zhang Yingying, who was 1 year older than me. When I first met Zhang Yingying, she left a good impression on me. She smiled and touched my head and asked me to call her sister. At that time, I thought I had a beautiful and gentle sister, but after getting to know her, I realized that she was actually my nightmare. At that time, our family lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. My mother and stepfather slept in one room, and Zhang Yingying and I slept in the same room. Although Zhang Yingying and I are not biological siblings, because we are still young, my mother and stepfather think that it is okay for us to sleep together. But I am very reluctant to sleep with Zhang Yingying, because she would domineeringly hug me to sleep every night, as if I was her teddy bear. After being hugged by her, I couldn't turn over and could only keep one posture when sleeping, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Although I didn't like her sleeping with me and didn't want her to hug me, I never refused her forced hug and didn't tell my mother and stepfather about these things. Because if my mother and I hadn't been taken in by my stepfather, we might have starved to death on the street. My stepfather's conditions were not good at the time, but he never treated my mother and me badly. Although Zhang Yingying was his adopted daughter, he regarded Zhang Yingying as more important than anything else. I think I should tolerate her, just like my stepfather tolerated me and my mother. But later, as we grew older, Zhang Yingying and I gradually began to grow up. Zhang Yingying became more and more beautiful, and I grew a lot taller. At the same time, our mentality became much more mature than before. I don't know when it started, but as long as Zhang Yingying got a little closer to me, I would feel itchy all over, blush, and panic, so from that time on, I began to refuse to let Zhang Yingying hold me to sleep. But Zhang Yingying also noticed these changes in me, and she thought I was particularly funny when I was panicked. So she didn't pay attention to my refusal, but became closer to me, and would do some small actions from time to time. Every time I was teased by her, I would blush and feel itchy, and I didn't know what to do. Every time she saw my helpless performance, she would laugh. Later, I began to understand the relationship between men and women, and began to have fantasies about the opposite sex, so I was afraid that if Zhang Yingying continued like this, I would have something that shouldn't happen to her. It happened that my family moved to a new house at that time, so I asked my parents to sleep separately from Zhang Yingying. My stepfather and mother thought that we were old and really shouldn't live together, so they assigned a bedroom to me and Zhang Yingying. I was very happy to sleep separately from Zhang Yingying, but Zhang Yingying was a little unhappy. However, she had no choice but to compromise because of her parents' strong will. However, on the first night of sleeping in separate rooms, Zhang Yingying sneaked into my room. She told me that she couldn't sleep without holding me, so she wanted to sleep with me, and promised me that she would only hold me to sleep, and would never do anything else to me like before. I couldn't beat her, so I had to agree. She was also trustworthy. From that day on, except for holding me to sleep, she basically didn't do anything else to me. Of course, she would do some small things when I was asleep, but they would not be too excessive, so I just turned a blind eye and pretended not to know. Time passed quickly, and my mother and I remarried to my stepfather's house for 10 years. During these 10 years, my stepfather went from a small gangster to a big gangster, and finally founded a small and medium-sized construction company with my mother. Relying on the relationship in the underworld, the company was doing well. I am already 17 years old this year and now I am an ordinary sophomore in high school. As for Zhang Yingying, she is studying in the same school as me. She is 1 year older than me and is already in the 3rd year of high school this year. It is worth mentioning that she is now the goddess of almost all the boys in our school. In my opinion, it is better to say that she is a queen than a goddess, because she is beautiful and rebellious and domineering. Usually we wear school uniforms, but she always likes to wear short skirts and stockings. The teachers in the school know that her stepfather is a big gangster, so they dare not discipline Zhang Yingying too much. Zhang Yingying has become the only one in our school who does not wear school uniforms. Her slender white legs and beautiful face have fascinated many adolescent boys. Although many boys in the school like her, few people pursue her because they don't have the courage. Zhang Yingying relies on her stepfather's relationship in the underworld to become a big sister in the school and collect a group of followers. I don't know what's wrong with her. It seems that she doesn't like boys. Every boy who pursues her will be beaten up by her, so boys usually only dare to discuss her behind her back. Many boys in our class often get together to discuss her after class. Of course, they don't know the relationship between Zhang Yingying and me, because I don't want everyone to know that I have such a bad sister, so I have never made my relationship with Zhang Yingying public at school. Since they don't know the relationship between Zhang Yingying and me, they are a little unscrupulous in discussing it. I heard some wretched guys even said that if they can let Zhang Yingying's beautiful legs clamp together for one night, they would be willing to live 10 years less. Every time I hear them discussing this, I find it funny, because until now, Zhang Yingying still forces me to sleep with her. So what they yearn for is exactly what I want to get rid of. This morning, when my stepfather and mother went out, they told me and Zhang Yingying in advance that they had to go on a business trip to another place for something at the company and would not be back in the next few days. My parents were away on business for a few days, which made Zhang Yingying very happy, because as long as my parents were not at home, she could sleep with me openly without sneaking into my room every night. However, it didn't matter to me whether my parents were at home or not, because Zhang Yingying would sleep in my room every night anyway, and I had gotten used to it over the years. Because it was the end of September, the weather was still very hot, and Zhang Yingying and I both wore very light clothes when we went to bed. I wore a t-shirt and shorts, while Zhang Yingying wore a very loose short-sleeved shirt and a super short nightgown. Sushio, I recently learned a set of massage techniques, and I want to give my parents massages when I have time in the future, so I want to experiment on you first, is that okay? Zhang Yingying asked me while lying on the bed sideways. By the way, I forgot to introduce my name as Yun Sushio, so Zhang Yingying called me Sushio at home. I didn't answer her, because I knew that Zhang Yingying would do it whether I agreed or not. Sure enough, when Zhang Yingying saw that I didn't answer, she sat on my lap. Although I'm used to Zhang Yingying's boldness, I still felt a little uncomfortable when I saw Zhang Yingying sitting on my lap without saying anything. How about you get down first, I'll turn around and you can give me a massage. The reason I said that was because I felt that this sitting posture seemed a little too intimate, so I wanted to turn around so that it would look more natural, and the posture would be relatively elegant. Besides, when massaging, you should lie prone. My embarrassment naturally caught Zhang Yingying's attention, and she smiled at me meaningfully, and then a smile that was not easily noticed appeared at the corner of her mouth. Why turn around? My massage technique is mainly for the chest. Zhang Yingying said as she leaned over and put her hands on my chest without saying anything. I knew that Zhang Yingying was so overbearing, and she wouldn't listen to me no matter what I said, so I could only close my eyes helplessly. As long as she didn't do anything excessive, I would just let her do what she wanted. Zhang Yingying saw me compromise, and her face showed a smug look again, and then she began to massage my chest with both palms. Her massage movements were quite regular, and there was nothing excessive, but I still felt a little uncomfortable with a beautiful girl sitting on my legs and giving me a gentle massage, and my thoughts were a little off. However, when I encountered such a situation, I was able to remain calm, because after all, I had lived with Zhang Yingying for so many years, and I had a certain immunity to her. But Zhang Yingying didn't give me a chance to calm down at all. Just when I was about to stay calm, her body suddenly moved forward. Her butt, which was originally sitting on my knees, now sat on my thighs all of a sudden. Looking at Zhang Yingying's body moving forward, I knew that Zhang Yingying did this on purpose, because over the years, she has used similar methods to tease me countless times, and I basically fell for it every time. Maybe she thinks this is fun, but I know it's not fun, because we are no longer children, and her actions even gave me some evil impulses. Reason told me that I couldn't let her go on like this. If she continued like this, I couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't do anything out of line to her. Why don't you come down first? I tried to talk to Zhang Yingying in a negotiating tone. Why come down? Zhang Yingying asked with some dissatisfaction. I'm a little sleepy and want to sleep. Can you give me a massage later? Zhang Yingying looked me up and down, and then said in a slightly tough tone, What time are you sleepy? My massage will end soon. Hold on for another minute. Looking at Zhang Yingying's tough look, I nodded helplessly, thinking that I had endured it for so long, and there was no problem holding on for another minute, so I didn't say anything. But what I didn't expect was that the remaining minute was harder than I thought. Because Zhang Yingying's hands gradually became dishonest, and the massage movements were not as regular as at the beginning. I couldn't help but feel a little hot in my body, but fortunately Zhang Yingying quickly stopped the movements of her hands and stood up from my legs, which made me feel relieved and thought that everything was over. But it was not over yet. At the moment when Zhang Yingying stood up, she seemed to lose her balance and suddenly fell towards me. Seeing Zhang Yingying falling towards me, I was shocked and subconsciously stretched out my hand to support her, but it was too late. Zhang Yingying fell directly on me, and I originally wanted to stretch out my arms to support her, but now I hugged her by mistake. After Zhang Yingying fell down, I hugged her tightly, and the distance between our faces was no more than 3 centimeters. I could even clearly feel the hot air Zhang Yingying exhaled hitting my face. We looked at each other. She saw panic in my eyes, but I saw unspeakable excitement in her eyes. At the moment when I was stunned, Zhang Yingying suddenly lowered her head and boldly put her lips on mine. Zhang Yingying kissed me forcefully. Although Zhang Yingying often imitated the scenes on TV and kissed me forcefully when she was young, that was several years ago. This was the first time Zhang Yingying kissed me since she entered high school. This feeling of being kissed was both familiar and unfamiliar. What was familiar was that the person kissing me was still Zhang Yingying, and what was unfamiliar was that this kiss gave me an inexplicable sense of excitement and impulse. For a moment, my mind became blank and I had forgotten to resist. Chapter 2: The Promiscuous Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying saw that I did not resist, and there was a hint of smugness on her face. Finally, she even reached out to pull down my pants. I was shocked by her action. If it was just a simple kiss and hug, I could accept it, but what was she trying to do by pulling down my pants now? Did she want to? No. I can't do this. When Zhang Yingying reached out to pull down my pants, I suddenly regained my sanity. I knew very well that Zhang Yingying and I couldn't do this. I realized the seriousness of the matter, grabbed her hand that was pulling my pants, and said seriously, "Zhang Yingying, what are you doing? Take your hand away quickly." Zhang Yingying saw me trying to stop her. Her pretty face instantly fell. She glared at me disapprovingly, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you so excited? Didn't I just pull your pants? Are you so excited?" After Zhang Yingying finished speaking, she continued to forcefully pull my pants regardless of my obstruction. Now she is more like a female bandit, or she is a female bandit. Looking at Zhang Yingying's disapproving and arrogant look, I was a little at a loss, because I realized that I seemed to have given in to Zhang Yingying too much in these years. There are some things I should have chosen to refuse, but I have always chosen to compromise and tolerate. Zhang Yingying is 18 years old this year, and I am 17 years old. We have grown up. If Zhang Yingying continues to mess around like this, we will have problems sooner or later. Let me go. Thinking of this, I shouted and pushed Zhang Yingying away from me. Zhang Yingying didn't expect me to resist suddenly, so she was pushed down on the bed without any defense. "You dare to push me? You dare to push me? I will strip you naked today." After being pushed down by me, Zhang Yingying was a little furious. She roared fiercely and rushed towards me again. Zhang Yingying rushed on me madly, clamped me with her slender legs, and pulled my pants with her hands frantically, while her pink little mouth kept kissing my face. Seeing that Zhang Yingying was so overbearing and unreasonable, I was furious. In a hurry, I didn't think much and slapped Zhang Yingying hard. Par. A heavy slap sounded, and the whole room became quiet instantly. Zhang Yingying is a bully in school and no one dares to mess with her. At home, I always give in to her and my parents love her. She has never been beaten since she was a child, so she was stunned by my slap. "What are you doing? How old are we? Do you know what you are doing?" I asked Zhang Yingying a series of questions. Zhang Yingying did not answer, but looked at me with complicated eyes. "Let's not sleep together in the future." I looked at her dazed look and said lightly, then got up and walked to the living room. I know that I may have gone too far in hitting Zhang Yingying, but I know that I have to do this because I almost couldn't control myself just now. If Zhang Yingying really took off my pants, I think we are likely to have a relationship. Although I am eager for the opposite sex during adolescence and I also want to taste the forbidden fruit, I can never do that with Zhang Yingying. Even if she is not my biological sister and she is so beautiful, how can I explain to my parents if I have a relationship with her? Finally, Zhang Yingying returned to her bedroom without saying a word, which surprised me. I thought that with her devilish personality, she would be furious after being slapped by me, but she unexpectedly chose to remain silent. After returning to the bedroom, I lay on the bed and tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if it was because I was not used to sleeping without Zhang Yingying's embrace, or because Zhang Yingying's silence towards me made me feel strange. Silence was obviously not Zhang Yingying's style of doing things. I slapped her, so she just let it go. She is the big sister in the school. How could she let it go when she encountered such a thing? After thinking about it, I decided to apologize to Zhang Yingying when I went to school tomorrow morning. I was indeed a little impulsive about this tonight. But Zhang Yingying didn't give me a chance to apologize. She went out very early the next morning. When I got up, she was no longer in the room. 7 o'clock in the morning is the morning self-study time. I came to the classroom 20 minutes in advance. Because I didn't sleep well last night, my whole mental state was a little bad. Just when I was drowsy in my seat, someone suddenly poked me with a pen on my back. Then I heard a crisp and weak female voice whispered to me behind me, "Sushio, what's wrong with you?" I turned around and looked at the girl who was talking, and smiled at her. "It's okay, I just didn't sleep well last night." The girl who was talking was Pan Xiaohui. She was very pretty. Although she was not as pretty as Zhang Yingying, she was always quiet in her words and deeds. She had a good temper and personality. She was the kind of pure and well-behaved girl. Compared to Zhang Yingying, I like girls like her more. She has been sitting behind me since the second year of high school, so we usually have more contact. She and I are also good friends with a good relationship. After hearing what I said, Pan Xiaohui nodded. Just when she was about to say something, the anxious voice of Zhang Honglei, the safety committee member of our class, suddenly came from the door of the classroom. "Oh no, Wang Yandong was beaten outside the school." "What? Wang Yandong was beaten?" After hearing Zhang Honglei's words, everyone in the classroom looked at Zhang Honglei in surprise. And I stood up from my seat, rushed to Zhang Honglei with a few big steps, and asked anxiously, "Where is Wang Yandong? Why was he beaten? Who beat him?" The reason why I was so excited was that Wang Yandong was my deskmate and my best friend. I knew what kind of person Wang Yandong was. Because his family was not well off, he never caused trouble in school. He was honest and simple. I have known him for 2 years and he has never had a quarrel with others. How could such an honest person be beaten? The ones who beat him up were Zhang Yingying, the beautiful demon in the 3rd year of high school, and her group of followers. I don't know how Wang Yandong offended them. They seemed to be deliberately trying to stop Wang Yandong. Just now when they saw Wang Yandong outside, they rushed up and beat him without saying a word. Zhang Honglei was also puzzled when he spoke. Obviously, he couldn't figure out why someone like Zhang Yingying would cause trouble for Wang Yandong. After hearing what Zhang Honglei said, my face turned pale instantly. He didn't know why Zhang Yingying would find Wang Yandong, but I did. Zhang Yingying knew what the relationship between me and Wang Yandong was, so I thought she must have caused trouble for Wang Yandong because of the slap I gave her yesterday. Chapter 3. There is something wrong with the drink. This is just nonsense. This Zhang Yingying is just being reckless. She wants to avenge the slap I gave her yesterday. Can't she go to me? She is so mean to go to Wang Yandong to make trouble. Let's tell the teacher quickly. I just saw Wang Yandong was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. As the safety committee member of the class, Zhang Honglei's first thought of dealing with the situation when a classmate got into trouble was to tell the teacher first. No. You can't tell the teacher. Tell me where Wang Yandong is and I'll go find him now. Of course I don't agree with Zhang Honglei telling the teacher. Fighting can only be solved by asking the teacher before the fight. If the fight has already started, then you definitely can't ask the teacher, because our school has always been very strict with student fights. The school leaders have always believed in one sentence, that is, it takes 2 to tango. As long as there is a fight in the school, no matter who is right or wrong, both parties will be punished, but the punishment for the party who is right will be lighter. If I tell the teacher now, Wang Yandong will most likely be punished, so I certainly won't let Zhang Honglei tell the teacher. Yunzixiong, can you go? What kind of person is Zhang Yingying? She's the leader of the whole school. If you go, won't it be like asking for a beating? I think it's better to go to the teacher. Zhang Honglei said worriedly. In his opinion, even if I go, I can't save Wang Yandong, and I might get beaten up for nothing. Yes. Let's go to the teacher. At this time, Pan Xiaohui also came forward and said worriedly. The classmates around me also began to persuade me to tell the teacher. I looked at everyone and said, "You must not tell the teacher about this. Zhang Honglei, you can take me there now." After I said that, I took Zhang Honglei and walked out of the classroom. Zhang Yingying was looking for trouble with Wang Yandong, which made me very angry. I had to go and see what Zhang Yingying was up to. The path behind the school is poor and the terrain is complicated, so few people walk here. Those who walk here are usually students from our school. At this time, on a flat ground on the path, a group of men and women gathered together. Although they were wearing school uniforms, they were full of ruffians. At a glance, you can tell that they are the gangsters in the school. In addition to them, there was an honest student with a shaved head, dark skin, and a school uniform covered with dust and footprints, and his face was full of pain. Among all the people present, there was only one person who did not wear a school uniform, that was Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying still did her own thing, wearing black stockings and a short skirt, beautiful like a fairy, but now she was more like a demon. She walked up to Wang Yandong with a smile on her face and kicked Wang Yandong with her foot. "Do you know why I hit you?" "No, I don't know." Wang Yandong was probably scared of being beaten, and his voice was trembling. "Because I'm upset." Zhang Yingying kicked Wang Yandong hard in the stomach while speaking. And I happened to see her fierce kick. Looking at Wang Yandong lying on the ground with a painful face, and then looking at Zhang Yingying standing there arrogantly, I was filled with anger. Zhang Yingying had gone too far. "Hurry up and let him go," I shouted angrily at everyone. My shout attracted the attention of Zhang Yingying and her group of people. "That, Yunzishiong, class is about to start, I'll leave first." Zhang Honglei, who was beside me, was also a righteous boy. Seeing Zhang Yingying and her group looking at him with unfriendly eyes, he was so scared that he ran away after saying a word. But it's not his fault. Zhang Yingying is a notorious girl in our school. People in the school are basically afraid of her. It's good enough that Zhang Honglei brought me when encountering such a thing. It's better that he left, at least if something happens later, he won't be implicated. "Boy, are you fucking talking to us?" At this time, a guy with a bullet-shaped haircut and wearing a black shirt stood up and shouted at me. Ordinary students in the school are afraid of hooligans like them, but I am not afraid. I ignored him, and I didn't have any fear of him at all. Instead, I walked around him and rushed to Wang Yandong, who was surrounded by a group of people and lying on the ground with a painful look on his face. "Dongzi, are you okay?" I squatted down and said to Wang Yandong with a worried voice. Wang Yandong's expression immediately became anxious after seeing me. "Brother Xiong, why are you here? Hurry up and leave." I know he is worried about me. Although he is my best friend, he doesn't know the relationship between me and Zhang Yingying. In addition, I never cause trouble and my grades are always good, so in the eyes of teachers and classmates, I am also a good student. A good student comes to a group of bad students, which is equivalent to hitting a rock with an egg. "Oh. So we know each other. Since you are here, there is no reason to leave? Stay and play together." At this time, the guy with a bullet head just now came over with a gloomy face. These guys who hang out in school pay the most attention to face. I ignored him when he spoke just now, which obviously hurt his face. When he came over, I also saw that he was holding a wooden square in one hand behind his back. It seems that this guy is ready to use force in front of me, so that he can show off his power in front of these companions and increase his face. I looked at him coldly and thought he was ridiculous. People like him thought they were awesome, but in fact, they were just idiots in the eyes of others. Of course, I was prepared. If he waved the wooden board, I thought I should be able to dodge it. "Get out of here." But at this time, Zhang Yingying, who was standing next to him, suddenly shouted coldly at the guy. The guy was obviously confused after hearing Zhang Yingying's words. He didn't expect Zhang Yingying to suddenly yell at him. "Sister Ying, you." Seeing that the bullet had dared to ask questions, Zhang Yingying frowned and said, "Didn't you hear me telling you to get out of here?" Zhang Yingying's appearance at home is completely different from her appearance outside. Even I have to admit that she really has the momentum of a big sister now. Although the bullet head was a little puzzled, he didn't dare to say much when he saw Zhang Yingying like this, and retreated with an ugly face. "What are you going to do?" I looked at Zhang Yingying standing in front of me coldly and said to her angrily. Zhang Yingying smiled, then bent down and put her mouth close to my ear and whispered, "Of course I want you to pay for what happened yesterday. Let him go. Class is about to start. Can I beg you?" I was wrong about what happened last night. I apologize to you. I naturally knew that she was deliberately making trouble because of what happened yesterday. Although she was mainly at fault for what happened yesterday, the slap I gave her was indeed a bit too much. And now that she has so many younger brothers around me, I can only speak softly. I hope she can give me some face because we are siblings. Zhang Yingying seemed to be waiting for me to say this, with a look of triumph on her face, and then she said loudly, "Class. I almost forgot, good students like you never skip classes, I can let him go. But you must skip class today and go somewhere with me." Although I didn't know what Zhang Yingying was up to, I still nodded and agreed, "Okay. I'll go with you." "No, I can't go, Brother Xiong, I can't go, they are here to cause trouble for me, you should go." When he heard me say I was going with Zhang Yingying, Wang Yandong, who was lying on the ground, reacted the most. This guy is honest, so he doesn't have too many thoughts. In the current situation, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zhang Yingying is using him to find me, but he can't see it. "Dongzi? Class is about to start, you should leave quickly." "Don't worry, I will be fine." In the end, I was taken to a small hotel by Zhang Yingying and her two female followers. At the door of the small hotel, I suddenly realized that something was wrong, and began to regret why I followed Zhang Yingying here. But I also know that it is useless to regret now. Since I am here, I will make the best of it. I don't believe Zhang Yingying can do anything to me. The small hotel they brought me to is very informal. Zhang Yingying didn't even use her ID card when she checked in. The owner of the small hotel is a middle-aged fat lady. When she handed Zhang Yingying the room key, she looked at us with surprise. She has been running a small hotel for many years. Because the price here is cheap and close to the school, most of the people who come here to check in are students in the school, or some idle guys in society. And these students who come to check in are generally bad students who are gangsters and gangsters in school. These gangsters and gangsters have very messy relationships. From time to time, she would meet two men and one woman or two women and one man together. But it was the first time she met three women and one man. She looked at me somewhat ambiguously, and then sighed faintly, "It's good to be young." After entering the room was considered large, but the things inside were a bit shabby. I clearly felt that the atmosphere in the room became tense. I couldn't help but look at Zhang Yingying, who was standing at the door and looking at me with a smile, and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "Don't be nervous. We brought you here just to play a game with you." "What game?" Zhang Yingying ignored me when she saw me asking the question, but winked at her two female followers. The two female followers nodded knowingly, and then took out several colorful small glass bottles and a piece of black cloth from their backpacks and placed them on the table in the room. There are a total of 6 bottles here, each containing a different drink. As long as you cover your eyes and drink the drink, and guess what the drink is in the bottle, we will let you go. Zhang Yingying said to me with her arms crossed and a smile. "What if I can't guess it?" "Of course you will be punished if you can't guess it." "Okay. Drink it quickly. These drinks are easy to guess. It's still early self-study time. If you hurry up, you may be able to catch up with the formal class." Zhang Yingying reminded. She said it was easy, but I knew she must have bad intentions. She deliberately blocked Wang Yandong on the way to school and then led me here. She spent so much effort. How could she let me drink a few small bottles of drinks and leave? I don't need to think about it to know that there must be something wrong with these drinks, but I have no choice now. Since she asked me to drink, I just drink it. So I covered my eyes with a black cloth and drank the drinks in the 6 small bottles one by one. I thought Zhang Yingying would put some strange things in these waters, such as pepper powder, chili powder, etc., so that I would suffer when I drank them. But I found that these drinks were just ordinary Sprite orange juice drinks, and they were not tampered with. What's going on? Is there nothing wrong with these drinks? Isn't Zhang Yingying going to deliberately make trouble for me? I was full of doubts. After saying the name of the drink, I lifted the black cloth in front of my eyes and looked at Zhang Yingying and said, "Did I guess all these drinks correctly?" Zhang Yingying gave me a thumbs up and said, "Congratulations, all right. Okay, you can go." Go? I didn't expect Zhang Yingying to let me go so easily, but since she said I could go, I didn't hesitate and walked out. But when I just walked to the door, I suddenly felt dizzy. After shaking twice, I completely lost consciousness. Chapter 4: Getting into Trouble. In a daze, I felt a chill all over my body. I realized something and opened my eyes suddenly, and found that I was still in the small hotel room, but now my limbs were tied with ropes, and I was lying on the bed in a big letter shape. The most important thing is that I found that my clothes had been stripped off at some point, and now I was only left with a pair of shorts to cover my body. You woke up so soon. At this time, Zhang Yingying's voice sounded from the side. I turned my head and saw Zhang Yingying and her two female followers were looking at me with ill intentions. You put drugs in the drink. I'm not stupid. I know that my sudden fainting was definitely not an accident, but the result of Zhang Yingying's doing. I secretly cursed myself for being too naive, and in the end I was fooled by Zhang Yingying. It's also my fault that I underestimated Zhang Yingying. I never thought that she would do such a shameless thing as putting drugs in drinks. So what if I drugged you? Can you still bite me? Zhang Yingying still looked cynical. While she was talking, she walked to the bed, looked at my naked body with interest, then turned to the two female followers and said, "You all get out." The two female followers looked at me with extremely ambiguous eyes, then nodded and left. After they left, Zhang Yingying and I were the only ones left in the room. Without outsiders around, Zhang Yingying didn't hesitate to speak. She smiled at me and said, "My dear brother, did you enjoy the slap you gave me yesterday?" Zhang Yingying, I was wrong to slap you yesterday, but I slapped you because you were really too much yesterday. You made trouble for my classmates today, and now you have made me like this again. Isn't the matter over yet? Zhang Yingying stretched out her fingers to hook my chin, then lowered her head and put her lips to my ear and whispered to me, "It's over. You're dreaming, little brother. You think it's over after you slapped me. Who do you think I am? So what else are you going to do? Little brother, this is a hotel. What do you think a man and a woman can do in a hotel?" Zhang Yingying took off her shoes while speaking and jumped directly onto the bed. After standing on the bed, Zhang Yingying looked down at me, and one of her long legs in black stockings gently stepped on my stomach. "Today, you are tied up like this, let's see how you can resist." As Zhang Yingying spoke, she slightly lifted the foot that was on my stomach, and tapped my stomach with a few toes like a dragonfly skimming the water, and gently drew circles on my stomach. "Let me go quickly." Her actions made me feel itchy and tingling. I knew she was going to do something new and I wanted to struggle, but my limbs were tied up, so any struggle would be in vain. My struggle did not have any effect on Zhang Yingying. Instead, it made her even more excited. In the end, her feet were no longer satisfied with just drawing circles on my belly. While drawing circles, she actually began to move her feet slowly downwards. Her target was obvious, the important part below my belly. I was a little panicked for a moment, because I knew what Zhang Yingying might do, and it was useless for me to resist in my current state. I felt like a lamb to be slaughtered by Zhang Yingying. When Zhang Yingying's feet slid to the edge of my pants, I felt my whole body tense up as if I was electrocuted. "My dear brother, the last time I saw you naked was in elementary school, right? I haven't seen you naked for a long time, would you let me see you today? Zhang Yingying, I warn you to let me go quickly. I hope you won't joke around anymore. This kind of joke is not funny." Zhang Yingying's face suddenly darkened. "A joke? When did I say this was a joke? I'm telling you, I can do whatever I want today, and you can't resist." As Zhang Yingying said this, she took her feet off my stomach, then rode on me again like she did last night, and pressed her mouth roughly against my lips. I really don't understand why Zhang Yingying did this. Is it really that fun and interesting for her to tease me like this? As a grown man, I was teased by a woman like Zhang Yingying. I couldn't help but get angry and bit Zhang Yingying's pink lips hard. Hiss. Zhang Yingying gasped in pain, but she didn't stop. Instead, she became even more irritated by me. Not only did she continue to kiss me wildly, but she also grabbed the only pair of shorts I had left on my body with both hands. "Aren't you trying to act noble in front of me? I'm going to strip you naked today and see how you can still act noble." After Zhang Yingying finished speaking, she started pulling my pants without any explanation. I twisted my body desperately trying to stop her, but my limbs were tied up and she was sitting on me, so my twisting had little effect. I saw that my pants had been pulled down halfway by her. If she went a little further, my most important part would be exposed. I felt uncomfortable. Maybe many men have fantasized about being raped by a beautiful girl one day, but when I really encountered such a thing, I felt that I didn't want it to happen. Maybe it was because of my sister relationship with Zhang Yingying, or maybe it was because I didn't like the feeling of being at the mercy of others. Just as Zhang Yingying was about to pull down the last piece of cloth covering my body, I suddenly heard a quarrel between a man and a woman outside. After the noise, a woman screamed, and at the same time, a burly man was heard yelling outside, "Fuck you two bitches. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of us? I think you deserve to be fucked." After hearing the woman scream, Zhang Yingying's face immediately turned ugly, because she recognized that the woman's voice was the voice of one of her two followers. Listening to the voice of the rough man, even a fool could tell that something must have happened outside. Zhang Yingying was the big sister, and of course she was anxious when her subordinates got into trouble. She didn't have time to care about me. She just jumped off the bed and rushed out with a gloomy face. After Zhang Yingying opened the door and went out, I was lying at an angle that allowed me to see what was happening outside the door. I saw that in addition to Zhang Yingying's two female followers, there were also 3 men around 20 years old. Judging from the way these 3 men were dressed, they were probably not good people. They were probably some kind of rogue scoundrels in society. The difference between the thugs in society and the thugs in school is not a little bit big. After all, the thugs in school are all students, so they generally dare not do anything too extreme. The thugs in society all like to make trouble. Although they dare not kill in fights, they will definitely use ruthless force. However, Zhang Yingying, who rushed out at this time, was not afraid of these 3 gangsters at all. Because of her stepfather, Zhang Yingying had seen many gangsters like these since she was a child, so she didn't take these gangsters seriously at all. As soon as Zhang Yingying went out, she saw 2 of her men being cornered by 3 men. One of them had a red finger mark on his face, and his expression became even gloomier. The big sister's momentum rose again, and she yelled at the 3 thugs, "What are you doing?" Hearing Zhang Yingying's voice, the 3 thugs looked at her at the same time. When they saw Zhang Yingying standing at the door clearly, there was a lustful look in their eyes. Holy crap! What a hot girl! A fat guy with untidy beard and bloated body among the 3 people touched his chin in an obscene manner, and looked around at Zhang Yingying with a pair of lustful eyes. What he noticed most were Zhang Yingying's budding breasts and her long beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. He looked as if he wanted to stick his eyes on Zhang Yingying. Sister Ying. The 2 followers of Zhang Yingying seemed to have found their backbone. They rushed hurriedly behind Zhang Yingying, and the expressions on their faces became arrogant, as if Zhang Yingying could handle any problem. In school, Zhang Yingying can indeed handle any problem, but it is different in society. Even though her stepfather has strong connections in the underworld, not all gangsters know him. If they meet some ignorant but fearless thugs, they will not admit their mistakes at all, because they may not know who their stepfather is. After all, it is basically impossible for people of their status to come into contact with someone of the stepfather's status. And these 3 little hooligans are the kind of people who don't understand the way. The wretched fat guy just now looked at Zhang Yingying with interest and said again, "Hey." It turns out to be the big sister. Zhang Yingying glanced at the fat man coldly and then said to the 3 people in a gloomy tone, "Who hit the person just now?" Zhang Yingying spoke in an arrogant and domineering manner, no different from the way she was in school, but she had not yet figured out one fact, that is, she was not in school now, but outside. The thugs outside didn't buy her account at all. When they saw that she dared to be so arrogant, the 3 thugs' faces changed. "I beat the guy, do you have any objection?" At this time, a guy with dyed yellow hair standing on the other side stood up, rolled up his sleeves and made a gesture as if he was going to hit someone. When I saw this, I secretly thought that something was wrong. I bet that with Zhang Yingying's style of doing things, something would definitely happen. As expected, as soon as this thought came to my mind, a loud applause was heard outside. Zhang Yingying slapped the yellow-haired guy on the face. Damn! How could Zhang Yingying be so reckless? I couldn't help but curse in my heart, and at the same time I knew that something was going to happen. No. I had to find a way to untie the ropes tied around my limbs to help Zhang Yingying. Although Zhang Yingying had done many things to me that she shouldn't have, she was still my sister after all, and I couldn't let anything happen to her. Chapter 5, Pretty Girl in the Office. Those 3 thugs didn't expect that Zhang Yingying would dare to attack them. The wretched fat guy at the side was the first to react. He glared and kicked Zhang Yingying hard. Zhang Yingying was able to become the boss of the school because of her stepfather's background. She herself had no real strength other than being a bully, so she had no ability to dodge the kick from the wretched fat man. She took the kick hard, and after a scream, she hit the wall behind her heavily, and then fell to the ground along the wall. When Zhang Yingying's two followers saw that Zhang Yingying was kicked to the ground, they rushed forward without any brains like Zhang Yingying and started fighting with the three thugs. They didn't even think about how two women could possibly be a match for three thugs. After two screams, they were also knocked to the ground. The yellow-haired man walked up to Zhang Yingying with a smile and squatted down. He looked at Zhang Yingying and smiled. Then without any warning, he swung his hand and slapped Zhang Yingying's pretty face. Maybe it seemed to him that Zhang Yingying had completely lost her fighting ability, but he was wrong, because Zhang Yingying was so anxious that she suddenly pulled out a switchblade from her pocket. "I will kill you!" Zhang Yingying shouted and stabbed the yellow-haired man with a switchblade. The yellow-haired man's face changed drastically and he took 2 steps back. He had been in the gang for 2 years, so he had some experience in fighting. He dodged in time but was still stabbed in the arm by Zhang Yingying's knife. The other 2 thugs were also shocked to see Zhang Yingying actually using a knife. The fat man seized the opportunity to kick the spring in Zhang Yingying's hand away. The 2 of them pressed Zhang Yingying against the wall from the left and right. "Fuck you! I want to see who kills who today." The yellow-haired man had a bad temper and should be a ruthless character. Looking at the wound on his arm stabbed by Zhang Yingying, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Then I saw him pull out a half-meter-long steel pipe from his back. Zhang Yingying's action of pulling out the knife just now frightened me, and Wang Mao's action of pulling out the steel pipe made me feel even more scared, because Wang Mao could have dodged Zhang Yingying's knife just now, but Zhang Yingying was now pinned down and unable to move. If Wang Mao hit her with the steel pipe, she would have no chance to dodge at all. The yellow-haired guy was obviously enraged by Zhang Yingying's knife. People always do crazy things when they are angry, and these gangsters never think about the consequences before doing anything. Zhang Yingying is in danger now, so I must stop the yellow-haired guy. I looked at the rope tied around my wrist. There was a certain gap between the rope and my wrist. I don't know where the strength came from, but I exerted force with my arm and pulled my hand out of the rope with brute force. The moment he pulled his hand out, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Because he had used too much force, the skin and flesh on his wrist were all rubbed off, and blood gushed out like crazy. But I couldn't care less now, so I quickly untied the other ropes tied to me, and rushed out without even bothering to put on my clothes. I rushed out originally wanting to stop Wang Mao, but when I rushed out it was too late to stop him, because Wang Mao had already raised the steel pipe in his hand, and Zhang Yingying's pretty face turned pale in an instant with fright. The yellow-haired man swung the steel pipe with anger, so it was very powerful, and it was aimed towards Zhang Yingying's head. What would happen if the steel pipe hit Zhang Yingying's head? Of course I can't let this steel pipe fall on Zhang Yingying's head, but now there is only one way. That means I'll help her block this attack. Although I was still scared in my heart, after all, I knew how lethal this steel pipe was, and it must have felt uncomfortable to help Zhang Yingying block it. But I did not hesitate at all, and took 2 big steps to block Zhang Yingying. Bang! Along with the screams of the 3 girls, a muffled sound of the steel pipe hitting flesh was heard behind me. The yellow-haired man hit my back hard with a steel pipe. Because I was naked, the steel pipe hit my back without any obstruction. This was also the first time I experienced what it felt like to have my skin and flesh torn apart. After this hit from the steel pipe, I only felt all the organs in my body vibrate, and the tearing pain made me feel like my body was going to explode. The tremendous pain made my consciousness gradually become blurred, and in the end I completely lost consciousness and fainted. Amid the unpleasant smell of medicine, my consciousness gradually came back to me. When I opened my eyes, I found that I was no longer in a hotel, but in a small clinic. My body and wrists were wrapped in gauze. It seemed that I was sent here for treatment after I fainted. At this time, Zhang Yingying, who was sitting on a bench nearby, stood up, looked at the 2 female followers behind her, then turned around, coughed lightly and said to me, You're awake. I see that she looks like a leader who comes to comfort the employees. Where are those 3 thugs? I asked Zhang Yingying with a cold look. They are just 3 hooligans. After you fainted, they ran away because they were afraid of something happening. But even if they ran away, I will not let them go so easily. They'd better not let me find them, otherwise I will kill them sooner or later. Zhang Yingying's face was full of ferocity when she said these words, and her tone was full of strong social atmosphere. She completely forgot that she had just turned pale with fear. Then she acted as if she was very relaxed and said, Well, You should be okay, right? I really don't know why you helped me block that attack. Don't think I will thank you just because I blocked that attack. To tell you the truth, I didn't take those three guys seriously at all. Looking at Zhang Yingying's relaxed and casual appearance and hearing her ruffian words, I felt a surge of anger in my heart. All these things happened because of her recklessness, but she didn't seem to have the slightest apology. I know she did this because she just lost face in front of the two female followers, so she wanted to say a few tough words to save some face. Maybe her face is more important than anything else. Seeing her like this, I can only sneer in my heart, because I know she will definitely not thank me. Maybe she thinks it is natural for me to help her block that attack. Because I will help her carry anything from childhood to adulthood, she may have become accustomed to asking for it. The funniest thing is that she asked me why I helped her block that attack. Because if I didn't help her block that attack, Wang Mao's steel pipe might have fallen on her head. Based on the strength that Wang Mao just used, she would probably have been dead if the steel pipe had fallen on her head. I really hate Zhang Yingying, but I don't regret blocking it for her, not for any other reason, just because she is my sister. Although she is not my biological sister, and although she is 1 year older than me, she is my stepfather's daughter. My stepfather has been really good to me and my mother over the years. He has also given a lot to me and my mother, and I want to repay him. So even if Zhang Yingying is so annoying, I can't let anything happen to her. After a short rest, I forced myself to endure the pain from the wound and got out of bed because I didn't want to stay with her. She and I were not the same kind of people. I just felt uncomfortable staying with her. Hey! What are you doing? Zhang Yingying frowned and asked when she saw me getting out of bed. I didn't answer her, put on my shoes and walked outside. I'm asking you a question. What do you want to do? I still ignored her. Seeing that I ignored her, Zhang Yingying rushed to me, acted superior, and said to me in a tough and commanding tone, "Hurry up and lie down. Your injuries are not healed yet. I'm telling you, if anything happens to you when you go out like this, I won't be responsible." I looked at Zhang Yingying with cold eyes, smiled sarcastically, and then said to her, "Why should I listen to you? Because you are the big sister of our school. Then I beg you, please don't bother me anymore in the future, okay? An ordinary student like me can't stand your torment, thank you." After I said that, I walked around her and left. What I didn't realize was that when I left, Zhang Yingying's eyes became a little complicated. There was no more arrogance and unreasonableness, only a hint of loneliness and worry. I looked at the time. It was exactly 11 o'clock and there was only an hour left before school was over. I was seriously injured and had little strength in my body. I wanted to go home and rest because I couldn't attend classes well in my current condition, and it would be almost time to go home when I got to school. But after thinking it over, I decided to go to the school, because many people already knew that Zhang Yingying had taken me away, and given Wang Yandong's honest character, he would definitely be afraid that something might happen to me, and he probably told the teacher about it. It was no small matter for a school student to be taken away during the school term. Moreover, because I had always had good grades, my homeroom teacher valued me very much. I was afraid that this matter would become a big deal, so I thought I should go back to school to explain. When I arrived at school, the third class was just over. My classmates swarmed around me and asked me about the situation. Wang Yandong was the most excited. When he saw me, he was about to cry. But I just said a few perfunctory words casually without telling them the truth. After telling them that I was fine, I prepared to go back to my seat. But before I could even sit down, I was called to the office by the head teacher. Our head teacher is an old man in his 50s who teaches Chinese. His name is Xie Jijin. He is a typical old-fashioned teacher. He always likes to target poor students and favor students with good grades. He values profit over profit in everything he does, giving people the feeling of a commoner. I neither like him nor hate him, but most people in the class hate him. Because his name is Xie Jijin, his classmates gave him the nickname Scorpion Spirit. After I arrived at the office, Xie Jijin looked me over and asked worriedly, "I heard that you were taken away by that bad student named Jing from the senior year. Are you okay?" "Teacher Xie, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me," I said, pretending to be nothing. "I'm glad you're okay. The teacher was worried that something might happen to you and affect your studies." Seeing that I was fine, Xie Jijin nodded in relief, and then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he said to me earnestly, "Yunzxiong, I know this incident must have been caused by that bad student named Ying, but don't publicize it. Just forget it if the teacher says so. Don't blame the teacher for not backing you up. Maybe you know that her father is a big gangster in our city and has some connections in school. We teachers usually don't dare to control her. Xie Jijin's words sounded high-sounding, but I knew he was just afraid of getting himself into trouble. However, I didn't care. I nodded in agreement and said, Teacher Xie, I know. Don't worry. I won't spread this. If everything is okay, I'll go back to class. I was about to leave, but Xie Jijin didn't let me go. Instead, he stopped me and put a thick stack of homework papers on the table. He said he had something to deal with, so I didn't need to attend the last class and just helped him correct the poetry fill in the blank questions on the paper in the office. Asking students to help grade papers is a lazy tactic often used by Xie Jijin, and this is not the first or second time that I have helped him grade papers. He asked me to mark the papers, and I was a little reluctant. After all, I had just been injured, but I did not refuse. Xie Jijin was a very stingy guy, and if I refused him, he would definitely make things difficult for me, and I didn't want to get into trouble for nothing. Because it was the last class, the teachers who had classes went to teach, and the teachers who didn't have classes went to eat. After Xie Jijin left, I was the only one left in the teacher's office. But not long after, the office door was suddenly pushed open. I thought it was a teacher who came back to the office to file assignments or something like that, but I didn't expect that the person who opened the door was not a teacher, but an exceptionally pretty and playful girl. The girl didn't expect that there were other people in the office, and she wanted to retreat like a frightened rabbit. But when she found out that I was also a student, she gave up the idea, rolled her eyes at me, cautiously stuck her head out to look at the corridor outside, and only walked in swaggeringly after finding that there was no one. Chapter 6 Red Ink on White Pants. The girl who walked in was very playful and pretty, like a naughty elf from a comic book. Logically speaking, such a beautiful girl should be able to be remembered at a glance, but I seem to have never seen her. Of course, I don't think there is anything strange about it, because there are so many students in our school and I can't see every one of them. I looked at her and then lowered my head, because school would be over soon. If I didn't hurry up to correct the papers, all the delicious dishes in the cafeteria would have been picked up by the time I finished correcting the papers. I continued to mark the papers, thinking that the girl must have been called by the teacher to the office to get workbooks or test papers or something like that, but I was wrong. The girl was not there to get something, but to look for something. I saw this girl rummaging around the office like a headless fly. She basically searched through all the teachers' desks in the office. Although I was very confused about what she was doing, I didn't ask her. After all, I didn't know her and it was none of my business what she did. Finally, she searched for a long time but couldn't find what she was looking for, so she walked towards me and sat down on the desk without any hesitation. Hey! Do you know where Xie Jijin's desk is? Seeing her sitting down on the desk, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily, because I clearly remembered that I seemed to have accidentally spilled 2 drops of red ink on the place where her butt was sitting. The most important thing is that although the girl was wearing a school uniform on her upper body, she was actually wearing a pair of beige pants on her lower body. If she really sat on those 2 drops of ink, the situation might be a little bad. The playful girl saw that I was in a daze and ignored her, frowned unhappily, and then said to me, "Hey. I'm asking you a question." I also recovered and said in panic, What did you just ask me?" The girl rolled her eyes at me and looked very speechless. "I asked you if you know where Xie Jijin's desk is." When I heard her say she was looking for Xie Jijin's desk, she pointed at the desk where I was sitting and said, "This is the desk you're sitting at." Although I don't know what this girl wants to do by looking for Xie Jijin's desk, I don't think too much about it now. What I am thinking about now is how to tell her about the red ink stain on her pants. When the girl heard me say that this desk was Xie Jijin's desk, she quickly jumped off the desk, completely ignored me, and began to rummage through the drawers of Xie Jijin's desk unscrupulously. Judging from her anxious look, she must be looking for something important. While she was bending down to look for something, I cast my eyes on her butt. Although I knew that looking at a girl's butt was a very obscene thing, I also wanted to know whether there was any ink on her butt. When I looked at her butt, I found that there were indeed 2 large, thick and obvious red ink marks on her butt. The red ink looked particularly obvious on their white pants, as if the girl's relatives had stained their pants. While I was staring at her butt, she also made a discovery. She was overjoyed and pulled out a cool-looking pink PSP game console from the bottom drawer of her desk. Then she kissed the PSP game console hard and said to herself, "You naughty little thing, I finally found it." It seems that this girl should also be a student of Xie Jijin, who is our homeroom teacher and also teaches Chinese to the other two classes in our grade. It is estimated that the girl's PSP was confiscated by Xie Jijin during class, so she wanted to secretly take the PSP back when no one was in the office. This girl is really brave. Even a naughty boy might not be able to do such a thing as stealing the teacher's things in the office. Hey! You can't tell the scorpion spirit about this. The playful girl put the PSP back into her pocket with satisfaction and turned to me and said. But after she turned to look at me, her smiling face immediately turned ugly because I was still staring at the 2 drops of ink on her butt. You perverted bastard. She didn't know that her butt was stained with red ink. When she saw me staring at her butt, she thought I was a hooligan. After cursing me as a hooligan, she slapped me in the face without thinking. How could I know that this girl was so violent? She started attacking me as soon as she said so. Before I could react, I heard a crisp, par sound, and the girl slapped me hard in the face. I was slapped in the face for no apparent reason and felt like crying but had no tears. Big sister, even if I peeked at your butt a few times, you don't have to hit me. I won't get pregnant by just looking at it once, and besides, I didn't mean to peek. The playful girl was still not satisfied after slapping me. She supported her waist with her hands and looked at me angrily with her watery eyes wide open, as if she wanted to scold me again. But just as she was about to open her mouth, I suddenly heard the voice of Xie Jijin making a phone call in the corridor outside the office door. When the girl heard this voice, she acted as if she had seen a ghost. She no longer had the mind to scold me. She was probably afraid that Xie Jijin would come into the office and find her, so she began to look for a hiding place in panic. The only place to hide in this office is under the desk. Hearing Xie Jijin's voice getting closer and closer, the girl glared at me fiercely in panic, and then threatened in a low voice, "Don't tell him I'm here, and help me cover up, otherwise I will spread the word in school that you are a hooligan who likes to peek at girls' butts." After threatening me, she quickly squatted down and crawled under the desk where I was sitting. Her behavior made me feel a little ridiculous. I was not worried about her threat. I just thought that she looked smart but was so confused when it came to doing things. There were so many desks in this office. Why did she have to crawl into the desk where I was sitting now? Why did she have to crawl into any other desk? You know, this is Xie Jijin's desk. If Xie Jijin comes over later, it will be useless no matter how I cover for her. Xie Jijin is not blind. How could he not see a living person like her squatting down there? Moreover, the space under the desk is not very spacious. This playful girl wants to squeeze in and hide inside. I can only spread my legs and she can only squat between my legs. And I have to say that our current posture is particularly weird, or a bit easy to be misunderstood. I knew very well that if Xie Jijin saw her and I in such a position in the office, not only would she be finished, but I would be finished too. With Xie Jijin's old-fashioned personality, if he found out that this girl and I were like this, he would definitely not listen to our explanation and would directly jump to a dirty conclusion. There is a high possibility that he would spread this matter as a negative example. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The school is such a small place, and this kind of thing would probably be known to the whole school in no time. 2 students were doing that in the office during class time. This is such explosive news. Although there was nothing going on between this girl and I, if this matter were to spread, I wouldn't be able to explain it even if I had 100 mouths. Invisibly, I was tied to this girl. In order to prevent her from being discovered by Xie Jijin, and for my own safety and face, I originally wanted to ask her to move to another desk to hide, but it was too late now, because Xie Jijin had already pushed the door and entered the office. Fuck you! I cursed in my heart. I had no choice now and could only pretend to continue marking the papers seriously. Otherwise, if Xie Jijin noticed that something was wrong with me and became suspicious, then the truth would be revealed. Xie Jijin had just finished a phone call when he walked in. After putting his phone away, he walked towards me with a smile. "Yunzixiong, how much have you corrected this paper?" Seeing Xie Jijin walking towards us, I couldn't help but feel nervous. I really wanted to provide cover, but how could I do it? It's over, it's really over now. I was really screwed by this girl. Chapter 7, A Little Awkward. Xie Jijin walked towards me step by step. Although I pretended to be calm on the surface, I was actually a little nervous inside. Seeing Xie Jijin getting closer and closer, I felt that I had to take action, otherwise Xie Jijin would easily discover the playful girl hiding under the table when he came over, and then the playful girl and I would be really finished. So he started to flatter her. "Teacher Xie, are you here to check on my grading? I'll be done with my grading soon, so you don't have to come over to check. I see school is almost over, and you work so hard every day, so you should go and have a rest early." Xie Jijin usually likes to be flattered. After hearing what I said, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, but he did not stop. He shook his head and sighed as he walked. "Hey! If all students understood teachers like you, teachers wouldn't have to work so hard. Just mark the papers. I trust you to do the job. I didn't come back to check on your marking. I just came back to get something." When I heard that Xie Jijin was coming over to get something, cold sweat broke out on my forehead involuntarily. There is a partition behind the desks in school, and the partition of Xie Jijin's desk is facing the door, so as long as Xie Jijin doesn't come to my side, he can't see the playful girl hiding under the desk at all. But if he wants to get something, he will definitely come to my side, because his things are basically kept in the drawer. If Xie Jijin came over to my side, he would probably see the playful girl hiding under the desk at a glance. If that were the case, then things would be troublesome. I was a little nervous, and the playful girl hiding under the desk was even more nervous than me. She pinched the inside of my thigh with her hand, probably to signal me to find a way to prevent Xie Jijin from coming over to our side. Although the playful girl didn't pinch me with much strength, the flesh on the inside of my thighs is very tender, so I still felt a bit of pain. This girl just slapped me, and now she's pinching me. I can't help but feel a little annoyed. Xie Jijin has already said that he's here to get something, so what can I do? I can't just chase Xie Jijin away. The playful girl was squatting between my legs, so in order to retaliate against her I used force with my legs and clamped the playful girl tightly like a pair of pliers. "I let you slap me and pinch my thigh, I'll pinch you to death, you bitch." I didn't have any other idea when I did this, I just simply wanted to teach her a lesson, but after I squeezed her like that, our postures became even more ambiguous. Because of the way I clamped her head, it was only a few centimeters away from my crotch. The playful girl was a girl after all, so she was embarrassed and angry about my actions. But now she couldn't make any sound down there, so she could do nothing about me. She could only squat down and stare at me with resentful and angry eyes. At this time, Xie Jijin had already walked to the desk. Because there was a baffle on the desk, he had not noticed the playful girl yet. But if he took a few more steps, he would be able to walk to where I am sitting, which is right in front of the desk. If he stood in front of the desk, then as long as he was not blind, he would be able to see the playful girl hiding under the desk at a glance. No, we must stop him. Although I was a little anxious, I didn't lose my composure and quickly said to Xie Jijin, "I'm Teacher Xie, tell me what you want to get, and I'll help you." Xie Jijin smiled at me, waved his hand and took another step forward. "No need. Just mark your papers and I'll get the things myself." "No. I'll get it for you." Seeing that Xie Jijin was actually trying to move forward, I shouted at him in a panic with a tough tone. Although it was a bit abrupt to shout at the teacher like this, I didn't have a better idea because I knew very well that if he took one more step, he would probably see the playful girl. Xie Jijin never expected that I would suddenly yell at him. He stopped and was stunned for a moment. The smile on his face froze instantly, and it was obvious that he was a little dissatisfied. "I'm not stupid." Seeing that he was unhappy, I quickly smiled and said respectfully, "Teacher Xie, how could you do this? What am I like?" Xie Jijin said in a deep voice, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "I am your student and you are my teacher. As the saying goes, a teacher is a father for life. I am helping you just to show my respect for you. How can you refuse? Don't you want to give me this opportunity?" When I said this, even I felt a little disgusted, but Xie Jijin seemed quite satisfied. He smiled with satisfaction again and said to me with a teachable look, Yes. This is the teacher's mistake. This is not a decent thing for the teacher to do. Since you are so thoughtful, I really shouldn't refuse. How about this? Help me get the pink PSP out of the bottom drawer of the desk." After Xie Jijin finished speaking, he did not move forward, but stood there and took out his cell phone. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but in just an instant I became nervous again, because I seemed to hear him say he wanted a pink PSP. Damn it, there is no PSP in the drawer now. The pink PSP has already been put into the bag of the playful girl. I secretly groaned in my heart, but did not dare to show any abnormality. I could only pretend to bend down and open the drawer, and at the same time winked at the playful girl hiding under the table. The playful girl was smart, and without hesitation she reached for the bag behind her back, wanting to take out the PSP. However, the space under the desk was too small. In order to take out the PSP from her bag, she had to lower her head slightly and lean forward so that there would be enough space. But she was sandwiched between my legs, and her head was already very close to my crotch. If she lowered her head, her entire face would be pressed against my crotch. She was obviously aware of this, and perhaps felt a little embarrassed, so she stood there in a daze, a little hesitant. I say, big sister. It's already this late, and I'm not without pants, why are you hesitating? If you hesitate and Xie Jijin finds something wrong, then things will be troublesome. Seeing her hesitation, I was secretly anxious. I glanced at Xie Jijin and found that Xie Jijin was looking at his mobile phone at this time, so I made a bold decision. Without caring whether the playful girl agreed or not, I reached out and pressed her head against my crotch, while my other hand quickly reached for the backpack behind her back. Although the situation was urgent, I had to admit that when I pressed the playful girl's head against my crotch, I felt a burst of numbness and stimulation for no reason. But I didn't think too much about it. I took out the PSP from my school bag and released my hand that was holding the playful girl. I handed the PSP to Xie Jijin, thinking that he would leave after taking the PSP, but I didn't expect that after taking the PSP, he had no intention of leaving but took out his cell phone again. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, I became anxious and asked, "Teacher Xie, do you have anything else to say?" "I'm fine now. School is about to end. Hurry up and correct the papers. Otherwise you won't be able to make it in time for dinner. I'll just send a text and leave." Hearing him say that he would leave after sending a text message, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and didn't say anything else. I continued to mark the papers as if nothing had happened, but the playful girl hiding below became dishonest. Maybe because I pressed her head on her crotch, she felt a little angry, so she pinched my thigh hard again. This time she pinched it especially hard. The pain made me gasp and almost scream out. I wanted to lose my temper, but then I thought better of it. After all, what I had just done by forcing her head into my crotch was indeed a bit indecent, and it was normal for a girl like her to have a little temper. Besides, Xie Jijin hadn't left yet, so it would be better for me to restrain myself. But when I didn't argue with her, she got more excited. After pinching me, she was not satisfied and reached out to pinch my thigh hard again. I originally said that I would not bother with her, but since she was so persistent, I was not going to be polite to her and once again clamped her with my legs. After being clamped by me, she was at a loss and calmed down. But I felt like my body was slowly getting hot. After all, the current situation was not as dangerous as before. The moment I relaxed, I started to think more. This playful girl was so beautiful, and with her legs clamped between me like this, it was impossible for me not to have some thoughts. I couldn't help but recall the feeling of pressing her head into my crotch just now. It was so stimulating and numb, and in the end I actually slowly had some reaction. The most embarrassing thing is that the entire process of my reaction was recorded closely by the playful girl between my legs. Chapter 8. Why are you everywhere? So embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. I think I am a thick-skinned person, but when I encounter such things, I still feel embarrassed. I don't know how the playful girl hiding under the table reacted after seeing my situation, but I'm sure she has classified me as a pervert. I just peeked at her butt and now I'm reacting in front of her. I would think it's abnormal if she doesn't regard me as a pervert. I wanted to hold back my reaction and make it disappear, but how could this thing be under my control? The more I wanted it to go away, the louder it moved. Because it is summer now, the material of the school uniform pants is thinner and softer. Although I can't see what's going on underneath, I'm sure that I have exposed my vagina. How long does it take for this old guy Xie Jijin to send a text message? I thought to myself, I have to say that the current situation is really fucking embarrassing. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Xie Jijin sent a text message, said to me he was leaving, and then left the office. The moment Xie Jijin walked out of the office and closed the door, I breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly jumped up from my seat. As I jumped up, I also looked down at the person below me. Damn it! How can this be called holding up the sky? The sky is about to burst. While I was secretly feeling embarrassed, the playful girl hiding under the desk also came out from under the desk with a blushing face. Her pretty face is as red as fire. I don't know if she is angry or shy. Anyway, the expression on her face is very ugly. The look in her eyes when she looks at me is as if she is about to spit fire. You pervert, you rascal! The playful girl just came out from under the desk and rushed towards me, cursing. Par. After the playful girl rushed to me, another slap hit my face. I could have dodged this slap, but I didn't because I felt that I didn't suffer any loss from this slap. If I were this girl, if any man dared to press my face in his crotch, I would probably have my face cut off by that guy and thrown into the toilet. After getting slapped, I wanted to explain to the playful girl, but the playful girl was obviously impatient and would not wait for me to explain. After slapping me, she turned around and walked out of the office. I stood there with my face covered by my hands, looking at the Eiffel Tower below me, which looked a bit messy. Wrong. Just as I was about to go back to my seat to mark the papers, I suddenly remembered that there were 2 drops of red ink on the playful girl's white pants and I hadn't told her yet, so I hurriedly chased after her. But when I went out, the playful girl was gone. At the end of the last class, I had only finished correcting half of the paper that Xie Jijin asked me to correct. I secretly cursed the scorpion spirit for being shameless. Correcting exercise books is clearly the teacher's job. So you earn money while I help you do the work. There is no such a cheap thing in the world. At this time, the office door was pushed open again. The people who came in this time were not teachers, but Wang Yandong and Pan Xiaohui. Seeing these 2 people coming in, I smiled at them and asked, "Why are you in the office? You were called to the office by the scorpion demon and you haven't come back for such a long time." Wang Yandong was worried that something happened to you, so he rushed to see how you were as soon as school was over. Pan Xiaohui replied. After hearing what Pan Xiaohui said, Wang Yandong scratched his head and muttered softly, "Why am I the one who is in a hurry? It's obviously you who is most worried about Brother Xiong." Although Wang Yandong was muttering to himself, he has a loud voice, and Pan Xiaohui and I could hear him when he said this. I didn't think it was a big deal, as I thought Pan Xiaohui and I had a very good relationship, so it was normal for her to care about me. However, Pan Xiaohui blushed after hearing what Wang Yandong said. "I'm fine. Xie Jijin just asked me to help him correct the papers. The scorpion demon didn't blame you for what happened this morning, right?" Wang Yandong asked worriedly. After all, he always believed that this was his responsibility. I shook my head. Zhang Yingying was the one who started this. Why is he blaming me? He just asked me not to spread the news. Since I'm fine, this matter is over. Just let this matter go. Is the teacher just going to ignore Zhang Yingying's bullying? After hearing what I said, Pan Xiaohui was obviously unhappy, as if she felt very aggrieved for me. Xiaohui, what else can we do if we don't let this matter go? You know who Zhang Yingying is. Who among the teachers in our school dares to discipline her? These teachers don't dare to mess with her, let alone ordinary students like us. Although I feel a little angry, I think we should just let this matter go. Wang Yandong didn't have any ulterior motives and spoke the truth. After he finished speaking, he looked at me and said apologetically, "Brother Xiong, I'm sorry. They were looking for trouble with me, but they got you into trouble instead. Dongzi? We are brothers, so it's awkward to say these things. Okay. I'm fine, go eat quickly. Don't bother me. To be honest, I should be the one to apologize." The reason why Zhang Yingying caused trouble for Wang Yandong was that she wanted to use Wang Yandong as bait to lure me into the trap, so Wang Yandong is completely innocent. However, I did not tell them about this, because I was worried that they would ask me how I had offended Zhang Yingying, and it would be difficult for me to explain, and I would only get myself into trouble. From the afternoon to the evening, I didn't pay much attention to the class, because I had basically mastered the courses the teacher taught in advance, and also, my mind was a little confused and I was not in the mood to listen to the class. I was wondering what I should do with Zhang Yingying. This Zhang Yingying really gives me a headache. Then there is that beautiful and playful girl I met in the office today. I don't know how she would react after getting red ink on her butt. Maybe she has scolded me 1,000 times by now. After school in the evening, Wang Yandong and I went home together, but just after we walked a few steps out of the school gate, Wang Yandong remembered that he had forgotten his English homework at school, so he hurried back to get it. I was sitting under a big rhubarb tree outside the school waiting for him, but not long after I sat down, I realized something was wrong. Because I saw a group of ruffian-looking guys walking out of a relatively remote store outside the school called Happiness Supermarket, and it seemed that this group of people were coming towards me. There are many small shops around every school, which generally sell small items such as snacks and stationery. However, I know that this small shop called Happiness Supermarket does not just sell snacks and stationery. This store looks no different from an ordinary store from the outside, but the inside is a different world. There is a large room at the innermost part of the store, which is equipped with entertainment facilities such as billiard tables and slot machines, and also provides cigarettes and alcohol. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a convenience store around a school, but I heard that the owner of the convenience store has connections with the school leaders, so the school basically has no control over this place. Because the school doesn't care, the people who go there are basically gangsters in the school. I became alert after seeing a group of people walking out of the canteen. I didn't look at them openly, but observed their movements out of the corner of my eye. This group of people was getting closer and closer to me, and I gradually saw their faces clearly. I recognized at a glance a guy walking in front of the group. This guy turned out to be the bullet-headed man who yelled at me in the morning and was scolded by Zhang Yingying. When I saw this guy, even if I used my belly button, I could tell that he was here to cause trouble for me. I don't find it strange that he would come to trouble me, because in school, these little hooligans can beat each other up for trivial matters. This morning, Zhang Yingying yelled at him in front of so many people, and he must have felt very embarrassed. He didn't have the ability to cause trouble to Zhang Yingying, so he could only come to trouble me. I counted the group of people walking towards me and there were 7 of them in total. I know that when I encounter such a thing, I now have only one choice, and that is to run. Although running away is a very rude and cowardly thing to do, it is better to be rude than to be beaten up. I am not the kind of person who would rather suffer than save face. And in my opinion, running away does not mean being unruly. A brave man will not suffer a loss in front of him. You pervert, I've been looking for you all afternoon, and I finally caught you. Just as I stood up to run, a familiar female voice suddenly sounded from the direction I was about to escape, and I saw the playful girl I met in the office in the morning rushing towards where I was now in anger. Big sister. No way. Why are you everywhere? Chapter 9, Love Around the Corner. I looked at the group of bullet-headed people rushing towards me aggressively, and then at the playful girl who was furious on the other side. I just couldn't help but think about it. What kind of day is this today? Why are things happening one after another? Am I really so unlucky today? I now have 2 routes to escape, one is blocked by a group of bullet heads, and the other is blocked by the playful girl. I had to choose between the 2 and I ran towards the playful girl without thinking twice. After all, there was only one playful girl and I could easily avoid her. Besides, she was a girl. If a grown man like me wanted to run, could she stop me? The playful girl didn't expect that I would suddenly rush towards her. After a moment of hesitation, she reacted and opened her arms to stop me. What are you doing, you bastard? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to run away from me, or I'll never forgive you. Tell me, is it you, a bastard, who stained my pants with red ink today? Get out of the way. I will explain this to you later. I said with a hint of pleading. But this playful girl would never listen to me and didn't respond to me. When I was about to rush to her, she pounced on me like a tiger and hugged me. Run. Run. I'm telling you, if you don't explain everything to me today, you can't leave. The playful girl hugged me and looked a little proud. I originally wanted to break free from her, but I forgot that I had a wound on my back. After being hugged by the playful girl, I felt a sharp pain in the wound on my back. I no longer had the strength to break free. I gasped and almost screamed. Let me go. I didn't care about the pain from the wound and looked back at the group of people with bullet heads. When they saw that I was about to run, they also ran towards us. If this playful girl didn't let go, I would probably have been unable to run away today. The playful girl also noticed the group of bullet heads and was even more unwilling to let go. She said mockingly, "You stinky pervert, do you know how embarrassed I am today because of the red ink on my butt? I won't let you go. Those guys must be here to cause trouble for you and want to punish you, right? If so, that's great. I won't let go. I want to see you get punished. Are you going to let go or not?" No, no. I won't let go. I won't let go if I say so. The playful woman started to act like a spoiled brat, and looked as if she would not let go even if she was beaten to death. Then don't blame me for being rude, I said, putting my hands behind her buttocks and pinching her plump, round buttocks hard. Since you say I'm a hooligan and a pervert, I might as well act like a hooligan today. R. The playful girl was frightened by my sudden attack and screamed, and while holding my hands she subconsciously protected her butt. I took advantage of the opportunity when she stretched out her hand to dodge her, and did not turn around and run away. Just kidding, if I didn't run faster, I would be caught by the group of bullet heads behind me and I would be finished. I ran all the way, and the playful girl didn't follow me. Instead, the bullet-headed group kept chasing me as if they had a grudge against me. If we have to blame anyone for this, we have to blame Zhang Yingying. If she hadn't caused trouble for Wang Yandong today, so many things wouldn't have happened today and I wouldn't be so unlucky. Stop the fucking way there, you bastard. I'm telling you, you'd better not run. The faster you run, the worse we'll deal with you later. The group of people behind me were shouting, as if they wouldn't deal with me if I didn't run away. Let me stop. I'm not stupid. Why should I stop? I'm here to let you guys beat me. I was running as hard as I could while planning my escape route. I was still injured and there was no way I could outrun them. It was only a matter of time before they caught up with me. And at the rate they were chasing me, I didn't think they would give up until they caught me. If I didn't want to be beaten up, I had to find a way to shake them off. But they are getting closer and closer to me, and even if I have a way, I can't implement it now. I heard the bullet-head group of people shouting and cursing closer and closer behind me, and I secretly became nervous. I really didn't understand what was wrong with these people. Was it worth it for them to chase me for so long for such a trivial matter? At this moment, I found that I had run to a corner, and a somewhat risky idea suddenly popped into my mind. Because I clearly remember that there is a staircase at the turning point, and the group of people behind me is only about 6 or 7 meters away from me. If I run to the staircase quickly after turning the corner, and rush to the second floor before they turn and see me going upstairs, then as long as they don't suspect that I went upstairs, then I will be safe. But if I do this, although I might be able to get rid of them, I'm more likely to put myself in danger because I can't guarantee that they won't suspect that I went upstairs after they realize I've disappeared. Although it is dangerous to do this, I feel that I have no better choice now, because if I don't take the risk, I will eventually be caught by them. If that's the case, why don't I take a gamble? After making the decision, I didn't hesitate at all and started sprinting with all my strength, because the sprinting in a few seconds would determine whether I would be safe later. I accelerated through the corner, then rushed to the stairs as fast as I could, taking the biggest steps possible and rushing up to the second floor in 2 steps at a time. Based on my speed, I'm sure the group of bullet-head guys behind me definitely didn't see me go up to the second floor. After reaching the second floor, I did not continue to run to the upper floors, because I was afraid that they would notice the noise of me going up the stairs. I just leaned against the wall of the corridor on the second floor, breathing lightly, waiting nervously, waiting to see if the bullet-head group of people would notice that I went upstairs after they discovered that I disappeared. A group of bullet-head guys rushed around the corner, and when they found that I was missing, they all felt a little strange. Brother Wang, why is that kid gone? That's right. Brother Wang has disappeared. Should we chase him? I think we should just forget about it. That guy is a student of our school anyway. If he runs away today, can he run away again tomorrow? At worst, we can just cause trouble for him tomorrow. A group of thugs asked Bullethead, and from their tone I could tell that they actually didn't want to chase me anymore. After all, they had already chased me for several blocks and were a little tired. But after hearing what the gang said, Bullethead was obviously a little furious, and he shouted angrily, "Are you the boss or am I the boss? You think I want to chase him? You think I want to cause trouble for that guy? I tell you, it's Brother Hippo who wants to find him. Stop talking nonsense, chase him the fucking way, Brother Hippo is waiting for me to bring people over. If we can't catch him later, we'll all be in fucking trouble." The group of people exclaimed after hearing the 3 words, Brother Hippo, and no one dared to say anything. Although they could no longer find my trace, the group of people still left quickly like headless flies. As I heard their footsteps getting farther and farther away, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time I felt secretly surprised. I know the hippo brother they are talking about. His real name is Marshuja. He is a senior student in our school. Among the gangsters in our school, his status is second only to Zhang Yingying. However, this guy is different from Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying is able to dominate the school because she has a strong backer, her stepfather. She is the type of person who relies on the power of others to bully others. But this hippopotamus can make a name for himself in school because of his own abilities. The thugs in school are not like the thugs in society. The thugs in school are still students, so they dare not fight. But this hippopotamus is a guy who likes to make trouble. This guy has a bad temper and is ruthless. It is said that he always carries a knife with him. He has his own snobbery in school, but he is always suppressed by Zhang Yingying. I was very confused. Why did this hippo come to me? I didn't even know him and we didn't have any grudges against each other. But I'm not going to dwell on this issue too much now. What I need to do now is to leave here as soon as possible and go home. After hearing the footsteps of the bullet head group disappear, I carefully went downstairs and found that the bullet head group was gone. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe at last. I thought I was safe now, but I was not safe, because when I took 2 steps forward and reached the corner, I found a group of people standing on the other side of the corner, and this group of people was exactly the Bullet group just now. Bullet looked at me in a daze, took 2 steps forward to me, and smiled sarcastically. Boy, do you think you'll be safe hiding upstairs? Do you think we're all going to chase you? You take us for idiots. Chapter 10, Being Beaten in the Game Room. It turned out that Bullet Head and his group did not leave, but were hiding downstairs waiting for me to come downstairs. Boy, you probably heard what we just said. Today it's not me, Wang Shan, who is going to cause trouble for you. It's Brother Hippo who is going to cause trouble for you. If anything happens to you later, don't blame me. I'm just running errands for someone. Come on. I'll take you to see Brother Hippo. Bullet said to me with a smile, and then he was going to take me away. The reason why he said this was because he knew the hippopotamus temper, and he also knew that no one who was targeted by the hippopotamus would have a good ending. The hippopotamus would do things beyond the limit and would not know the severity of the consequences, so it was easy for something to go wrong. So he had to make it clear so that he could distance himself from the matter if anything happened. From this point of view, Wang Erzhan is actually a very smooth person. Wang Erzhan and his group had 7 people in total. It was impossible for me to escape now, so I could only go with them. But before I left, I still wanted to make things clear, so I asked, I can go with you, but tell me, aren't you Zhang Yingying's subordinate? How are you related to Hippo now, and what does Hippo want to do with me? Wang Erzhan heard me asking and snorted coldly, okay. As long as you come with me obediently, I can tell you your problem. First, I am not Zhang Yingying's subordinate, nor am I Hippo's subordinate. I just know them all. In order to curry favor with them, I will be there whenever they call for anything. Second, I don't know what Hippo wants you to do, but I can tell you for sure that he won't do you any good. You'd better pray for yourself. Looking at Wang Erzhan's expression, I knew he did not lie to me. After listening to his words, I also understood what kind of situation he was in. There are 2 groups of snobs in our school, one is Zhang Yingying and the other is Hippo. But Wang Erzhan does not belong to these 2 groups. He is a fence-sitter who tries to survive in the cracks. I asked all the questions I should ask, and Wang Erzhan answered all the questions he should answer, so I could only follow them to find the Hippo. Along the way, it would be a lie to say that I was not worried. If the person looking for me today was not a hippopotamus but someone else, I might not be too worried. After all, my stepfather and I have lived together for so many years, and I have seen big scenes. But if the person looking for me was a hippopotamus, I would have to be worried, because I have also heard about the viciousness of hippopotamus. Finally, I followed Wang Erzhan to a remote alley, and at the innermost part of the alley there was a very old, small game hall. When I entered the game room, I found that there were quite a few people in the room. There were more than 10 people crammed into the small room of more than 20 square meters. Each of them was playing their own games. Some were playing video games, and some were playing slot machines. I saw a hippo sitting in the game room playing slot machines at a glance. As the name suggests, the hippopotamus is fat, has short limbs and a big head. Wherever it sits, it looks like a real hippopotamus sitting on a bench. Wang Erzhan walked up to Hippo with a flattering look on his face and said respectfully, Brother Hippo, I brought the person to you. The hippo didn't even look at Wang Erzhan, his eyes were fixed on the slot machine, and he just nodded. Bring him to me, and then you can get out. Yes. Yes. Wang Erzhan nodded and bowed quickly, then retreated. When he faced me, his previous respectful expression disappeared completely, and he turned to me fiercely and said, "You, go to Brother Hippo quickly." Seeing that his expression changed as soon as he said so, I shook my head secretly, and without saying anything to him, I walked directly towards the direction where the hippo was sitting. Wang Erzhan saw me walking over, and walked out of the game hall with his subordinates. His mission was to bring me here, and now that the mission is completed, he should leave. Walking up to the hippo, I asked calmly, "Brother Hippo, what do you want to talk to me about?" I'm not a stubborn person. Although I don't like the hippopotamus at all, I still have to call him Brother Hippo. My stepfather taught me that people must learn to wear masks for themselves. In different situations, you need to use different masks to disguise yourself, that is, speak differently to different people. Now I am in the hands of the hippopotamus. If I keep my tough attitude, then the result for me may be terrible. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. I think the hippopotamus should be reasonable in doing things. What's more, I have no grudge against him. Sit down. While the hippo was speaking, his eyes were still fixed on the slot machine, as if there was a beautiful naked girl on the slot machine. I sat down next to him, not knowing what he was going to do, but I was always on guard in my heart. This way, if the hippopotamus attacked, I would be able to dodge his attack in time. I couldn't beat him, but could I not outrun him? If he really attacked me, I would run away. I didn't believe he could catch up with me. "Do you have a grudge against Zhang Yingying?" asked the hippopotamus. "I provoked her because of a small matter a few days ago." "Then why did I hear that she took you to the hotel this morning? Is this true?" "Yes. It's true." After getting my affirmative answer, Hippo nodded, and finally moved his eyes away from the slot machine. Then an ugly smile appeared on his fleshy face. Looking at him at this moment, I could clearly feel the tremendous anger emanating from him. It was obvious that he cared a lot about Zhang Yingying and I going to their hotel, and was very angry about it. Could it be that this guy likes Zhang Yingying? The reason why he came to me was because Zhang Yingying took me to their hotel this morning? When I think of this, I feel that this is very possible, because Zhang Yingying is basically the woman that all the boys in the school have fantasized about, so it is not surprising that this hippopotamus falls in love with her. But if this is true, then the way I answered Hippo's question just now seems to be problematic, because I didn't tell him why Zhang Yingying took me to the hotel, and my answer can easily be misunderstood. Seeing how furious the hippo was, I knew he must have misunderstood. I was just about to explain, but the furious hippo didn't even give me a chance to explain and instead slapped me hard with a pair of thick, fat hands. "Fuck you. I haven't even fucked Zhang Yingying yet, and you're already fucking me." The hippopotamus's attack was sudden and violent, but I had always been on guard against him, so I reacted quickly as he swung at me, and dodged his fierce slap by turning sideways. After I dodged the hippo's slap, I jumped up and stood up, preparing to run away according to my first plan. But when I stood up, all the people in the game hall gathered around me. I looked carefully and found that the ages of these people in the game hall were around 17 or 18. Judging from their appearance, they should all be Hippo's followers. Damn it, Hippo has so many minions here, what am I even running for? I stood there and looked at the Hippo's minions around me, and finally set my eyes on the Hippo. I wanted to stay calm, but beads of sweat the size of beans fell one after another on my forehead. "Hide! Hide now!" The hippopotamus stood up from his seat with a ferocious face, and swung his fist and punched me in the chest. Dong! After taking a solid punch from the hippopotamus, I staggered and fell to the ground. I felt as if my body was about to fall apart. I could dodge this punch, but I didn't dare to because I had no right to dodge. Before I could recover from the hippopotamus's punch, he kicked me hard again, this time hitting my lower abdomen instead of my chest. I was like a football. His kick made me slide more than 2 meters on the ground. Unfortunately, I was kicked right under the feet of one of his younger brothers. The little brother didn't hesitate at all. When he saw me at his feet, he raised his leg and kicked me in the back. Arr! I couldn't help but scream. His kick might not be as powerful as the hippopotamus's, but the pain it brought me was much more painful than that of the hippopotamus. Because I had an injury on my back, his kick hit the exact spot where the wound was. I felt a heat on my back, and the wound on my back split open again, and the split became even more serious. In just a moment, the back of my clothes was stained red by the blood flowing from the wound, and I almost fainted from the pain. Seeing my back stained with blood and my painful expression, Hippo's group of brothers were a little panicked. "Brother Hippo, look at this." But the hippopotamus smiled coldly. "What? Are you scared? You are a bunch of rubbish." After the hippopotamus finished speaking, he walked towards me again. When he got in front of me, he raised his fist again and prepared to attack me again. "Stop!" Just when the hippo's fist was about to fall, a woman's angry shout suddenly came from the door of the game hall. At the same time as the shout sounded, a woman wearing a black silk miniskirt, with a sexy and beautiful figure, like a fairy, rushed in. This woman is Zhang Yingying. Chapter 11 Hippopotamus Attitude. Zhang Yingying's sudden arrival made Hippo's men panic. It was obvious that they were all worried about Zhang Yingying, but Hippo still looked fearless. He put away his fists and squinted at Zhang Yingying, his ugly fat face full of smiles. "Yingying, why are you here?" Zhang Yingying ignored him and turned her gaze to me, who was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. After seeing me covered in blood, endless anger and worry emerged in her eyes, but for some reason she concealed the worry in her eyes very well, as if she didn't want me to know that she was worried about me. She looked up at the hippo with cold eyes. "Hippo, who told you to touch him?" The hippopotamus could naturally sense Zhang Yingying's anger. He shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "I heard that this guy has a grudge against you. I am looking for trouble with him to help you get revenge." After hearing what Hippo said, Zhang Yingying kicked the slot machine next to her fiercely, then pointed at Hippo and cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are? Do I need you to help me avenge my wrongs? Don't you even look at yourself? You look like a piece of shit. I feel sick just looking at you." Zhang Yingying kept swearing, and the expression on Hippo's face turned gloomy when being scolded by Zhang Yingying in front of so many people. "Zhang Yingying, what are you doing? Are you here to help this guy? I heard that you took him to the hotel this morning. I guess you two are in love, right? You fucking bitch, I pursued you for 2 years, but you took the initiative to take another man to the hotel. How does it feel to be pressed under this guy? Is it very comfortable?" Zhang Yingying was stunned after hearing the hippo's obscene words, because she didn't expect the hippo's attitude to be so tough. You know, although Hippo is arrogant in school, he is always polite and respectful in front of her. This is the first time she has seen Hippo being so tough towards her. Not only was she surprised, but even Hippo's group of younger brothers were surprised. They didn't know what was wrong with Hippo today and how he dared to talk to Zhang Yingying like that. After being bumped by the hippo, Zhang Yingying's expression became even more uncertain. "Hippo, I think you'd better take back what you just said to me, otherwise." Zhang Yingying did not finish her words. Halfway through her words, she snapped her fingers. Immediately after the snap, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard at the entrance of the game hall, and then a large group of people rushed into the game hall. There was no doubt that these people were all Zhang Yingying's subordinates. Zhang Yingying brought more than 10 people with her, and Hippo had more than 10 men in the game hall. The number of people on both sides was basically the same. After Zhang Yingying's group of younger brothers came in, Hippo's group of younger brothers also quickly gathered behind Hippo. In a short while, the small game room of more than 20 square meters was filled with Zhang Yingying and Hippo's 2 groups, and the atmosphere in the game room became somewhat tense. "Hippo, what do you mean? Are you trying to fight me?" Zhang Yingying said with a hint of sarcasm. Although she didn't know why the hippopotamus had become so tough in his attitude towards her, she was not worried because she had never taken the hippopotamus seriously. She felt that even if the hippopotamus had 100 courages, he would not dare to fight with her. But the hippopotamus said, "Zhang Yingying, if you are here to take someone, you can take that person away, but if you want to fight, I, Marshujia, can play with you." Hippo's words obviously made Zhang Yingying feel a little embarrassed, because Hippo didn't look like he was afraid of her at all. Zhang Yingying hurried over after knowing that hippopotamus had found me. Plus, she thought that hippopotamus wouldn't dare to act rudely in front of her, so the people she called over were all of average skill, and some of them were girls. Zhang Yingying has been the leader for several years, and she knew that if she really fought with hippopotamus now, she might not be able to defeat them, and she would be the one who would suffer. I also thought of what Zhang Yingying had thought of. I knew Zhang Yingying's character very well. I was worried that Zhang Yingying would get into a fight with Hippo and his group on impulse. I had just realized how ruthless Hippo was, so I couldn't let Zhang Yingying and Hippo fight. I gritted my teeth and stood up from the ground, saying with difficulty, "Sister Zhang, I'm fine, take me away." I gave Zhang Yingying a way out, and she cooperated very well. But before she left, she turned around and said something harsh to Hippo. "Hippo, you can do it. We are not done with this matter today." After leaving the game hall, Zhang Yingying sent all her subordinates away and took me to the hospital. "Just now, thank you." After bandaging the wound, Zhang Yingying and I took a taxi back home. After returning home, I said to Zhang Yingying that although all the bad things that happened to me today were because of Zhang Yingying, I was still very grateful that she came to save me. Zhang Yingying snorted coldly, "You don't have to thank me. You blocked a stick for me today, I owe you a favor, I saved you just to repay the favor. Also, why did Hippo look for you? Because you took me to the hotel today." Zhang Yingying nodded after listening to it. "Why don't you want others to know about our relationship? If people in the school knew about our relationship, I think no one would dare to mess with you, right?" I smiled and said disapprovingly, "Really? It seems the hippopotamus isn't afraid of you today, is it?" When Zhang Yingying heard me mention the hippopotamus, the expression on her face immediately turned gloomy. "Hippopotamus? Who does he think he is? I don't know what's wrong with him today. He actually dared to go against me. I will let him know what the consequences are for offending me. And you can rest assured that I will also blame him for the beating you got today. I won't let you get beaten in vain." I stood up from the sofa and said to Zhang Yingying, "Don't worry about my affairs. I will avenge Hippopotamus myself. I think you should think about why Hippopotamus is against you today." I gave Zhang Yingying a piece of advice, because there must be a reason for Hippo's sudden change in attitude towards her. But after hearing what I said, Zhang Yingying acted as if she had heard a huge joke. She didn't pay any attention to my advice and said sarcastically, "You're going to seek revenge on Hippopotamus? Ha ha ha, I thought a good student like you would just endure this kind of thing, but I didn't expect you to really seek revenge. But are you kidding me? With your current status, how can you take revenge on Hippopotamus?" Listening to Zhang Yingying's laughter, I didn't answer her. Maybe I was very weak in front of her, because I always chose to give in and be tolerant to her, but the reason I did this was because she was my sister. Although I never cause trouble, I am never afraid of trouble. I will remember the beating I got from the hippopotamus today, and I will make him pay the price for what he did today. When I walked into the bedroom and turned back to close the door, I found that Zhang Yingying had actually run to the door without me noticing, and wanted to sneak into my room before I closed the door. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and didn't let her enter my room. I knew Zhang Yingying wanted to sneak into my bedroom and sleep with me at night, but after what happened last night and this morning, I became more determined in my decision. That is, you must not sleep with Zhang Yingying anymore. So I didn't waste any time talking to her. I pushed her out and closed the bedroom door. Then I heard Zhang Yingying outside angrily saying, "Yunzixiong, you don't want me to sleep with you, right? I'm telling you, one day I'll make you beg to sleep with me." The next day when I woke up, I felt like my body didn't belong to me anymore. It was difficult to move even a little while lying in bed, and every part of my skin was aching. I knew that I was seriously injured yesterday, so I called Xie Jijin and asked for leave to rest at home. As for Zhang Yingying, she left very early in the morning. I guess she was planning to gather people early and then find trouble with the hippopotamus. I know Zhang Yingying's style of doing things very well. She is the type who will take revenge if she has a grudge. She was defeated by the hippopotamus yesterday, so she will definitely go to settle the score with the hippopotamus today. Hippo's sudden change in attitude made me feel a little curious. Hippo is not an idiot. He dared to offend Zhang Yingying. In fact, there can only be one reason, that is, he has the strength to fight against Zhang Yingying. This is very strange, because Zhang Yingying has a strong backer in her stepfather. Although her stepfather has now started to run a formal company, he still has a group of fierce thugs under him, and he also has a high status in the underworld. Why would this hippopotamus confront Zhang Yingying? I couldn't figure it out and didn't think too much about it because it was a matter between Zhang Yingying and Hippo. I felt that I didn't have to worry because Zhang Yingying had her stepfather backing her up and nothing would happen to her. But accidents always come so suddenly. At noon, I received a call. As soon as I answered the phone, the person on the other end told me that something had happened to my parents. Chapter 12: Death of Parents. When I heard the person on the other end of the phone say that something happened to my parents, my first reaction was that it was a scam, so I hung up without saying a word. Although I didn't believe what the person on the other end of the phone said about my parents being in trouble, I still decided to call my mother to confirm it just to be on the safe side. I dialed the number, but found that my mother's phone was turned off, which gave me a vague feeling of foreboding. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Nothing can happen to them. How could anything happen to them? I reminded myself secretly in my heart and at the same time called my stepfather again. But the result was the same as my mother's. My stepfather's phone was also turned off. I was a little panicked for a moment, because I knew very well that my stepfather and mother's phones would never be turned off unless they ran out of battery. If one of their phones was turned off, then it could be a coincidence, but if both of their phones were turned off, then it definitely could not be a coincidence. Ding! Ding! At this time the phone rang again. The person who called me was the same person just now, but this time I no longer thought he was a liar like before. He told me that my parents were now in the Municipal People's Hospital and asked me to go there as soon as possible. Although my injuries were very serious, I no longer cared about them. I rushed out of the room without even having time to change my slippers and rushed to the Municipal People's Hospital. Sitting in the car, I kept praying in my heart that nothing would happen to my parents. After arriving at the hospital, I ran straight to the emergency room. And now there were 3 uniformed police officers standing outside the emergency room. The 3 policemen also noticed my arrival. The oldest middle-aged policeman walked up to me and asked, "Are you the son of Zhang Yingying and Sushio?" "Yes." "How are my stepfather and my mother? What happened to them?" I asked the middle-aged policeman anxiously. The middle-aged policeman had a serious face and was reluctant to speak, but he finally said, "Your stepfather and mother were in a car accident. Your stepfather died on the spot, and your mother is being rescued now, but the situation is not optimistic." I really wanted to stay calm, but when I learned that my stepfather had died in a car accident and my mother was in critical condition, I couldn't stay calm at all. How is it possible? How could they have a car accident? They were clearly on a business trip. How could they have a car accident? Although I know that this middle-aged policeman could not lie to me and there is no need for him to lie to me, I still don't want to accept this fact because my stepfather and mother clearly told me that they were on a business trip and would not be back for several days. Even if something happened to them, it should have happened out of town. The middle-aged policeman patted my shoulder and said, "Whether they are on a business trip or not, we haven't investigated it yet. But according to our understanding, your parents' company seems to have suffered huge losses recently and owes a lot of money. In addition, your parents have deep connections with the underworld and have offended many people. So your parents' car accident was probably deliberately caused by someone. As for the driver, we are still trying our best to find him. The company is losing money. My stepfather's construction company was obviously doing well, how could it be making a loss?" I was about to ask the police for some information, but at this moment the door of the emergency room suddenly opened, and a doctor in a white coat walked out expressionlessly. "Is the patient's family here?" "Yes. Yes. I'm here. Come in quickly. The patient has something to say," the doctor said indifferently. He was used to life and death, so all this seemed to have no effect on him at all. He could treat it calmly, but I couldn't. After hearing what he said, I realized something in my heart. The patient had something to say, which meant that the patient could not be saved. What she wanted to say might be her will. At this moment, I was a little afraid to face it, but I had to face it because this might be the last time I see my mother. I rushed into the emergency room like a mad dog. On the bed in the emergency room, my mother's face was completely bloodless, and her body was deliberately covered with a piece of white cloth. Through the white cloth, I could see a faint patch of blood red. I can even imagine the scene under the white cloth. It must have been terrifying. The mother was a woman who loved beauty very much. She asked the doctor to put a white cloth on her body. Although it was unlucky, she didn't want her son to see her like this more than this. "Mom." I walked to the bed and uttered a word with some difficulty. Looking at my mother's current appearance, I felt my heart was bleeding. I wanted to cry, but I gritted my teeth and didn't let myself cry. My mother looked at me, her mouth moving, as if she was saying something, but she was too weak and I couldn't hear what she said, so I quickly put my ear close to my mother's mouth. "Zhang, you are the only man in the family now. Take good care of your sister and yourself." The mother only said this one sentence, and after that, she never opened her mouth again. Seeing that my mother's heartbeat was no longer showing on the monitor in the emergency room, I couldn't hold back my tears. The reason why accidents are called accidents is because they always come so suddenly. It will never let you notice it. It is like a ghost. It may be nowhere to be seen 1 second but may appear in front of you the next second without giving you any time to prepare. My mother and stepfather passed away just like that. When I saw their bodies appear in front of me at the same time, I slapped myself hard, because if this was a dream, this slap could wake me up from the dream. But I know this is not a dream, this is reality, and I must face this reality. In the evening, I sat on the sofa waiting for Zhang Yingying to come back, while thinking about how to tell her about this. When the door opened, Zhang Yingying ran to the living room angrily and yelled at me, "I'm so mad. I'm really mad. Do you know how arrogant Hippo was at school today? Do you know what he said to me? He actually told me that his cousin who was a socialite told him that my dad's company had problems and owed a lot of money, and now all his men have run away. My dad has no men anymore, so he doesn't have to be afraid of me now. Do you think he's kidding? My dad's company is doing well, how could something go wrong? No. I have to call my dad and ask him to get someone to help me give the Hippo a good beating." Zhang Yingying picked up her phone as she spoke, but I walked up and snatched her phone away. "What are you doing? Hurry up and put your phone away." Zhang Yingying stopped talking halfway because she noticed that my face looked a little strange and my eyes were red. After a moment of hesitation, she asked carefully, "Is there really something wrong with the company?" I looked at her seriously and nodded at her. Something happened to the company, and my stepfather and mother also had problems. For the next few days, neither Zhang Yingying nor I went to school. After Zhang Yingying learned that her stepfather and mother were in trouble, she seemed to go crazy. She drank, smoked, cried, and yelled. She was venting herself hard, and I could only stay by her side. She can vent, but I can't, because I have to look after her and take care of her, and I have to be strong, because I am the only man in the family now. I also have a general understanding of the situation of my stepfather and mother in the past few days. The domestic economy has been in recession in recent years, especially in the construction industry. My stepfather's company project ran into problems and owed a large sum of money. They said they were going on a business trip those days, but in fact they were not, but were borrowing money everywhere. Now they are dead, and nothing is left behind except the house where Zhang Yingying and I live. As for the cause of their car accident, the police are certain that someone deliberately caused it, but they have not yet found out who the murderer is. However, they promised me that they would inform us as soon as they found the murderer. A few days later, the bodies of her stepfather and mother were cremated, but Zhang Yingying refused to go to school. The death of her stepfather and mother hurt her greatly, so I did not force her, but continued to stay at home with her and counsel her. Although, I also need others' guidance. Half a month later, Zhang Yingying finally came out of the shadow of her parents' death and agreed to go back to school with me. We returned to school, which made Hippo very excited because he had been waiting for us to return to school for a long time. Chapter 13: Hu Shayan's harsh words. When I walked into the classroom after a long absence, everyone in the class looked at me. "Sushio is back. You must have gone crazy after taking so many days off to attend classes. That would be great. I wish I could take so many days off. I could avoid doing so much homework this way." My classmates in the classroom teased me when they saw me coming back. I looked at them and smiled. "What are you playing for?" Something happened at home, so I took such a long leave. I felt very heavy-hearted when my parents passed away, but in front of others, I had to pretend that nothing had happened because I didn't want others to see how sad I was. Also, I don't think it's a good thing to show everything on your face. When I returned to my seat, I found that Wang Yendong sitting next to me and Pan Xiaohui sitting behind me were looking at me with extremely resentful eyes, which gave me goosebumps all over my body. I sat down carefully, and then asked the two of them, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" After hearing what I said, Wang Yendong said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Xiong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but where have you been these days? Why didn't you answer my calls or reply to my QQ messages? Do you know how worried Xiaohui and I have been these days?" After hearing what Wang Yendong said, Pan Xiaohui's pretty face couldn't help but blush again. She glared at Wang Yendong and said, Who is anxious? I'm not anxious." Wang Yendong saw Pan Xiaohui glaring at him, knowing that he had said something wrong again, and quickly changed his words. "Well, Xiaohui is not anxious, I am anxious. Brother Xiong, why don't you tell us what happened to you these days?" "Actually, something happened at home, but it's all over now. I'm sorry. I haven't contacted you these days, I said apologetically. During the time when my stepfather and mother passed away, I was in a very low mood, so I had no mood to use my mobile phone and forgot to contact them. Wang Yandong waved his hands and said, "Hey. What's there to be sorry about? We were just worried about you. After all, you took such a long vacation. We thought you were seriously ill. Now that we see you are fine, we are relieved." After he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Brother Xiong, do you know a girl named Hu Shayan?" Hu Shayan. When I heard Wang Yandong mention this name, I thought about it for a long time and found that I had never heard of this name before, so I shook my head and said, "I have never heard of this name, so I don't recognize it." "What's wrong?" "It's like this. This girl named Hu Shayan is a student in class 11 of grade 12. During the first few days when you asked for leave, she came to see you every day. And every time she came, she looked angry and fierce, as if she wanted to cause trouble for you. Don't you know her? A girl who wants to cause trouble for me." Wang Yandong's words reminded me of someone, so I asked again, "What does that girl look like?" The girl was about 160 centimeters tall, had bangs, and looked impetuous. She was quite pretty, Wang Yandong recalled. After listening to Wang Yandong's description, I finally understood and knew who the girl was who was looking for me. If I guessed correctly, the girl looking for me should be the playful girl I met in the office that day. After all, I pinched her butt in desperation last time, so it was normal for her to come to my house to settle the score. However, I didn't expect that the girl's name was actually Hu Shayan. It's really unsophisticated when I think about it. "Yunzixiong, did you provoke anyone?" Pan Xiaohui, who was sitting in the back, asked in a low voice, as if she was very concerned about this matter. I waved my hands and said, "That's not true. I only met her once or twice, and there was a little misunderstanding. We don't need to worry about her." Although I said it was okay, I still had some concerns in my heart. Although Hu Shayan and I had only met once or twice, I was sure that this girl was a straightforward person and would definitely do things in a rush. With her personality, if she really wanted to make trouble for me because I pinched her butt, I would really have a headache. However, when I heard from Wang Yandong that Hu Shayan hadn't come to see me in the past few days, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it had been so long since this happened, and Hu Shayan's anger might have subsided, so the matter was probably over. But things won't be as easy as I thought. After school at noon, Wang Yandong, Pan Xiaohui and I went to the cafeteria to eat. When we were halfway through eating, someone suddenly sat down at the seat next to me. There is nothing strange about this because there are not many seats in the school cafeteria, so it is normal for someone who doesn't know you to sit next to you while eating. I didn't care who was sitting next to me and just focused on eating. But gradually I felt that something seemed to be wrong, because I found that Wang Yandong and Pan Xiaohui sitting opposite me didn't seem to have moved their chopsticks. I looked up at Pan Xiaohui and Wang Yandong opposite me curiously. I noticed that the expressions on these two people's faces were a little strange at this moment, and their eyes seemed to be focused on the seat next to me. "What are you doing?" I said to the two of them with a smile, and at the same time followed their gaze to the seat next to me. I saw a girl with bangs sitting next to me, and when I saw the girl's face clearly, I couldn't help but shudder, because this girl turned out to be Hu Shayan. Hu Shayan stared at me with her beautiful eyes wide open, and said word by word, "Long time no see." I saw her gritting her teeth and looked at her warily. "Well, what are you going to do? Your name is Yunzixiong, right? I'm glad to meet you after so many days. Don't worry, this is a place for us to eat. I won't do anything to you. But I want to tell you that the matter between you and me is not over yet." After saying these harsh words, Hu Shayan got up and left, which was in line with her impetuous personality. Watching her leave, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was really afraid that she would tell everyone that I pinched her butt. As for her threats, I don't care, because even if Hu Shayan is making trouble, she can't make as much trouble as Zhang Yingying, right? I'm not afraid of Zhang Yingying, so how can I be afraid of her? What grudge does Yunzixiong have against you? From the way she acted just now, it seems like she has some deep hatred against you. You'd better be careful in the future. Pan Xiaohui couldn't help but remind her. Wang Yandong said disapprovingly, "Xiaohui, what are you worried about? What's there to be afraid of about a girl?" Pan Xiaohui glared at him again. "What do you know, you big fool? Girls nowadays are not like before. Many girls are wild. Look at Zhang Yingying, a senior in our school. Isn't she a girl? Isn't she still the boss in the school? And didn't she cause trouble for you? After being exposed by Pan Xiaohui, Wang Yandong scratched his head in embarrassment. Xiaohui, why are you talking about something else? But I heard from the class that Zhang Yingying hasn't come to class for a while. It seems that something happened. During the time when she was not in class, the hippo class in the senior year was quite active, clamoring to replace Zhang Yingying. They even said that they would let her give up her position as the leader when Zhang Yingying returned to school. I don't know what these people are thinking. What's the point of fighting every day? Can't we talk things out calmly? Hippo said he wanted to replace Zhang Yingying. When I heard Wang Yandong say this, I quickly asked, who told you about this? Wang Yandong looked at me anxiously and replied in confusion, I heard what Lu Yi and the others in our class said. Is there anything wrong? It's okay. I'm full and will go back to the classroom first. I nodded as if nothing had happened, and then walked out of the cafeteria under the puzzled gazes of Wang Yandong and Pan Xiaohui. After leaving the cafeteria, I didn't rush back to the classroom, but went to the school basketball court. In every class in the school, there are few naughty and bad students. Our class also has a few bad students, and the Lu Yi mentioned by Wang Yandong is the leader of the bad students in our class. The reason why I went to the basketball court was because I knew that this guy would not rush to eat after school at noon every day. Instead, he would go to the basketball court to play basketball first, and then go to the cafeteria to eat instant noodles when he had class in the afternoon. The reason why he chose to eat instant noodles was because he wanted to save money to buy cigarettes. This Lu Yi may be a bad student in the eyes of the teacher, but I actually think this guy is pretty good, because he never bullies classmates in class, and he is always righteous. I have a good relationship with him, and I went to find him to ask him what happened in the school during the time I was on leave. What exactly is this hippo doing? When I walked outside the basketball court, I heard a lot of noise inside the court. Among the noise, I vaguely heard a few voices that were a bit similar to those of several classmates in our class. So I rushed into the basketball court and found that Lu Yi and a few boys from our class who followed him were surrounded in a corner by a large group of people. Among the group of people surrounding them, there were a few who looked very familiar to me, because they were among the group of people who besieged me in the game hall that day. It was obvious that the people who came to find Lu Yi were all Hippo's men. Why did Hippo's men come to find Lu Yi? Chapter 14 Zhang Yingying's Pajamas. There were a total of 5 people on Lu Yi's side, and there were more than a dozen people who came to find Lu Yi. In other words, in terms of numbers, Hippo's group of men has twice as many people as Lu Yi's side. I don't understand why Hippo's men would look for Lu Yi and his men, but seeing their current tit-for-tat posture, I know that Lu Yi and his men are in trouble. Normally I should go and help my classmates when they are in trouble, but I did not impulsively go forward to help Lu Yi and the others. Instead, I prepared to find a place to hide and observe the situation. The reason why I did this was not because I was timid, but because I was alone at the moment, and even if I rushed forward recklessly, I would not be able to help Lu Yi in any way. Moreover, the group of people who came to find Lu Yi were all Hippo's men, and a few of them knew me. If I rushed up recklessly, there would definitely be trouble after they recognized me. Instead of this, I might as well hide and figure out what was going on first before thinking of a solution. So I quickly hid behind a big tree next to the basketball court without being noticed. At this time, Lu Yi was frowning and said to a short, dark and fat man in Hippo's group, Cannon, what do you mean by bringing so many people to surround me? The guy called Cannon smiled when he saw Lu Yi's serious face. Lu Yi, don't be so serious. We are old acquaintances. It's rare for me to cause trouble to you, right? Lu Yi looked at him with a sizing look. If you have anything to say, just say it. You and I both hang out in school. You should know why I came to see you, right? Don't tell me you don't know what the situation is like in school right now. Hua Pao laughed and said, Zhang Yingying's father got into trouble, and no one backs her up. She is now just of ours. Although she still has some younger brothers who are willing to serve her, she is obviously on the decline. Look at our Hippo brother, he is on the rise now. In my opinion, the boss of our Darren Middle School is no longer Zhang Yingying. The real boss of our school should be Brother Hippo. You said you have a few younger brothers under you, so why are you unwilling to join Brother Hippo? With Brother Hippo, we will all be brothers in the future. Brother Hippo has nothing to say about his younger brothers. Won't you live a more comfortable life than now? The cannon was talking about spitting everywhere, and was about to blow the hippopotamus to the sky, but his bewitching words did not shake Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook his head and said firmly, "Huapao, it's true that I was a jerk in school, but I was a jerk because I didn't like studying and I didn't like being bullied. In the 2 years I was in school, when did you see me take the initiative to fight with others?" Lu Yi was a very rational person. As long as others didn't provoke him, he would never take the initiative to stir up trouble. Huapao didn't know how to answer Lu Yi's question and could only choose to remain silent. Seeing Huapao was silent, Lu Yi continued, "You know that I, Lu Yi, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, so I don't want to join the fight between Hippo and Zhang Yingying. We have known each other for 2 years. If you consider me a friend, then I hope you won't look for me for this matter again. Also, I don't have any younger brothers. Those who follow me are my brothers and classmates. They are not my subordinates. They may not listen to us if I say anything. Lu Yi, you know we have known each other for 2 years, and we are old friends. Why don't you listen to me? I think you are becoming more and more timid. What's wrong with you joining our Hippo brother's side? Are you afraid of Zhang Yingying?" Lu Yi smiled meaningfully. "Canon, don't think I'm stupid. Hippo has been hyping himself up recently, making everyone in the school think that Zhang Yingying is no longer good and is going to be the boss. This may fool those who don't understand the situation, but it can't fool me. Everyone knows that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Zhang Yingying is so snobbish now, she has been the leader of our Darren Middle School for more than 2 years. Hippo seems to be very arrogant during this period. He says that he doesn't care about Zhang Yingying, but in fact, he is still inferior to Zhang Yingying. Hippo is now looking for idle hooligans like me everywhere. He just wants to use us as his cannon fodder. Others are stupid, but I am not. Even if you tell me to the sky, I will not go." I hid behind a tree. After listening to what Lu Yi said, I couldn't help but look at this guy Lu Yi with a new respect, because every word he said made sense, and from his analysis and judgment, I could see that he was a very opinionated person. At the same time, I can also conclude that Hippo's men will not do anything to Lu Yi, because according to Lu Yi, Hippo is in need of people now. Although a small shrimp like Lu Yi is nothing to him, Hippo will definitely not make things difficult for them for the time being, because if the relationship between the two sides becomes too stiff, Lu Yi might defect to Xie Yingying, which would be counterproductive. Sure enough, seeing that Lu Yi's position was so firm, Huapao didn't he say anything more. After a few polite words, he left with a group of people. After Huapao and the group of people left, Lu Yi squinted his eyes and looked at me. "Sushio, come out. I saw you when you came over just now." I felt a little surprised to be discovered by Lu Yi, because I felt that I was hiding very secretly and I didn't expect that he would find me. Since I was discovered, there was no need for me to hide anymore and I just walked out openly. Lu Yi smiled at me and said, "Looking for me? Is there something wrong? I want to ask you something. Is it convenient now?" When I went to the cafeteria with Lu Yi, there was no one there. Lu Yi asked me to find a seat and sit down while he went to make some instant noodles. "Tell me. What do you want to talk to me about?" Finally, Lu Yi sat next to me, holding a bucket of pickled cabbage and beef noodles, and said to me with a smile, "I want to ask you something about hippos." I stated my purpose directly. When Lu Yi heard me say this, he was obviously stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, "How come a good student like you suddenly asks me this?" "Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to know." Lu Yi nodded. "Then what do you want to know?" "I just want you to tell me what happened in school during the time I was on leave." "During the time you were on leave, something happened to the family of Zhang Yingying, the leader of our school. You must know that Zhang Yingying's father is a gangster. When Zhang Yingying's father got into trouble, Zhang Yingying was left without a backer. I don't know where Hippo got the news of Zhang Yingying's family trouble from, and he thought this was an opportunity for him to turn things around, so he began to recruit people and publicize the matter everywhere, preparing to compete with Zhang Yingying for the position of the school leader after she returns to school. You just saw him trying to get me to join him." After listening to Lu Yi's words, I nodded secretly. I didn't expect Hippo to be so ambitious. I asked again, "Lu Yi, in your opinion, who do you think has a better chance of winning between Hippo and Zhang Yingying?" "To be honest, I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't choose to remain neutral. After all, I just rejected Hippo, which is equivalent to offending him. But judging from the situation on both sides, no matter who wins or loses, both sides will be greatly hurt. I think it would be best if there is no conflict. Lu Yi gave his answer, and I fell into deep thought after listening to his words. After some contemplation, I made my own decision. I was going to persuade Zhang Yingying not to compete with the hippopotamus and just give the position of leader to the hippopotamus. What Lu Yi said just now was right. No matter who wins or loses between Hippo and Zhang Yingying, they will both suffer certain injuries. I have experienced the ruthlessness of Hippo, and I am a little worried that Zhang Yingying will become his enemy and something unexpected will happen. I am not a timid person, but when it comes to Zhang Yingying, I always choose to be conservative and give in, because I am too afraid that something might happen to Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying is a girl after all. She used to have the support of her parents, so even if she did something wrong, there would be people to cover up for her. But now she doesn't have her parents' support, so I must teach her to be tolerant. Otherwise, if she still acts like before, something will easily get into trouble. I can't let anything happen to her because my mother told me to take good care of Zhang Yingying before she died. Besides, Zhang Yingying is my only relative now. Although we are not related by blood, we have lived together for so many years. Even if she is unreasonable to me, I still regard her as my relative in my heart. If anything happens to her, I will be completely left without any relatives. I don't want to be alone. In the evening, after Zhang Yingying came home, I told her that I had something to tell her. Zhang Yingying didn't say anything, but asked me to wait for her in the living room. She wanted to take a shower first, and I would tell her anything after she finished her shower. I nodded in agreement and waited in the living room for about half an hour before Zhang Yingying came out of the bathroom. And when she walked out, I was dumbfounded, because I found that Zhang Yingying actually walked out of the bathroom wearing an extremely transparent black sexy pajamas. Chapter 15: The Beginning of No Return. Zhang Yingying has a great figure. She is 1.65 meters tall, with all the curves in the right places and a pair of particularly attractive slender legs. So she looks good in any type of clothes as long as they are the right size. She usually wears stockings and short skirts, which gives people a sexy feeling. Many boys will get excited when they see her for the first time. Some guys with poor self-control will even have nosebleeds after seeing Zhang Yingying. Not to mention ordinary people, even I, who have lived with her for so many years, can still vaguely feel the seductive scent emanating from her when I see her wearing stockings and a short skirt. A girl like her with a pretty face and a good figure is already very sexy when she wears stockings and a short skirt. The black seductive pajamas she is wearing now are many times more sexy than the stockings and short skirt she usually wears. I don't know where Zhang Yingying got this set of pajamas. This set of pajamas is basically completely transparent, and Zhang Yingying's red lace underwear is clearly visible inside the pajamas. It can be said that the effect of Zhang Yingying wearing this set of pajamas is basically the same as not wearing it. Zhang Yingying walked towards the living room with her hips twisted, while I swallowed my saliva and looked away from her. This was not the first or second time that Zhang Yingying had deliberately seduced me. I knew she was trying to seduce me again when she wore this outfit. I had to admit that my self-control over Zhang Yingying was getting worse and worse. After all, we were of different ages and had different views on certain things. At my age now, I actually really want to experience what it's like to have sex between a man and a woman, but it's absolutely impossible for me to do that with Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying walked over to me and sat down next to me. She wiped her hair with a towel and said to me, "What did you want to tell me just now?" After Zhang Yingying finished her shower, her face was slightly red, and she looked better than usual. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva when I saw her appearance at this time, and then I answered, "Oh. It's like this, I want to discuss something with you." If you want to discuss something with me, then you have to help me blow dry my hair first. When Zhang Yingying heard that I wanted to discuss something with her, she started to talk to me about her conditions. "Hasn't your hair already been dried? Why are you still blowing it? You're not going to brag, right? Then there's no need to discuss this matter." Zhang Yingying saw that I was going to refuse, and was about to get up and go back to the bedroom. I saw that she was about to leave, so I quickly agreed and said, okay. Don't leave, can't I give you a blowjob? Then let's go. Let's go to my bedroom. The hairdryer is in my bedroom. After I responded, I followed Zhang Yingying to her bedroom. When Zhang Yingying brought me to the bedroom, I felt like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, but now even if it was a tiger's mouth, I had to go in anyway. When I entered Zhang Yingying's bedroom, Zhang Yingying handed me the hairdryer and then sat down on the edge of the bed. After I plugged in the hairdryer, I walked behind Zhang Yingying and gently blew her soft hair with the hairdryer. This was actually not the first time I blew Zhang Yingying's hair, so I had some experience. Although Zhang Yingying is the boss in school, she does one thing very well, that is, she never gets a tattoo, perms or dyes her hair. Her hair has never been permed or dyed, so her hair is in good quality, black and smooth. When blow drying her hair, the wind speed should not be too strong, because if the wind is too strong, it will mess up her hair. When blow drying her hair, you must blow from top to bottom, so that the hair will be straight. I gently grabbed Zhang Yingying's hair and carefully blew dry the water stains on her hair. During this time, Zhang Yingying didn't say anything, but I could clearly feel her body trembling slightly. "Tell me. What do you want to discuss with me?" After blowing Zhang Yingying's hair dry, Zhang Yingying patted the seat next to her seductively and motioned for me to sit down. I didn't sit next to her, but sat a little further away from her, because Zhang Yingying's current outfit was too tempting, and I really didn't dare to get too close to her. "I want to discuss with you something about you and Hippo." Zhang Yingying frowned slightly when I mentioned the hippopotamus, and the seductive look on her face disappeared completely. "What about me and the hippopotamus?" "Yes. I think you could back off a bit and stop competing with Hippo for the position of school leader." "Why?" "Because I'm afraid something might happen to you." After hearing what I said, Zhang Yingying showed a charming smile on her face again, then twisted her body to sit next to me, and put one hand on my shoulder, then bent down and put her mouth close to my ear and whispered to me, "You can let me not compete with Hippo for the school leader, but from now on you must sleep with me every night, and you can't stop me from doing anything I want to do." I didn't expect Zhang Yingying to agree so easily, but the conditions for her to agree were too. Seeing that I didn't respond for a long time, Zhang Yingying smiled triumphantly and said, "It seems that you don't want to. If you don't want to, then I won't force you." "No. I agree." I would not have agreed to such conditions proposed by Zhang Yingying in the future, but she was wrong. Although Zhang Yingying's conditions were a bit excessive, for her safety, I could accept them even if they were excessive. In short, no matter what, I couldn't let anything happen to her. After hearing my agreement, Zhang Yingying was slightly stunned, but then a wicked smile appeared on her face. She walked up to me, put her hands on my shoulders, squinted her eyes and said to me charmingly, "Since you agree, I will check the goods first, do you mind?" As Zhang Yingying said this, she pushed me down on the bed, and at the same time she fell on me. After falling down, I only felt a softness and the fragrance coming from Zhang Yingying's body. After pushing me down, Zhang Yingying began to attack me skillfully. I did not resist, but let her do whatever she wanted. I am not Liu Xiaohui. Today she was wearing a very sexy pajamas, so after being teased by her, I couldn't help but become aroused and responded to her actions subconsciously. There was even a voice in my head that kept tempting me to take down Zhang Yingying. Finally, I couldn't control my desire anymore, but just when I wanted to take the initiative, Zhang Yingying suddenly stiffened and stopped moving her hands. After she stopped moving, I slowly regained consciousness and saw Zhang Yingying looking at me with frowned eyebrows. She asked, "Do you really want me to give up the position of the school leader to Hippo?" "Certainly." "I'm sorry. I can't promise you this," Zhang Yingying said as she rolled over from me. Zhang Yingying rejected me on this matter. To be honest, I was not too surprised, because Zhang Yingying is a very domineering woman. I have known her for so many years, and I have never seen her admit defeat on her own initiative. But I still did not give up, but continued to persuade. "Do you really have to muddle through? You're already in your third year of high school, and you'll graduate in half a year. Even if you become the school's leader, what good will it do? After graduation, you'll still be nothing. It seems like you have no right to control what I want to do, right? I just don't understand how my being in school has affected you. Don't think I don't know why you pretended not to know me in school. Isn't it because you think I'm embarrassing?" Zhang Yingying's expression changed immediately, and she suddenly flew into a rage after hearing what I said. "I'm telling you, the matter between Hippo and me is not over. As long as I'm still in Darren Middle School, the leader of Darren Middle School will not let anyone else take the position." Seeing that she was angry, I quickly explained, "Don't think too much, I'm just worried that something might happen to you." "Are you afraid of me getting into trouble? Do you mean that nothing will happen if I give up my position as the leader? Don't think that you know everything just because you have good grades. Things in the underworld are not as simple as you think. I have already made an appointment with Hippo. In 2 days, we will call everyone to the back of the school and put an end to the matter. Whoever has the strongest fist will be the boss. Finally, I was kicked out of the room by Zhang Yingying. Although Zhang Yingying's attitude was very firm, I became more certain of my thoughts after learning that Zhang Yingying had already made an appointment to fight with the hippopotamus. I know what a group fight is like. When the two groups get into chaos, Zhang Yingying, a girl, will definitely suffer. There is even a high possibility of an accident. After all, there have been too many incidents of school violence in the past 2 years. It is not the first or second time that students have been accidentally stabbed to death during fights. Hippo is a ruthless person, so I absolutely cannot let Zhang Yingying take risks. When a person cares too much about someone, he or she will always do some wrong things. The death of my parents made me care too much about my relatives, to the point that I lost my normal judgment and became stupid. The next day, I was possessed by a ghost and secretly found Hippo. Not only did I tell Hippo the identities of Zhang Yingying and I, but I also reached a consensus with him. That is, he and Zhang Yingying would have a fight in the back mountain 1 day later. I would prevent Zhang Yingying from coming. By then, the group on Zhang Yingying's side would be leaderless and would naturally return in defeat. The position of the school leader would naturally be his. However, as a condition, he also promised me that he would not cause trouble for Zhang Yingying in the future. On the agreed day, in order to prevent Zhang Yingying from going, I put sleeping pills in the water she drank in advance, making her fall into a deep sleep. I successfully prevented Zhang Yingying from showing up for the appointment. Just as I had imagined, because of Zhang Yingying's absence, the morale of Zhang Yingying's men dropped greatly and they returned in defeat. In the end, Hippo successfully became the leader of the school. However, making Hippo the leader of the school also became the thing I regret most in my life. I thought the matter was too simple. Who was Hippo? How could such a vicious person keep his word? How could he let Zhang Yingying and me go after he became the school's leader? In life, we are always faced with various choices. We should bear the consequences of the path we choose. This time, my wrong choice led me to a path of no return that I had never thought of before and even despised. Of course, this is all in the past. Chapter 16. Zhang Yingying was taken to the toilet. On the night that Zhang Yingying and Hippo had an appointment, I gave Zhang Yingying sleeping pills, so she didn't show up and slept until the next morning. When she woke up and saw the time on her phone and the countless missed calls and unread text messages, she went crazy and started scolding me and beating me. I didn't understand why Zhang Yingying was so excited, but I just let her do whatever she wanted. I thought I was doing the right thing and that it would keep her safe. But when I arrived at the school, I found out that I was wrong, completely wrong. High school students who hang out in school usually don't have a firm stance. They will recognize whoever is more powerful as the boss. Zhang Yingying did not show up last night, so Hippo took the opportunity to swallow up half of Zhang Yingying's subordinates. The remaining half are still loyal to Zhang Yingying and are unwilling to follow Hippo, but because Zhang Yingying broke her promise to them, they are also unwilling to follow Zhang Yingying. In the end, they chose to follow the same path as Lu Yi in our class, to live their own lives and not get involved in the affairs of the big forces in the school. Zhang Yingying became a lone commander overnight, and was also branded as a person who abandoned her brothers. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. In just one night, it seemed that everyone in our school knew that Hippo had successfully replaced Zhang Yingying, leaving her alone. During morning self-study, I could even hear my classmates discussing her. The most discussed topic is that Zhang Yingying is going to be in trouble. When she was the big sister, she offended so many people. Now she is nothing and no one has to be afraid of her, so those people will definitely go and cause trouble for Zhang Yingying. After hearing what they said, I realized the seriousness of the matter and how foolish what I had done was. After morning self-study, I was worried about Zhang Yingying, so I hurried to the door of her classroom. But I looked around the door for a long time and didn't see Zhang Yingying. At this time, a girl came out with a cup of water, so I went up to her and asked, "Senior, is Zhang Yingying from your class here?" Hey! After just one morning self-study class, so many people came to cause trouble for Zhang Yingying. The saying that when the wall falls, everyone pushes it is really true. When the girl heard that I was looking for Zhang Yingying, she quickly shook her head and muttered to herself before saying to me, "Zhang Yingying was called away by a few girls from another class. She's probably in the bathroom now." When I heard that Zhang Yingying was taken to the toilet, I secretly thought to myself that this was not good. The best place to deal with someone in school is the toilet, because there are few teachers here and it is relatively safe, so the school hooligans usually choose to beat people up in the toilet. Zhang Yingying is no longer the leader of the school. If she was taken to the toilet, something must have happened. So when I heard the girl say that Zhang Yingying was called to the toilet, I rushed directly to the girls' toilet on this floor. Sure enough, outside the girls' restroom, I saw a girl with a very arrogant expression standing at the door. If any girls wanted to enter the restroom, she would stop them and ask them to go to the restrooms on other floors. This girl was obviously taking a walk outside, and some shameful things must have happened inside the toilet. This also confirmed my belief that something had happened to Zhang Yingying in there. When I thought of Zhang Yingying being bullied, I got excited and rushed straight to the toilet door without caring whether this was a women's toilet or not. When I was about to reach the toilet door, the arrogant woman standing outside hurriedly stepped forward to block me and said fiercely, "What are you doing, you little bastard? Don't you see this is a women's toilet? Get out of here if you know what's best for you." As soon as she finished speaking, I heard a faint scream of a woman and the laughter of another group of women coming from inside the bathroom. Although the scream was very faint, I could recognize that it came from Zhang Yingying. Get lost. After hearing Zhang Yingying scream, I became even more anxious. With a low roar, I used brute force to push away the woman in front of me, and then rushed into the girls' restroom with big strides. "You'd better let me go, or I'll make you regret it. Zhang Yingying, you still think you are the school's boss? You are just a loser now. Sisters, strip this slut naked for me, and then upload the photos to the internet, so that the whole school can see what the usually high and mighty Zhang Yingying looks like when she is stripped naked." When I heard the conversation in the bathroom and saw the current situation in the bathroom, my body began to tremble with anger. Because I clearly saw that in the toilet at that time, 4 or 5 girls were forcibly stripping Zhang Yingying's clothes. They were laughing wildly while stripping Zhang Yingying's clothes, and there was a girl nearby with a mobile phone recording it all. Zhang Yingying's 2 hands were held by them. She tried hard to prevent her clothes from being stripped off, but facing the siege of 4 or 5 people, no matter how hard she resisted, it was of no use. Now Zhang Yingying's upper body had been stripped completely, but even so, those girls still had no intention of letting Zhang Yingying go and continued to pull off her skirt. I have no doubt at all about what they said just now about stripping Zhang Yingying naked and posting the photos online. Maybe this will make them look very powerful and awesome, but it will be a disaster for the girl being photographed. They would never think about how much pain their current actions will bring to others in their future lives, especially a girl like Zhang Yingying who is extremely concerned about her reputation. Stop it, all of you. At this time, I was extremely angry, my eyes turned red, and after a roar, I rushed towards the group of women with my fists raised. The group of girls were so absorbed in stripping Zhang Yingying's clothes that they didn't notice me. Only after hearing my roar did they look towards me in surprise. When they saw me with my red eyes and ferocious face, they all showed a strange expression on their faces. "Who are you? Don't you know this is the girls' room?" At this time, a guy wearing a black hat, who looked like the leader of this group of girls, saw me rushing towards them and pointed at me and yelled. But I was so angry that I ignored them. I had completely lost my mind at this moment. I felt like a mad dog. I would bite anyone who dared to bully Zhang Yingying. The person closest to me was a woman holding a mobile phone and taking pictures. I took 2 steps to the woman taking the pictures and showed no mercy to her just because she was a girl. I raised my fist and hit the girl on the head. R. The dull sound of my fist and the girl's screams were heard at the same time. Because I was too angry, I threw the punch with all my strength. The girl who was taking the photo was knocked unconscious by my punch. Although girls nowadays are much more naughty than before, they are girls after all. They are not brave enough after all. Moreover, I looked too scary at that moment. After seeing me knock the woman taking pictures unconscious with 1 punch, their faces looked a little nervous. After the woman taking the photo fainted on the ground, I regained some of my senses and realized that I had hit her too hard, but I did not regret the punch. I felt that she deserved it. I looked at the group of women who were stripping Zhang Yingying's clothes. When they saw me looking at them, their bodies trembled. It was obvious that they were frightened by my punch just now. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, we are Hippo Brothers people. The girl in the hat no longer had the arrogance she had just now, and spoke to me with a trembling voice. Hippo? When I heard that they were Hippo's men, the anger in my heart burned again. So you mean to say that Hippo asked you to cause trouble for Zhang Yingying? Yes. Yes. We are just helping Brother Hippo. It was Brother Hippo who asked us to cause trouble for Zhang Yingying and even asked us to take nude photos of her for him to see. This matter has nothing to do with us. Hippo. Fuck you, you're playing with me. Chapter 17 Game Hall, Kidnapped. After I learned that the group of girls who were causing trouble for Zhang Yingying were sent by Hippo, I didn't make things difficult for them. I just stepped on the phone that had just been used to take photos and let them leave. This group of girls were quite righteous. When they left, they helped the woman who was knocked unconscious by my punch-out. After the group of women left, I walked to Zhang Yingying worriedly. She had already put on the clothes that had been stripped off, but because of the pulling just now, she still looked a little embarrassed. Are you okay? I said it with some difficulty. I now deeply realized how big a mistake I made, and I also understood how much trouble this mistake brought to Zhang Yingying. After this happened, Zhang Yingying didn't scold me or hit me. Instead, she turned her head and looked at me expressionlessly. Her eyes were so empty, yet filled with hatred. She just glanced at me. To be honest, I really wanted her to beat me up or scold me, but she didn't do that. I could even feel that she felt it was a waste of time to even look at me. After looking at me, she turned and left the bathroom like a zombie. I know that Zhang Yingying has a very strong personality. Looking at her current state, I was afraid that she would not be able to accept such a blow and would do something out of line. So when I saw Zhang Yingying leaving, I hurriedly followed her out. But Zhang Yingying didn't do anything after coming out of the toilet, but went straight back to the classroom. I stood at the door of the classroom, looking at Zhang Yingying, who was sitting in the last row with a blank expression and not saying a word. I suddenly felt a little distressed, but more of it was self-blame. I blame myself for being too impulsive. I knew clearly that people like Hippo could not be trusted, but I still went to find him. I didn't expect Hippo to be so shameless. He just succeeded in getting promoted last night, but this morning he couldn't wait to find trouble with Zhang Yingying and add insult to injury. He completely forgot his promise to me. This guy is a fucking scumbag. I wanted to find the Hippo, but I gave up. I was stupid once, and I won't be stupid a second time. I know that even if I go to find the Hippo now, I can't change anything. Some things cannot be undone once they have happened. If you want to reason with someone like Hippo, there is only one way, and that is to stand at the same height as him, or at a higher height than him. Only now do I realize how insignificant I was. I used to think that violence could not solve problems and that the best way to solve problems was to rely on the brain, so I always looked down on those scoundrels and studied hard. But I only now realize that there is nothing absolute in the world. Some problems can be solved with the brain, while some problems must be solved with fists. The people I once looked down upon are now stepping on my head, and I can't do anything about it. I know that I can't do anything about the Hippo now. The only thing I can do now is to protect Zhang Yingying and use all means to protect Zhang Yingying. As for the hippopotamus, I will definitely find a way to make him pay the price. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the bell for class suddenly rang. I looked at Zhang Yingying again and found that there was nothing wrong with her, so I returned to the classroom with peace of mind. But I lost my concentration in class. Maybe it was because I was too obvious. Even Wang Yendong noticed my abnormality. While the teacher was writing on the blackboard, he asked in a low voice, "Brother Xiong, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so absent-minded?" "I'm fine." "Impossible. Don't think I'm stupid and don't know anything. You must be in trouble." "Dongzi, I'm really fine, just listen to the class." I gave Wang Yendong an ugly smile, and then ignored him. When Wang Yendong saw me like this, he didn't say anything. He looked at me worriedly and then shifted his gaze back to the blackboard. Throughout the morning, as soon as the get out of class was over, I would run to Zhang Yingying's classroom and secretly see if Zhang Yingying was okay. However, every time I went there, Zhang Yingying would just sit stupidly in the last row, not saying a word, with no expression on her face. During lunch, I did not eat with Wang Yendong and Pan Xiaohui, but continued to follow Zhang Yingying, because Zhang Yingying's current situation made me feel very bad. I used to hope that Zhang Yingying could become a quiet girl, but now Zhang Yingying is not only quiet, but also scary in her quietness. I really hope that Zhang Yingying can become the girl she used to be. So, after every class, I would go to see how Zhang Yingying was doing, and every time I saw her, she looked like she had lost her soul. It was really hard to accept that Zhang Yingying had become like this overnight. But I also understand, because Zhang Yingying had just come out of the pain of her parents' death, and now she encountered such a thing. Overnight, she was turned from a high-ranking leader into a soft persimmon that everyone could bully. She was despised by her former subordinates and bullied by her former opponents. If such a thing happened to anyone, it would be unacceptable. The more she did this, the more guilty I felt, and the more I hated the hippo. In our school, we basically eat lunch and dinner in the school cafeteria, because the school does not allow students to go out after school in the morning and afternoon. After school in the afternoon, I still didn't go out to eat with Wang Yandong and Pan Xiaohui. Wang Yandong and Pan Xiaohui both noticed that something was wrong with me, but didn't say anything. I followed Zhang Yingying to the cafeteria. After finishing my meal and seeing Zhang Yingying return to the classroom with my own eyes, I walked towards my own classroom with peace of mind. But when I walked to the classroom door, I found a pretty girl who was not from our class sneaking out of our classroom. When I saw this girl, I couldn't help but frown, because this girl was Hu Shayan. At this time, Hu Shayan also saw me. She snorted at me and walked past me with a look of disdain. After school in the afternoon, most of the students were eating outside, and there were few people in all the classrooms. I knew without thinking that there must be something fishy about Hu Shayan entering our classroom, so after I returned to my seat, I checked all the tables, chairs and benches to see if Hu Shayan had done anything with them, but I found that there was nothing unusual. Although I felt strange, I didn't think much about it because all my thoughts were on Zhang Yingying. I was thinking about what I could do to make up for my mistake and make Zhang Yingying return to her previous state, but after thinking about it, I found that I had no way. What I am most worried about now is that Hippo will cause trouble for Zhang Yingying. Finally, I felt a little thirsty, so I took out the cup of water from the cabinet and drank a sip of water. But after I swallowed the water in my mouth, I suddenly found that the water tasted a little strange. For a moment, I thought of Hu Shayan's daughter who had just entered the classroom. Oh no! There's something wrong with this water. But it was too late for me to realize there was something wrong with the water because I had already drunk it. Not long after I drank the water, I felt my stomach churning. This girl Hu Shayan actually put laxatives in the water. I basically spent the next 3 evening study sessions in the bathroom. Finally, the school bell rang, and I was still squatting in the toilet. When I finished solving my personal problems and rushed to Zhang Yingying's classroom, there was no one in Zhang Yingying's classroom. This woman Hu Shayan is simply my nemesis. Whenever I meet her, nothing good will happen. After cursing in my heart, I rushed out of the school quickly. It was not long after school, and if I chased after her now, maybe I could find Zhang Yingying. But along the way, I didn't see any trace of Zhang Yingying. I called her, but no one answered. I searched all the way back home, hoping that Zhang Yingying had already returned home, but after opening the door, I found that Zhang Yingying was not at home at all. I don't know why, but I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. The last time I had this feeling was the day my stepfather and mother had an accident. Something might have happened to Zhang Yingying. Thinking of this, I rushed out again. Before I rushed out, I took out a fruit knife from the kitchen and put it around my waist. Where will Zhang Yingying be? I was searching everywhere like a headless fly, but I couldn't find any trace of Zhang Yingying at all. I have a hunch that Zhang Yingying was most likely taken away by a hippopotamus. But where can I find a hippopotamus? Game hall, yes, it's a game hall. I thought of the game hall where I was beaten by the hippopotamus that day. That should be the hippopotamus base, and that's where the hippopotamus is most likely to be. Thinking of this, I rushed towards the game hall like a madman. When I rushed out of the game room panting, I found that the roller shutter door was half pulled down. Without thinking much, I walked forward and pulled open the roller shutter door. I think I will never forget the scene that appeared before my eyes after I opened the rolling door. There is Zhang Yingying in this picture. She is tied up with ropes and cannot move. There are men all around her. Those men are looking at her with lustful eyes. The most important thing is, the men were all naked. Chapter 18. I, Yunzixiong, will not give in anymore. I want to become stronger. Looking at Zhang Yingying, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, crying helplessly, and looking at Hippo and his group of naked men with their dirty things exposed, extreme anger filled every cell in my body. The group of hippos in the game hall also noticed my arrival, and looked at me with mocking eyes at the same time, because in their eyes, I was a weakling. The hippopotamus was naked and trembling with fat all over his body, which looked extremely disgusting. However, he did not think that there was anything indecent about being naked like this. Instead, he turned his body towards me and said with a smile, "Hey! Look! Look who's here? Isn't this the hero who caused Zhang Yingying to become what she is now? At first I thought you were joking when you said you were Zhang Yingying's brother, but I didn't expect that you, an idiot, are really Zhang Yingying's brother. You caused your sister to become what she is now. You are really a competent brother. Hippo, are you still a human? You clearly promised me that you would not cause trouble for Zhang Yingying and me. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" After hearing what I said, the hippopotamus burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. "My conscience has been eaten by a dog. What can you do to me? Idiot, look at what you have done to your sister now. But don't worry, since you foolishly helped me, I won't make things difficult for you. You'd better get out of here. A good student like you should be doing your homework at home now. As for Zhang Yingying, you don't have to worry about her. My brothers and I will make sure she is satisfied later. Hippo, you bastard. I want your life." Seeing Zhang Yingying like that, I was already burning with rage. After hearing what the hippo said, I was so angry that I lost my mind. After a roar, I raised my fist and rushed towards the hippo. Now, I just want to cut this hippo into pieces. But what I am doing now is undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. Hippo and his group of men are no better than the girls who bullied Zhang Yingying in the toilet this morning. These guys have been in school for a long time and have much more experience in fighting than me. Before I could even get to Hippo, I was already forcibly pinned to the ground by a group of his men. After I was pushed to the ground, the hippopotamus walked up to me with a sneer on his face, and then stepped on my forehead. "Boy, I told you to get out, but you didn't want to. Fine, then I'll let you see with your own eyes how your sister was toyed with by us." After saying this, Hippo turned around and walked towards Zhang Yingying in an obscene manner. Zhang Yingying also realized the danger and widened her eyes, screaming in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? Don't come over here." At this moment, Zhang Yingying had completely lost her usual domineering look. She was now so helpless. Her eyes were full of fear and the tears on her face were enough to prove how scared she was at this moment. But how could this beast, the hippopotamus, let her go? It rushed forward and roughly grabbed Zhang Yingying's collar. "Let her go!" I roared and struggled madly, but my roars and struggles had no effect on them at all. A hiss sound was heard instantly, and Zhang Yingying's white short-sleeved t-shirt was torn off by the hippopotamus. In an instant, Zhang Yingying's fair and tender skin was exposed to the air. Zhang Yingying screamed, her voice full of despair, but the more she screamed, the more excited the hippopotamus became. He actually pressed his bloated body on Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying might have been frightened and fainted after the hippopotamus pressed her on him. When the hippo's little brothers saw the hippo pressing on Zhang Yingying, they all shouted excitedly, because they knew that after the hippo had enjoyed himself, it would be their turn. "No, I can't let Zhang Yingying be hurt by the hippopotamus, I can't." Knife. I suddenly remembered that I had a knife on my waist when I just went out. After seeing Zhang Yingying fainted, I felt my body boiling and roaring. Zhang Yingying is my only relative, and I will not allow anyone to touch her. I don't know where I got the strength from, but after a loud scream, I actually broke free from the guy who was pressing me to the ground. The guy who was holding me down didn't expect that I would have so much strength. After I broke free, he pounced on me again. But what he didn't realize was that I had already pulled out the fruit knife from my waist. I had completely lost my mind and didn't think much about it. I just swung my hand and stabbed the fruit knife directly into the lower abdomen of the guy who pounced on me. "Arr!" The guy screamed and fell to the ground in pain, holding the place where I stabbed him. Everyone present noticed that something was wrong on our side and turned their attention to us. When they saw that I actually stabbed the guy who had just pinned me to the ground, they were all dumbfounded. After all, they were just gangsters in the school. They might have used knives before, but they had never stabbed anyone with a knife, so they were all frightened by my stabbing, because everyone knows that being stabbed could result in death. Looking at the guy who fell to the ground after being stabbed by me, I was not afraid at all. Others may not know, but I know that the stab I just made was not fatal. Looking at the terrified expressions of the people around me, I suddenly felt that I seemed to enjoy this feeling, and an invisible hideous smile appeared on my face. I never thought that I would be so horrified. Perhaps there is a violent heart hidden in my heart, but I have never discovered it. When the people present saw the hideous and terrifying smile on my face, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They all stood there in a daze. While they were stunned, I took advantage of the moment and rushed to the hippopotamus with a knife in my hand and red eyes. With a sudden kick, I kicked the hippopotamus, who was still in a daze and was pressing on Zhang Yingying, off her body. By the time the hippopotamus reacted, the bloody fruit knife in my hand was already on his bloated and fat neck. What are you going to do? I tell you, everyone around here is my people, you'd better not mess around, otherwise you and Zhang Yingying will be dead today. Hippo is worthy of being the boss, the knife is already on my neck, but he didn't forget to threaten me. Snap. But I didn't pay attention to his threat. I put the knife on his neck with one hand and slapped him in the face with the other hand. You little bastard, let go of Hippo. When Hippo's men saw me doing this, they exclaimed loudly and then came forward one after another. Whoever takes another step forward will be killed. I saw a group of people trying to move forward, so I exerted force with the hand holding the fruit knife, and saw the fruit knife leaving a deep blood mark on the hippo's neck. The hippopotamus probably felt the pain in his neck and shouted loudly, "Don't move. Do you want me to die?" After the hippopotamus's loud shout, all the younger brothers stopped and stood still, not daring to move. Seeing that the hippo's little brother stopped walking, I turned my gaze to the hippo again. My cold gaze made Hippo tremble uncontrollably. He was obviously a little scared, but in order to save his elder brother's reputation, he still had no intention of giving in. Instead, he said arrogantly, "Yunzishiong, I'm warning you again, put down the knife in your hand, I promise you that I will not look for you and Zhang Yingying in the future." Bang! Before the hippo could finish his words, I slapped him in the face again. After being slapped by me again, the hippopotamus looked angry and opened his mouth to say something harsh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, I slapped him in the face again. I really enjoyed the feeling of slapping people like this, so I seemed to be addicted to it, and slapped the hippo on the face one after another. At first I used my hands, but later I felt that the slaps were not strong enough, so I just clenched my hands into fists. 1 punch. 2 punches. I forgot how many punches I threw. I only saw that the hippo's face had turned into a bloody mess, with tears, snot and blood mixed together. He began to cry and beg for mercy, but I ignored him and continued to swing my fists. Even when he fainted in the end, I still didn't stop. I have been so depressed these days. My parents passed away suddenly. I was obviously very sad, but I had to put on a smile and comfort Zhang Yingying. The murderer who killed my parents is still unknown. Now Hippo is here to stir up trouble again. I have obviously given in enough, but he still wants to push Zhang Yingying and me into a desperate situation. I want to vent. I don't want to give in anymore. I won't be weak anymore. I won't let anyone bully or hurt Zhang Yingying. I want to become stronger. I want everyone to know that I, Yunzishiong, am not a pushover. Whoever dares to mess with me, I will make him live in unrest. Whoever becomes my enemy, I will fight to the death. I myself could not see my own hideous appearance at this moment, but Hippo's group of little brothers saw it clearly. In their eyes, I was a madman and a devil. "Stop it now, someone will die if you continue like this. Please, stop hitting me." The Hippo's group of little brothers begged me one after another, because they all knew that if I continued to beat the hippo like this, the hippo might die. If the hippo died, not only would I be doomed, but they would be too. The hippo's group of little brothers were really scared now. After a crazy outburst, I gradually regained consciousness. I also knew that if I continued to hit the hippopotamus like this, the hippopotamus might really be killed by me. And the guy I just stabbed, although the stab was not enough to put his life in danger, if he was not sent to the hospital, he would probably be in danger due to excessive blood loss, so I stopped what I was doing. Seeing that I stopped, the group of hippopotamus younger brothers present breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still frightened of me and still stood there, not daring to move. I glanced at each of them, then walked straight to Zhang Yingying, who was still unconscious, untied the ropes tied around her, took off my t-shirt and put it on her, then picked her up. Looking at the tear marks on Zhang Yingying's face that had not yet dried, I felt a little distressed. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you again. I promise." I said this to Zhang Yingying, who was in a coma at the time, but what I didn't notice was that after I said this, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yingying's mouth which I didn't notice. I carried the unconscious Zhang Yingying back home and carefully placed her on the bed in the bedroom. I originally wanted to stay with her, but I was covered in sweat and my hands were covered in blood, so I decided to take a shower first. I took off all my clothes and stood under the shower, the hot water splashing on my body, and what happened tonight came to my mind again. What happened today, I don't think it will end like this. The hippopotamus was almost beaten to death by me. He will definitely come to settle the score with me and Zhang Yingying in the future. And now, what I want most is to make myself stronger. That's right, I want to become stronger. Because my wrong decision caused Zhang Yingying to lose something that originally belonged to her, then I have the responsibility to take back what Zhang Yingying is going to lose. As for Hippo, I will make him lose everything he has now, and I will make him regret what he did today. Wow. Just as I was thinking about what my future path should be, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. After the door was opened, I saw Zhang Yingying standing outside, staring at me. Zhang Yingying, what are you doing? Close the door quickly. I didn't expect Zhang Yingying to wake up so quickly, and I didn't expect Zhang Yingying to push open the bathroom door so suddenly. I yelled at her in surprise, and at the same time blocked the key parts of my body with my hands. But Zhang Yingying seemed not to hear what I said. Not only did she not close the door, she also boldly walked into the bathroom. Zhang Yingying pressed forward step by step, and she pushed me directly into the corner. Then she stood there motionless, looking at me, letting the water from the shower head hit her body and soak her clothes. I looked at Zhang Yingying standing there motionless, thinking that she was a little confused due to the shock just now, so I asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you a little confused now?" "I'm fine. I'm more awake than ever. I want you." As Zhang Yingying spoke, before I could even react to what was happening, she put her arms around my neck, stood on tiptoes, and gently pressed her pink lips against mine. Chapter 19 My Initiative. Zhang Yingying suddenly kissed me, and her action caught me off guard. Moreover, her kiss this time was not as overbearing and unreasonable as before. On the contrary, her kiss was not only not overbearing but also exceptionally gentle, just like when an ignorant girl was in love and took the initiative and shyly kissed the boy she liked. I could clearly feel that there was a different feeling mixed in Zhang Yingying's kiss this time. I couldn't tell what this feeling was, but I could feel its presence. When Zhang Yingying suddenly kissed me, I wanted to push her away to stop her, but my hands were blocking important parts of my body and I couldn't free them for a while. So facing Zhang Yingying's kiss, I was completely powerless and could only pray that she would not take this opportunity to do anything to me. But this time Zhang Yingying didn't do anything reckless. Her hands and body didn't move. She just simply put her lips on mine and closed her eyes as if she was enjoying the wonderful feeling like a sweet lover's kiss. She didn't do anything to me except kissing me, but I slowly felt myself getting a little excited. Zhang Yingying is a beautiful girl. As a normal adolescent boy, how could I not be excited when being kissed by such a beautiful girl? I was very clear about the relationship between Zhang Yingying and I didn't know what shouldn't happen between us, but my consciousness gradually became a little fuzzy, and finally my head was blank. Because I was taking a shower, I had nothing on. Although Zhang Yingying was wearing clothes, summer clothes are very thin. In addition, Zhang Yingying's clothes had already been wet by the water. They stuck to her body, making it almost the same as if she was not wearing any clothes. I don't know when, but we hugged each other. We could feel each other's warmth, and I even forgot the usual constraints and rules for a moment. After some tossing and turning, Zhang Yingying and I had reached the final crucial step between men and women. At this moment, I had completely lost my usual sobriety and rationality, and all I had was the desire for sex. But just when I was about to go straight to the last step, Zhang Yingying suddenly blocked me and whispered in my ear, "My dear brother, you are going to commit a foul." After Zhang Yingying finished speaking, before I could react, she slipped out of my arms like a loach, and ran out of the bathroom after letting out a string of silver bell-like laughter. Zhang Yingying just rushed in inexplicably, and now ran away inexplicably, leaving me with a confused look on my face. For a moment, I didn't understand what was going on. However, after Zhang Yingying left, I quickly came to my senses and couldn't help but shake my head secretly. When it comes to matters between men and women, Zhang Yingying seems to be more impulsive than anyone else, but she is calm at the critical moment. I usually seem to be calmer than anyone else, but I lose my reason at the critical moment. I feel somewhat fortunate that the relationship with Zhang Yingying did not proceed to the final step, but at the same time I also feel a little disappointed. In fact, I still don't know what kind of feelings I have for Zhang Yingying. After taking a shower and walking out of the bathroom, Zhang Yingying had already changed into clean clothes and was sitting on the sofa watching TV leisurely. Logically, after suffering so many blows, Zhang Yingying's temperament should have changed drastically, and she should be as distraught as she was in the morning. But at this moment she seemed to have returned to her previous state, as if nothing had happened. I even felt that she didn't seem to remember what had just happened in the bathroom. She seemed like she had lost her soul during the day, and after being almost insulted by the hippopotamus just now, I don't know how she recovered. But seeing that she could return to her previous state, I was relieved, because her appearance during the day was so pitiful, and I will never forget that look in her eyes. I really don't want to see her like that again. It seems that Zhang Yingying is not as fragile as I thought. Sorry. I walked into the living room and said to her apologetically. I said sorry to her, not only for my impulsive behavior in the bathroom, but also for my wrong choices that led to her being like this. Of course, I didn't feel embarrassed about the fact that Zhang Yingying and I almost had sex in the bathroom just now. I don't know why. I think it might be because she and I are too familiar with each other, and such unintentional and ambiguous things have happened too many times. It's just that this is the first time that we have reached the last step and almost crossed the line like today. Zhang Yingying turned her head and looked at me. You really should apologize, because you almost did something worse than an animal to your sister just now. Although I wouldn't have lost my mind if Zhang Yingying hadn't suddenly rushed in when I was taking a shower, I almost made a mistake, so I felt a little embarrassed when Zhang Yingying blamed me, so I explained in a flustered manner, just now I was too excited, I really didn't mean it. After seeing my embarrassing state, Zhang Yingying smiled slightly and said to herself. Silly boy, my body is always for you. As long as you want it, I can give it to you anytime and anywhere. But now is not the right time, because I always take the initiative. I want to wait until one day you take the initiative, then I will give you everything I have. Zhang Yingying said this to me, but because her voice was too soft, I didn't hear a word, so I asked, what did you say just now? But Zhang Yingying shook her head and said, nothing. I mean your performance today impressed me. Performance? What kind of performance can I have? If it weren't for me, Hippo wouldn't have become the leader of the school, and you wouldn't have. Before I could finish my words, Zhang Yingying interrupted me, waved her hand and said, don't say anymore, this matter is over. I didn't expect Zhang Yingying to be so open-minded, but after hearing her words, my expression became serious, and then I said firmly, no. This matter has not passed, and it will never pass. Zhang Yingying looked at me and said with a wry smile, it's a done deal. Things have become what they are now. What else can you do? I want to take back what I made you lose. I won't let anyone bully us anymore. I want to become stronger. You? Forget it, a good student like you should just study hard. I shook my head. No. The hippopotamus was injured so badly by me. When he recovers, he will definitely seek revenge on us. So we have to take action now. Do you mean you want to get in too? Zhang Yingying raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. Isn't it possible? I asked back. Can you do it like this? Why can't I? Although I have never been involved in gangster affairs before, it doesn't mean that I can't do it. From today on, I, Sushio, will not only gang up on others, but I will also become a decent person. From now on, I will be the only one who bullies others, and no one else will be able to bully me. When Zhang Yingying heard what I said, a hint of excitement appeared on her face, as if she had been waiting for these words for a long time. However, she concealed the expression on her face very well, at least I didn't notice it. So what do you want to do? Hippo is now the school's boss, what can you do? Do you believe me? I asked Zhang Yingying seriously. Let her. Okay, I have a plan. As long as you listen to me, I promise to finish off the hippopotamus. What's the plan? Hippo was severely injured by me and sent to the hospital. He will definitely be receiving treatment in the hospital during this period of time. Therefore, he will not cause trouble to us during the time he is not in school. This period of time is also our best chance to turn the tables. We must seize this opportunity. Tomorrow we will. Chapter 20, The Hippopotamus and I are fighting to the death. The next day, Zhang Yingying and I went to school together. I didn't avoid anything because I had decided to stay in school, so I wasn't worried about others knowing about my relationship with Zhang Yingying. To be honest, even I didn't expect that one day I would walk the path that I once hated and despised. But think about it, who can decide what will happen in the future? When I arrived at the classroom, Wang Yandong hadn't arrived yet, but Pan Xiaohui, who was sitting in the back, had. When Pan Xiaohui saw me sitting down, she habitually poked me in the back with a pen. After I turned around, she said to me with a worried look on her face, "Zhang, I see that you seem to be worried lately. Did something happen to you?" Looking at Pan Xiaohui's worried expression, I knew she was really worried about me. It is actually a very heartwarming thing to have someone worry about you, so I smiled at Pan Xiaohui and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." When Pan Xiaohui saw that I was playing coy with her, her face suddenly darkened and she pouted unhappily, "You just lied to me. You obviously didn't want to tell me something, you don't even consider me a friend." I smiled bitterly to myself, "Friends? It's because we are friends that I don't want to tell you these things." I smiled again. "Xiaohui, don't be angry. I'm really fine. Okay. I understand." Pan Xiaohui nodded. Although she said it was okay, I knew she must be a little angry. Pan Xiaohui is a very quiet and introverted girl. I have known her for 2 years and I have rarely seen her get angry. I never thought that she would get angry over something inexplicable. She seemed a little strange today, but I couldn't tell what was strange about her. Seeing her like this, I didn't say anything. I just grinned at her and turned away, because I knew that Pan Xiaohui was a kind-hearted girl. Even if she was angry, she wouldn't be angry for too long. During the whole morning, except for going to the toilet twice, I spent the rest of the time reading in the classroom. Although I decided to hang out in school, I did not intend to give up studying. I felt that hanging out in school would not affect my studies, and being a hanger-on does not necessarily mean being a bad student. Although some things need to be decided with fists, I believe that more things need to be solved with the brain. I have taken so many days off during this period, so I want to make up for all the lessons I have missed during this period. Seeing how serious I was, Wang Yandong and Pan Xiaohui didn't disturb me until school was over at noon. "Zhang, you've been reading for such a long time, you should take a break. School is almost over, let's go eat." Pan Xiaohui was not angry with me because of what happened just now. Seeing that I had no intention of putting away the book after school, she squinted her eyes and smiled at me. After Pan Xiaohui finished speaking, Wang Yandong also echoed and said, "Brother Xiong, you said that your grades are so good and you work so hard, how do you want a poor student like me to live? Besides, no matter what, I still have to eat." I closed the book and said to them apologetically, "Well, I have something else to do later, so I won't eat with you." When Pan Xiaohui heard that I would not have dinner with them, her face, which had been fine before, suddenly turned gloomy again. "Why aren't you with us again? Tell me, why don't you want to be with that girl named Hu Shayan?" I didn't expect Pan Xiaohui to suddenly get angry, and I didn't expect her to link me with Hu Shayan. To be honest, it was the first time I saw her so excited, and I was shocked by her performance. But seeing her so excited, I quickly explained, "How is it possible? I don't know her well." "You misunderstood. Not familiar with her? Then why didn't you eat with us during this period? If you are not familiar with her, why did she come to your class yesterday afternoon to look for you? And she even went to your seat to give you something when you were not around." When I heard what Pan Xiaohui said, I was a little amused and confused. I finally understood that this was why this girl was angry. Although I didn't know what I and Hu Shayan had done to make her angry, I still smiled and said, "Xiaohui, you're overthinking it. She and I really have no relationship. If we do, it's an enemy relationship. She didn't come to give me anything yesterday. She came to mess with me on purpose. Do you know why I stayed in the toilet all night yesterday? It was because she put laxatives in my water." Seeing my serious expression, Pan Xiaohui realized that I didn't seem to be lying to her, but she still asked with some disbelief, "Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you about this?" I nodded affirmatively, then smiled and said, "I really don't know why you are so excited, little girl." After I said this, Pan Xiaohui probably realized that she had misunderstood me, and also realized her previous loss of composure. Her face turned red and she wanted to say something, but after holding it in for a long time, she didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Wang Yandong suddenly said, "The reason for the excitement is very simple, that is, some people are jealous of the wrong thing." Pan Xiaohui's face was already red, and after hearing what Wang Yandong said, her face became even redder. She glared at Wang Yandong shyly and said, You big fool, You are talking nonsense again. Watching Wang Yandoang and Pan Xiaohui play and leave the classroom, the smile on my face slowly disappeared, replaced by a serious face, because Lu Yi asked me to find him at the basketball court after school, and coincidentally, I was also about to find him. When I walked to the basketball court, Lu Yi was already sitting on a chair in the court. I walked a few steps to his side and sat down. What are you going to do about what happened yesterday? After I sat down, Lu Yi asked his question straight to the point. It was obvious that he already knew what happened yesterday. And I didn't feel surprised at all, because there were so many people in the small game hall yesterday, and the school's gangster circle was only so small. Lu Yi knew that what happened to me yesterday was not surprising. What do you think? Instead of answering his question directly, I passed the ball back to him. Lu Yi turned to look at me and said seriously, I think you should transfer Zhang Yingying to another school before Hippo returns. I know what kind of person Hippo is. He is a vengeful person. You beat him up like that yesterday. After he recovers from his injuries, he will definitely not let you go. So you should find a way to change schools as soon as possible. After hearing his words, I smiled playfully and licked my lips with my tongue. Leave? I'm not going to leave. Seeing that I was still in the mood to laugh, Lu Yi frowned and advised, Sushio, I'm not kidding you. I'm advising you like this because I treat you as my friend. Please listen to me. I know Zhang Yingying is your sister, and I also know what happened to her yesterday, but she doesn't have any men now. It's really dangerous for you and her to stay here now. I looked at him and said firmly, Lu Yi, I'm not kidding, and I won't leave. From now on, Hippo and I will fight to the death. I came to you because I have something to discuss with you. When Lu Yi heard what I said, his expression changed again, and he quickly said, You don't want me to help you, do you? I tell you, if you want to discuss this with me, I won't agree. I don't want to get into trouble. I smiled and shook my head. Unfortunately, I just want you to help me, but I think you don't have to be so hasty to refuse, because I know your current situation is not much better than mine. Hippo sent someone to invite you last time and you refused. I think he should not have forgotten this matter. Now he has become the leader of the school. You just said that he is a vindictive person. I think he will cause trouble for you when he comes back, right? My words seemed to hit Lu Yi's sore spot. After hearing what I said, he fell silent because he knew what I said was not wrong. After a long time, he finally said to me, Indeed, I'm in a dangerous situation now, but if I help you, my situation will be even more dangerous. I don't want to take the risk, and I don't have the ability to help you. I'm just a small shrimp in front of the hippopotamus. It's useless for me to help you. Sushio, listen to my advice. You'd better not have the idea of confronting the hippopotamus. You can't twist his arm. Lu Yi stopped talking halfway because he saw me take out a shiny switchblade from my trouser pocket. Lu Yi knew that I beat the hippopotamus yesterday, so he must also know that I stabbed the hippopotamus's little brother yesterday. If it were in the past, he might not be afraid when he saw me take out a knife, because in his opinion I would not dare to do anything to him, but now he has no doubt that I would do something to him with the knife. After seeing the knife in my hand, Lu Yi was frightened and said in a panic, Sushio, what are you doing? This is a school, don't mess around. We can discuss anything slowly. Seeing his panic, I fixed my eyes and raised a wicked smile. At the same time, I raised my hand holding the switchblade suddenly, and then brought it down fiercely without any hesitation. Phew! There was a sound of a knife cutting through flesh, and at the same time, a piercing pain came from my thigh. That's right, I didn't stab Lu Yi with this knife, but stabbed myself in the thigh. Chapter 21 Pan Xiaohui's parents are not at home. Lu Yi never expected that I would do such a crazy thing. He was stunned and screamed, Sushio, are you fucking crazy? What are you doing? I gritted my teeth as beads of sweat rolled down my forehead, but I forced myself to endure the pain and gave Lu Yi an ugly smile. Lu Yi, my parents passed away, and now Zhang Yingying is my only relative. I promised my mother that I would take good care of her and protect her. I have been your classmate for 2 years, and you should know who I am. I really have no other choice now, so I hope you can promise to help me, please. To be honest, I really don't want to give myself this knife. After all, I'm not a fool and I'm afraid of pain. But I know Lu Yi very well, and I know that he is a very rational person. If I just say a few dry words, he will definitely not agree to help me, so I have to give him some shocking information. If you want to survive in the world, you have to know how to make choices. There is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay for it. This is the reality. Lu Yi stared at me with his eyes fixed on me. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and said as if he had made a decision, "Madman, you are madman. Tell me. What do you want me to do?" Although Lu Yi didn't directly say that he agreed to help me, since he had already said so, it indirectly meant that he agreed. I grinned and said, "Thank you. I know you know a lot of people in school and have many channels to get information, so I want you to tell me, besides you, how many other idle snobs like you there are in the school. You want to gather them together." Lu Yi is a very smart man. He guessed my intention at once and his expression became serious again. Right. After getting my affirmative answer, Lu Yi shook his head again and again. "No, it won't work. They won't be as easy to talk to as I am. You don't have the capital to attract them to join you. I think you should just forget it. Whether it works or not is my business. You just need to tell me the classes of those people and some simple situations. I know how to do the rest. I think this is nothing to you, right? Okay, no problem." Finally, Lu Yi agreed to my request and was ready to send me to the infirmary, but I refused because I was stabbed and I was in school. What would the doctor think if I went to the infirmary? So I couldn't go to the infirmary. Fortunately, I knew a little bit about how to bandage and stop bleeding, so I found a piece of cloth, went to the bathroom, took off my pants and did a simple bandage on myself. Although my technique was not very good, it at least stopped the bleeding of the wound. Because I didn't hit too hard and didn't hurt any bones or muscles, my walking wasn't too abnormal after the bandage to stop the bleeding. I could hide the wound on my leg, but I couldn't hide the cut on my pants and the blood flowing from the wound. When I returned to the classroom, I tried my best to hide my abnormality, but Pan Xiaohui still found out. I was afraid that she would make a fuss, so I lied to her and told her that the wound was caused accidentally and it was no big deal. I asked her not to tell others as it would have a bad impact. She naively believed me and didn't say anything, but told me to go to her house with her after school in the evening, saying that she would help me bandage the wound. I know her mother is a nurse and her father is a doctor, so she must have learned some medical skills from her childhood. She should have no problem with small things like bandaging. I originally wanted to refuse. After all, I felt embarrassed to go to someone else's house so late at night, but in the end I agreed, because I knew that if I treated the wound so roughly, it would easily get infected, and I had a lot of things to do during this period of time, so I couldn't have any problems. Anyway, Pan Xiaohui's parents knew me, so there shouldn't be any problem if I just bandaged the wound. But when I followed Pan Xiaohui to her home in the evening, I found out that there was no one at her house. "Xiaohui, where are your parents?" I asked curiously while looking at the dark room after Pan Xiaohui helped me into the room. Pan Xiaohui smiled at me and explained, "Oh, my parents are on duty today and won't be back tonight." "Okay, sit down first. I'll go get the medical kit." Parents on duty. I don't know why, but after hearing Pan Xiaohui say that her parents were on duty and would not be back, my mind started to wander. After all, I was at the age of ignorant youth, and sometimes I always fantasized about what would happen with the opposite sex. Although in my opinion Pan Xiaohui and I are just friends now, I still have some little thoughts about her in my heart. After Pan Xiaohui finished speaking, she walked towards the bedroom, and I couldn't help but look at her back. Pan Xiaohui has a good figure and is very beautiful. She looks quiet and gentle, giving people the feeling of a beautiful girl from a small family. Although she is not as dazzling as Zhang Yingying, I know that there are several boys in our class who like her. Looking at her back, although she was wearing a school uniform, she still gave people a very refreshing and comfortable feeling. I really don't know what she would look like after taking off her clothes. Would she be very charming? Thinking of this, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva, and secretly cursed myself for being shameless. What am I doing? Pan Xiaohui was kind enough to bring me back for treatment, so how could I have such wild thoughts about her? How could I become so shameless? After some self-examination and correcting my thoughts, I picked up my phone and sent a text message to Zhang Yingying to tell her that I might be back late. After sending the text message, Pan Xiaohui came out with a medical kit and pretended to bandage me. But when we were about to bandage the wound, we discovered a very embarrassing problem at the same time. That is, my wound is on my thigh, which means that if I want to bandage the wound, I need to take off my pants. This was very embarrassing. Even though I still had my underwear on after taking off my pants, it still felt weird. Even though I was thick-skinned, I was still a little embarrassed, so I said, "Well, Xiaohui, I think we should just forget it. I'll bandage it myself." When Pan Xiaohui heard me say this, she frowned and said forcefully, "No. You don't know how to bandage it, let me help you. Take off your pants quickly." "But. What's the but? Come on, you are the patient now and I am the doctor. There is nothing embarrassing about a doctor treating a patient." Seeing Pan Xiaohui's determination, I finally had to take off my pants. Although Pan Xiaohui said that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, when I took off my pants, her quiet and pretty face still blushed. I also felt a little embarrassed, but as a grown man, since my pants had already been taken off, there was nothing to be shy about, so I said generously, "Let's get started." Pan Xiaohui also nodded in agreement, but her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the bulge in the middle of my grey underwear, as if she was very curious. I saw her action, but I didn't say anything. Let her look if she wants. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. Well, don't move. It might hurt a little. Pan Xiaohui said as she carefully removed the cloth tied around my leg and began to disinfect my wound with alcohol. Hiss. Under the stimulation of alcohol, I only felt a stinging pain in the wound and couldn't help but gasp. Seeing me grimacing in pain, Pan Xiaohui said, "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head slightly and blew gently on my wound. Immediately, a refreshing coolness came from the wound, making me feel particularly comfortable. When Pan Xiaohui lowered her head, her hair fell on my thighs, making me itchy. Looking at Pan Xiaohui cleaning my wound carefully and seriously, and then looking at her pretty face, an evil thought suddenly popped up in my mind. There is no boy who would not like a beautiful, quiet and well-behaved girl like Pan Xiaohui, and I am no exception. Although Pan Xiaohui and I have always been good friends, I know that she has some feelings for me. I am not a gentleman, so it is impossible for me to say that I don't have any feelings for her. Now that I am alone in a room with her, I can't help but start to have wild thoughts again, and at the same time, I started to have some embarrassing reactions. Maybe being alone with her in a room made me bolder, or maybe I had already had that intention towards Pan Xiaohui, so I didn't plan to hide anything this time. I just wanted to see how Pan Xiaohui would react after seeing my reaction. Being alone like this today is a good opportunity. Pan Xiaohui is a very nice girl and I like her very much. If possible, I would like to. My changes were not very obvious at the beginning, so Pan Xiaohui didn't notice it. But later, the changes became bigger and bigger, and Pan Xiaohui naturally noticed my changes. Her parents both studied medicine, so she understood what my reaction meant. But she pretended not to see it and continued to bandage me with a blushing face. Sometimes, if a woman doesn't refuse, it means she is rejecting. So her inaction made me even bolder, and the evil thoughts in my heart began to overcome my reason. I reached out and grabbed Pan Xiaohui's hand, then exerted force with my arm and pulled her directly into my arms. Chapter 22 Night Running Woman. R. Pan Xiaohui never thought that I would do such a thing. She screamed subconsciously and her delicate body fell into my arms. "Sushio? What are you doing?" After being pulled into my arms, Pan Xiaohui's pretty face turned as red as a peach, I don't know whether because of shyness or anger. Her shy look was particularly attractive, making people want to rush up and take a bite. I looked at her quiet and pretty face, gave her an evil smile, and then boldly put my mouth on her pink little lips. When Pan Xiaohui was kissed by me, her body trembled violently, and then she began to struggle wildly, but she was only a little girl and was not as strong as I was, so her resistance seemed to be completely ineffective. Instead, her body slowly softened under my kiss. She leaned on me and let me kiss her without struggling. She even began to respond to me awkwardly in the end. I don't know how many times Zhang Yingying has kissed me since I was a child, so my technique is already quite proficient. But I can feel that this is Pan Xiaohui's first time kissing, and she is very awkward and shy. But her green kiss can arouse my interest even more. My cooperation made me become more bold, and my hands started to move dishonestly. Pan Xiaohui was completely unable to withstand my attacks, and I finally knocked her down on the sofa in the living room. "Sushio, let me go, we can't do this." Pan Xiaohui was still resisting, and she was obviously a little anxious at this time, but I ignored her resistance and continued my actions. The school uniform pants we wore had elastic bands, so I used a little force to pull down Pan Xiaohui's pants, and then When Pan Xiaohui saw me about to take the most crucial step, her pretty face turned pale, as if she was frightened by my action. She started to yell and struggle loudly, "Sushio, get up quickly, get up quickly." But at this time I had completely lost my mind. I was anxious to end my virginity and completely forgot about Pan Xiaohui's struggle. But I have never experienced sex, so I have no experience at all. R. At this time, Pan Xiaohui screamed at the top of her lungs and bit my shoulder hard. I hadn't been shocked by Pan Xiaohui's sudden scream. At the same time, I also felt a sharp pain in my shoulder and subconsciously stood up from the sofa. After I stood up, I found that Pan Xiaohui was curled up on the sofa and crying bitterly. I slowly came to my senses amid Pan Xiaohui's crying, and then I realized that I seemed to have gone a little too far and played a little too hard. In fact, I have never thought that I would be so bold. If it were in the past, I would definitely not do such an impulsive thing. I think it is probably because my mood changed after I decided to make a living. The sudden change in my mood made me a little arrogant. In addition, after being teased by Zhang Yingying for so many years, I have actually been suppressing my feelings about matters between men and women for a long time. However, because Zhang Yingying and I are siblings, I have been enduring it. Now Pan Xiaohui is not Zhang Yingying, and I have a good impression of her, and she also has a good impression of me, so I want to take this opportunity to release myself and satisfy my own selfish desires. I thought that Pan Xiaohui was interested in me, and this should be a natural thing, and it was normal to do these things now, but I forgot that Pan Xiaohui was not that kind of promiscuous girl, and she was not my girlfriend now, so why did she do that to me? What is the difference between my forceful behavior and those of rapists? I was too impulsive just now, which made me feel very sorry for her. I'm sorry. Xiaohui, I was a little excited just now, I'm sorry. Looking at Pan Xiaohui crying, my heart was filled with self-blame and guilt. You beast, you hooligan, get out of here. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Pan Xiaohui yelled at me hysterically, and grabbed the glass on the coffee table and smashed it at me without any mercy. I was startled by her action and quickly dodged the cup she threw at me. Then I quickly apologized and said, "Xiaohui, I'm sorry. Don't get excited. Can you listen to my explanation? In fact, I have nothing to explain. I was just blinded by sperm and did something wrong. But even if there is nothing to explain, I still feel I should explain it." But Pan Xiaohui didn't even give me a chance to explain. She grabbed a fruit plate on the coffee table and threw it at me. Get out of here, get out of here. Okay. Okay, I'll go. I'll go now. Seeing Pan Xiaohui's excitement, I was also a little flustered. I knew she needed to be alone, and if I didn't leave she might become even more agitated, so I quickly put on my pants and ran out in embarrassment. After leaving Pan Xiaohui's house, my heart was filled with self-blame and worry, as well as a little bit of loss. I blame myself because I failed to control my desires and hurt Pan Xiaohui. What I am worried about is that Pan Xiaohui might become depressed and do something stupid, and I am also afraid that she will tell these things to her parents. If they call the police, I will be finished. I was disappointed because I just missed the ball. Although I know boys are very fast the first time, mine was too fast. All kinds of emotions weighed on my heart, making me feel a little breathless. I was really afraid that Pan Xiaohui would call the police. Even if what I did was not rape, it would at least be considered attempted rape. I would be sentenced to jail for doing such a thing. I am not a person who does things that I dare not take responsibility for, but I really cannot go to jail now. If I go to jail, what will happen to Zhang Yingying? And now is the best time of my life. If I go to jail now, my life will be ruined. Thinking of this, I slapped myself in the face because I felt like a complete loser. How could I dream of doing great things when I couldn't even take care of myself? How could I bring down hippopotamus? I slapped myself pretty hard and the sound was pretty loud. At that moment, a woman in a sports vest, shorts and headphones passed by me. She looked like she was going for a night run. She was startled by my sudden slap and actually stopped walking. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening and the street I was walking on was very remote and the street lights were dim, so I couldn't see what the woman looked like. I only knew that she was staring at me without blinking. I wasn't surprised that she looked at me, because if I met someone on the street who slapped himself for no reason, I would also look at him curiously, so I didn't care and walked away. But just as I was about to leave, the woman took off her headphones and suddenly said to me, "You may be young, but you have a lot of temper. But I want to remind you that it's not good to hit yourself." The woman's voice was exceptionally charming, and it seemed as if it could bewitch souls. It was the first time in my entire life that I had heard such a beautiful and charming voice. Her voice was pleasant, but I didn't like what she said. I replied unhappily, "I'm not a child. You don't have to control what I do." Because I was in a bad mood, there was a hint of anger in my tone when I spoke to her. After hearing what I said, the woman didn't say anything. She chuckled seductively twice, put on her headphones, and ran away. After the woman left, I took out my cell phone to check the time and found that it was almost 11 o'clock. I muttered to myself that women nowadays are really brave. They dare to go out for a run alone at nearly 11 o'clock. They are really not afraid of anything happening. Just as I was about to walk out of the end of the street, I suddenly heard a faint female scream coming from the other side of the street. I also recognized that the voice was obviously the voice of the woman just now. Oh my God, could something really have happened? Chapter 23, Rescue in the Alley. After hearing the screams of the woman who was jogging at night, several recent popular news stories suddenly emerged in my mind. They were about women who were jogging at night being kidnapped by obscene men, who raped them and then killed them. Could it be that this woman had met some obscene and perverted guy? Although I have no relatives or friends with this woman who was running at night, and we just met once, even if something happened to her, it has nothing to do with me. However, when encountering such a thing, I think I should go and see it for the sake of justice. Otherwise, if something really happens to her, I feel that my conscience will be condemned in the future. So without thinking too much, I rushed towards the direction where the woman was screaming. But because the distance between us was too far and her voice only appeared for a short time, I couldn't locate her accurately and could only estimate the approximate direction. This street is about 300 meters long, surrounded by green flowers, plants and trees, which are extremely lush. There are also many small alleys branching out from this street. I don't know if I heard it wrong or if she was taken by the bad guys to a place I didn't see. Anyway, I didn't see the woman who was running at night at all as I walked along, and I didn't even see her shadow. Hello? Is anyone there? Seeing that there was no one around, I was still a little worried, so I shouted out loudly. If the woman who was jogging at night really met some bad guys and was forcibly taken away, she would definitely make some noise when she heard my shouting. But after I shouted, I didn't hear any movement. This is strange, did I hear it wrong? No way, I just heard a scream. Never mind. Since I didn't find it, I'd better go back. After all, I have a lot of troubles now, and my leg is injured. Although Pan Xiaohui bandaged me carefully, I still need to go back and rest quickly. Only sufficient rest can make the wound heal faster. Besides, it is so late now and I have classes tomorrow. But just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed a long white object at the entrance of a street branch alley about 10 meters away from me. Because it was white, it was particularly obvious in the dark. Out of curiosity, I took 2 steps forward to see what it was. When I walked closer, I found that there was a white earphone jack on the ground. TSK. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be a pair of headphones. I don't know which bastard just threw it on the ground. From a distance, I thought it was a white snake. I saw that there was a pair of headphones on the ground and continued walking back without thinking much. No. But after I took a few steps, I felt something was wrong, because I suddenly remembered that this headset seemed to be the same headset that the woman who was running at night was wearing. Could it be? I suddenly thought of something, so I quickly turned back and picked up the white headphones that had fallen on the ground. I found that the headphones are basically new, and judging from the workmanship and appearance, the price of these headphones should not be cheap, which means that these headphones were not thrown away intentionally by someone, but were dropped accidentally. This made me look up at the alley where the earphones fell. Could the woman who was running at night be in there? I observed the alley. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything, but it seemed to be very deep. If I were a bad guy, I would definitely choose to bring others in here. After glancing at the white headphones in my hand, I gritted my teeth and decided to go into the alley and take a look. I walked into the alley. Because there were no street lights in the alley, I could only grope forward with the help of the moonlight. I walked very slowly and carefully. I don't know why, but I felt extremely nervous. I found that the alley was very deep and I had been walking for a long time but still hadn't reached the end. Moreover, the further I went inside, the more nervous I felt, and beads of sweat even appeared on my forehead. Even the deepest alley has an end. When I walked to the deepest part of the alley, I found that there was nothing inside, which made me feel relieved. Leaning against the innermost wall of the alley, I let out a long breath, then reached out and wiped the sweat from my forehead. It seemed that I had thought too much. There was no woman running at night here. It was just a false alarm. Woo woo. But just when I began to relax, I suddenly heard a woman whimpering as if someone was holding her mouth. After hearing this sound, my heart, which had just relaxed, became tense again. And this time I was even more nervous than the first time, because I heard the sound clearly and also heard the source of the sound. I looked in the direction of the source of the sound and found that there was a small branch in an inconspicuous location in the alley, and the humming sound came from there. It seems that my guess was correct. Something really happened to the woman who was running at night. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, then carefully stuck to the wall and walked along the wall towards the place where the sound came from. Gradually, the humming sound became more and more obvious and clear. After turning a corner, I saw through the moonlight a woman with her hands and feet tied with ropes and her mouth blocked with a rag struggling hard in the corner of the alley, and the humming sound came from her mouth. This woman was really kidnapped, but why didn't I see the person who kidnapped her? After seeing her, I did not let my guard down. Instead, I glanced around and found that there seemed to be no one else except her. This made me feel a little strange. Could it be that the guy who kidnapped the woman who was running at night found that someone had found this place and was scared away? I was just thinking about it, and at this time the woman who was running at night also saw me. After seeing me, her body struggled even more violently, and the humming sound from her mouth became much louder, as if she wanted to say something to me. Seeing her like this, I thought she wanted me to untie the rope for her, so without thinking too much, I hurried forward to help her untie the rope. Because it was too dark, I took out my cell phone and turned on the flashlight. The moment the flash was turned on, I could see the woman's face clearly. Gorgeous, so gorgeous. When I saw the woman for the first time, I was deeply stunned by her, because she was so beautiful and charming. The woman was probably around 23 or 24 years old. Although she was tied up with ropes and had a look of fear on her face, with a rag in her mouth, this still couldn't conceal the charm in her eyes. Her delicate and enchanting face was misty and charming, inviting one to kiss her. It had to be said that this was a woman who exuded charm from the bottom of her heart. She seemed to have a magical power of seduction, and this power could touch a man's nerves. She is so beautiful, no wonder someone kidnapped her. But luckily I found her, otherwise such a beautiful and charming woman would have been defiled by that obscene and perverted guy. I saw that she was still struggling desperately, so I quickly said to her comfortingly, "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." But after she heard what I said, she struggled even harder. I didn't understand why she was so excited, and was about to reach out to tear off the rag that was blocking her mouth, but at this moment I discovered a shadow. That's right, it's a shadow. Because my cell phone had the flash on, I could clearly see a shadow suddenly appear on the wall in front of me. If I was correct, there should be someone standing behind me at this time, and this person was the one who tied the night runner here. The most important thing is that at this moment I saw the shadow on the wall holding a long stick-like object in his hand. Judging from the posture, he should be not good. I cried out inwardly, "Oh no," and without any hesitation, I threw away the phone in my hand and rolled sideways. As I rolled sideways, I heard the sound of a stick cutting through the air. Bang! There was a sound of a huge wooden stick hitting the concrete wall. The stick of the guy who had just stood behind me didn't hit me, but hit the concrete wall in front of me heavily. I was secretly thankful that I reacted quickly, otherwise if the stick had hit me, with that force, I would have been skinned alive if not killed. At the same time, I did not hesitate and quickly took out the switchblade from my trouser pocket. You dare to kill me, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 24. This woman's family is so rich. After dodging the attack from the guy behind me, I took out the switchblade from my trouser pocket, jumped up without any hesitation, and stabbed at the figure behind me. The figure behind him had just missed his attack, and before he could fully react, he saw me stabbing him with a knife. He was so scared that he tried to dodge, but his dodging speed was obviously not fast enough and I still stabbed him in the arm. This guy is a real man. He didn't scream after I stabbed him, but the stick in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing the stick in his hand fall to the ground, I seized the opportunity to pick up the stick and hit the guy hard on the calf. I hit the stick with so much force that the guy staggered and almost fell to the ground. When I fight, I always remember this saying: it's time to take advantage of someone's weakness to kill him. I hit him twice in a row, and his fighting ability must be greatly reduced, so I wanted to take the opportunity to subdue him, but this guy was not an easy person to deal with. When I was about to swing the stick, he got there before me and punched me in the face. He was probably a little anxious when he threw that punch, and he used a lot of force. After it hit me in the face, I felt dizzy and quickly took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall behind me. I was a little dazed for a moment, but I recovered after a brief moment of distraction. But that guy was a coward, and he took advantage of the moment I was distracted and ran away. As the saying goes, don't chase a desperate enemy. After seeing that guy running away, I didn't chase him anymore, because I have a leg injury, so I couldn't catch up with him even if I tried. Besides, as long as the woman who is running at night is fine, there is no need for me to chase others. If there is any danger during the pursuit, I will be the one who is unlucky. The man ran away, and I no longer had any worries. I quickly picked up the phone that I had just dropped on the ground. The phone's flash was still on, but the screen was broken. Looking at the broken phone, I felt a pang of pain. If it were in the past, a phone would not mean much to me because my family was not short of money. But it is different now. After my parents passed away, they basically left nothing. I calculated the remaining money at home some time ago, and it was only 100,000 yuan in total. I am now in the 2nd year of high school and Zhang Yingying is in the 3rd year. They will go to college in the future, so we must use this 100,000 yuan sparingly, otherwise it will not be enough. But the good thing is that it was the outer screen that was broken, and it still responds when I tap on the screen with my finger. I know now is not the time to feel sorry for my phone, so I should quickly untie the rope tied to the woman who was running at night. I walked towards the night runner with the flashlight of my phone, then took the rag out of her mouth and asked, "Are you okay?" "Thank you. I'm fine." "But I saw that guy just punched you, are you okay?" The woman still had some conscience and knew to care about me. It was worth it for me to save her. "It's okay. If that guy hadn't run so fast, I could have broken his legs today." I smiled at the woman. To be honest, it was a pleasure for me to talk to such a charming woman. This woman looked as beautiful and alluring as the vixen in TV. I felt itchy in my heart just by looking at her. But I didn't have too many improper thoughts about her, because I was still worried about what happened between Pan Xiaohui and me just now, and I didn't dare to do anything excessive. While talking, I had already helped her untie the ropes tied around her. "Thank you. Otherwise." After untying the rope tied around the woman quickly expressed her gratitude and was about to stand up. But maybe because her hands and feet had been tied up with ropes for too long and were a little numb, after she stood up, she staggered and fell directly into my arms. Fragrant. Soft. When she pounced on me, these were the only 2 words that came to my mind. I don't know what kind of perfume this woman sprayed or what, but there was a strange fragrance on her body. The fragrance was very special. I couldn't describe what the smell was, but the smell was very alluring, as if it could stimulate the hormones in a man's body. I felt soft because when she rushed towards me, the first thing that touched my body was her chest. This night runner was already in her 20s, so she was different from the girls I usually came into contact with. The girls I usually come into contact with, although they have started to develop, their development is not complete yet, and their chest things are not big. The one with the biggest thing I have ever met is Zhang Yingying. However, compared with this girl's, Zhang Yingying's is just a small steamed bun, while this girl's is just a large white flour bun sold outside. The thing of this night runner is so big and soft, it is simply a human breast. In addition, smelling the seductive fragrance on her body, I suddenly became excited again. Now it was pitch black and there was no one around. She was a woman, and if I really wanted to do something to her, she really couldn't escape. But I quickly calmed myself down, because I was still frightened by what happened to Pan Xiaohui just now. Thinking of this, I quickly extinguished the evil thoughts in my mind, straightened the woman's body and said, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. My legs are just a little numb," the woman apologized quickly. "Let me help you out." "Okay, thank you for your help." He helped the woman out of the alley and stopped outside on a street with slightly brighter lights. "Okay. Just hail a car and go home. It's getting late now, so I'm leaving." I was about to leave as I said this, damn it. I dare not stay with this woman for too long, because this woman is so beautiful and seductive. I am afraid that I will lose control of myself if I stay with her for too long. I have just made a mistake with Pan Xiaohui, I can't make another mistake now. Seeing that I was leaving as soon as I said I would, The night runner's eyes flashed with surprise. Little brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to stay with your sister for a while? It's so late, and I don't know you well, so why should I stay with you? I felt a little unhappy when I heard the woman who was jogging at night called me little brother. It was okay for Zhang Yingying to call me little brother normally, but why did this woman call me little brother? I am obviously a big cock, okay? The night runner seemed to be interested after hearing what I said. She smiled at me with charming eyes and said, "You are interesting, don't you think I am beautiful? Other men try every means to get close to me, but you are in such a hurry to leave. You are frustrating me. How about you take me home? Women nowadays are really open-minded." She was almost raped just now, but now she still has the mind to tease me. She is really sexy. But the more she acted like this, the more worried I became, because I knew there was no free lunch in this world, and now the world has changed, and it is basically impossible for her to pledge her love to me after being rescued. She asked me to accompany her back. Maybe she had some bad intentions. You know, there are too many cases of blackmailing good people nowadays. Someone who kindly helped an old lady on the street had to pay tens of thousands of dollars. If I send this beautiful woman home, who knows what will happen? I don't want to break the law. I gave her a cold smile and said, "You'd better go back by yourself. Although you are beautiful, I also know that the more beautiful the mushroom, the more poisonous it is." Etc. After I said that, I was about to leave again, but she stopped me again. I turned to look at her and asked impatiently, "Do you have anything else to say? I want to borrow your cell phone to call my family and ask them to pick me up, is that okay?" the woman said pitifully. I looked at her and said nothing. I took out my phone and handed it to her. She took it quickly. When she saw the crack on my phone screen, she was stunned for a moment. "Your screen is so broken, can you still use it?" "It's just the glass on the outside that's broken," I said unhappily. How dare this woman say that? If I hadn't saved her, my screen wouldn't have been broken. The woman who was running at night also noticed my displeasure. She didn't say anything, but smiled meaningfully, then dialed a number. After I finished the call, the woman still wouldn't let me leave, saying that her family would come to pick her up soon and she was afraid to be here alone, so she asked me to stay with her for a while. I didn't want to agree at first, but then I thought it would be very dangerous for such a beautiful woman to be outside at night, so I decided to accompany her to her destination. Seeing that I agreed, the woman seemed very happy and kept asking me questions, but I ignored her. In the end, she realized that I didn't seem to want to pay attention to her, so she tactfully stopped talking. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach S-Class suddenly stopped at the intersection. When I saw the car, my eyes lit up. Because I know that even the lowest configuration of this car will cost millions. There are so many rich people nowadays. I don't know if I will be able to afford $1 million luxury car like this in the future. Just as I was thinking this, the night runner standing next to me suddenly said to me, "Okay. My family is here to pick me up. Thank you for today." After saying that, the woman who was jogging at night actually got into the black Mercedes-Benz Maybach S-Class under my surprised gaze. Looking at the car driving away, I felt a little dumbfounded. Damn. This woman's family is so rich. If I had known she would ask me to send her back, I would have agreed. How could I be so stupid? But now that everyone has left, it's no use for me to regret. I've made up my mind. I'd better go back early. Maybe Zhang Yingying is still waiting for me at home. This night runner and I were just casual acquaintances. The city is so big, and I thought that we would never have any contact in the future. But I was wrong, and we will meet again. Chapter 25. Are you trying to frame me? After this episode of rescuing the woman who was running at night, it was already 12 o'clock when I got home. After I got home, I found that Zhang Yingying's bedroom door was closed. It seemed that she had already fallen asleep. I was also very tired, so I wiped my face and went back to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. Normally, when people are tired, they will fall asleep quickly, but I didn't sleep the whole night because I was worried about Pan Xiaohui. Just now at Pan Xiaohui's house, I didn't find a breakthrough, so I didn't really have sex with her, but no matter what, I did vent. And I was just forcing her. Quiet and introverted girls like Pan Xiaohui all value innocence. Plus, she was alone at home, so I was afraid that she would do something stupid. If that were the case, I might live in guilt for the rest of my life. I was also worried that Pan Xiaohui would call the police, and I even wondered if a policeman would come knocking on my door in the middle of the night. I was worried all night, but no police came to knock on the door until 6 o'clock the next morning. It seemed that Pan Xiaohui did not call the police. As for whether she did anything stupid, I had no way of knowing. I would only know everything when I went to school. Because I was eager to know what happened to Pan Xiaohui, I took Zhang Yingying to school early. When I arrived at the classroom, there were only a few boarding students in the classroom, and basically no other students were there. I sat down in my seat and pretended to put an English book on the table, but in fact my mind was distractedly looking at the classroom door. As time went by, classmates arrived one after another, but I didn't see Pan Xiaohui. I started to get anxious because I knew there was no one at Pan Xiaohui's home, and no one would know if she did something stupid. Afterwards, even Wang Yandong, who usually came late, came, but Pan Xiaohui didn't come. I was secretly very worried. Brother Xiong, the class is almost about to start, why hasn't Xiaohui come yet? Wang Yandong asked me curiously after sitting down. As he finished speaking, he seemed to notice something was wrong with me and asked hurriedly, Brother Xiong, what's wrong with you? Why do you look weird? I'm fine. I replied to him indifferently. I was not in the mood to talk to him now. But after I finished speaking, Wang Yandong seemed to suddenly think of something and gave me a silly smile. Brother Xiong, you seem to have gone to Xiaohui's house last night, right? Did you two have sex? I heard that girls can't even walk after having sex for the first time because of the pain. Did Xiaohui not have her period because of this? Listening to Wang Yandong's words, I felt a little guilty. I glared at him and then said in a disguised tone, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will sew your mouth shut? What do you mean? It turns out you are not honest. That's right. I think Xiaohui is quite interested in you. We are almost 18 years old. In our village, people of our age already have children. There is nothing to be shy about doing that. Wang Yandong said disapprovingly. This guy is a typical person with a straight intestine and a big brain. But just as he finished speaking, I saw a haggard figure suddenly appear at the door of the classroom. This figure was Pan Xiaohui, whom I had been waiting for. When I saw Pan Xiaohui enter the classroom, I breathed a sigh of relief. But when I saw her haggard face, I started to worry again, because I was afraid that what I did yesterday would leave her with some psychological trauma. Pan Xiaohui walked over to me expressionlessly, and didn't even look at me when she passed by me. But I could clearly see that her quiet and pretty face was full of haggardness, which made me feel a little distressed. Xiaohui, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Wang Yandong also noticed that Pan Xiaohui was abnormal and asked with a little concern. I turned to look at Pan Xiaohui and tried my best to smile and said to her, Xiaohui, are you okay? I felt ashamed when I said these words, because I almost forced myself on someone yesterday, and now I have the audacity to ask others if they are okay. I am pretty thick-skinned. But Pan Xiaohui ignored us completely, didn't even look at us, and was busy with her own things. I had expected this result, but Wang Yandong was confused as to what was going on. He held the back of his head and muttered strangely, what's wrong with these two guys today? They are so weird. I knew Pan Xiaohui must be angry with me, so it would be useless for me to say anything now. Besides, we were in class, surrounded by classmates, so it was not very convenient to talk about anything. So I planned to talk to Pan Xiaohui alone after school, apologize to her sincerely, and see if I could make amends. I finally made it to noon after school. I was originally planning to have lunch with Pan Xiaohui and Wang Yandong, but Hu Yi pulled me aside and said that he had done what I asked him to do and asked me to go to the basketball court to discuss it with him. I had no choice but to go to the basketball court with Lu Yi. When we got to the basketball court, Lu Yi threw a file bag to me and said, this is the general information about the various scattered strengths in our school. Basically everything I know is on it. I opened the file bag and took a look. Lu Yi is quite reliable. The information of these people is basically complete. Not only does it include everyone's class and contact information, but also what these people like to do and their weaknesses are clearly remembered. I nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Thank you for your help. What's the trouble? It's just a piece of cake. Lu Yi waved his hand, then asked curiously, but can you tell me now what you want to do with this information? I naturally have my own ideas, so just ignore them. When the time comes, just cooperate with me. I didn't tell Lu Yi what I was going to do, but asked again, by the way. Have you found the guy I asked you to find for me? Why would you need to look for weapons? I have plenty of them at home. Come on, take it. Lu Yi said as he pulled out a baton from his waist and threw it towards me. I asked Lu Yi to find this baton for me. Since I have decided to get out into the world, I must have a decent weapon. I can't always use a switchblade. If you use a knife improperly, it can be fatal. This baton is not only powerful but also easy to carry. The most important thing is that as long as you don't hit someone on the head, there will basically be no problem. After returning to the classroom, I hid the baton that Lu Yi brought me in the cabinet. I looked at Pan Xiaohui who was sitting behind me and found that Pan Xiaohui still looked indifferent. I thought that I must apologize to her properly after school in the afternoon. The first class in the afternoon is Chinese class taught by our homeroom teacher Xie Jijin. After the bell rang, Xie Jijin walked in from outside the classroom with a serious face. Seeing Xie Jijin's serious expression, the classmates in the class all secretly said that it was not good, because Xie Jijin had a habit that his expression would become serious whenever something happened. Looking at his current expression, something must have happened. As expected, after Xie Jijin stood on the podium, he said angrily, "Today, a very shameful and terrible thing happened in our class. Our classmate actually stole the wallet of a classmate from another class." Wow. When the whole class heard Xie Jijin say that someone in the class had stolen someone else's wallet, there was an uproar. Everyone started talking about it, and the classroom was in chaos for a while. Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Xie Jijin looked at the chaos below and slammed the table twice. Now I hope that the student who stole someone else's wallet will take the initiative to stand up and admit his mistake. As long as he takes the initiative to admit his mistake, I cannot report this matter to the school. Xie Jijin finished speaking, but no one admitted it. Okay. Very good, you all don't admit it, right? Then don't blame me for being rude. The owner of the lost wallet is outside. Since you all don't admit it, I will ask her to come and identify the person in person. Xie Jijin said to the outside, "Come in. I want to see who dares to do such a shameful thing." Xie Jijin's words made everyone in the class focus their attention on the door of the classroom, and at this moment a playful and cute girl suddenly walked in. But when I saw this woman, I was secretly shocked because the girl turned out to be Hu Shayan. Not good. Is this girl trying to frame me? Chapter 26. I stole the wallet. When I saw that the person coming was Hu Shayan, I had a bad feeling in my heart, because if I was not mistaken, Hu Shayan was coming for me this time. Sure enough, after Hu Shayan entered the classroom, she smiled at me cunningly, and the meaning of her smile seemed to say, "You have finished." When I saw her giving me a malicious smile, I confirmed my thoughts just now. This bitch, I just pinched her butt, I didn't do anything to her, why does she have to cling to me like this? Last time, she put laxative in my cup and made me squat in the toilet all night, which prevented me from watching Zhang Yingying in time after school. As a result, Zhang Yingying was almost raped by Hippo and his men. I could let go of the last incident, after all, I did offend her, but this time she is causing trouble again. I don't know what tricks she is going to use to mess with me, but I no longer have any good feelings towards Hu Shayan. This woman is as annoying as a dog's skin plaster. After Xie Jijin let Hu Shayan into the classroom, he asked, "Student Hu Shayan, are you sure the person who stole your wallet ran into our classroom?" Although what he said at the podium just now was very serious, the people sitting below were all students from his class, and no one took the initiative to stand up and admit it, so he wanted to confirm this matter with Hu Shayan. After all, this was related to the honor of the class, and he could not be careless. I'm sure that the guy stole my wallet and was discovered by me, then he fled into this classroom in a panic. I still remember clearly what he looked like. If I saw him, I would be able to recognize him at a glance. Hu Shayan said with certainty, as if it were true. Seeing her confident look, Xie Jijin nodded. Okay. Since you are so sure, then you should take a closer look to see who stole your wallet. You must find out who is the bad apple. After Xie Jijin finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards us and said sternly, "All the boys in the class, raise your heads and let Hu Shayan take a good look at you." Hearing Xie Jijin say this, the students in the class all raised their heads, because if you lower your head at this time, others will think you are guilty, so no one wants to arouse suspicion. I also raised my head. Although I knew that Hu Shayan was looking for trouble with me, since she said that her wallet was stolen, I didn't steal her wallet, so there was no need for me to be afraid. Wang Yandong, who was standing next to me, patted my thigh with one hand under the table and whispered, Brother Xiong, look, isn't this the girl who always comes to see you? You have a grudge against her, so maybe she's here to see you? Women are the most vicious, so you better be careful. She came here to look for her wallet. I didn't take her wallet. What's there to be afraid of? Yeah. I don't believe that this guy would put his wallet in your locker just to frame you. Wang Yandong said this with a smile. He just said it casually, but he inadvertently reminded me that if Hu Shayan really wanted to trick me, it is very likely that she would put my wallet in my locker while I was away. Thinking of this, I was secretly shocked and reached into the desk locker to look for something. Of course, I wasn't looking for Hu Shayan's wallet in the cabinet. I wanted to find the baton in the cabinet and hide it somewhere else. Because if Hu Shayan wants to punish me later and says that I took the wallet, she will most likely search my locker, and if she accidentally finds the baton in my locker, that would be a big trouble. In our Darren Middle School, we have very strict management of incidents like fighting. The school strictly prohibits students from bringing dangerous items such as controlled knives and steel pipes into the school. Once you are found with these things, the school will definitely give you severe punishment, so the matter of batons is much more serious than the matter of wallets. But just as I reached into the desk cabinet, Hu Shayan's voice suddenly rang out. I saw her pointing at me with indignation on her face, and then said to Xie Zhijin, who was standing next to her, "Teacher Xie, it was this guy who stole my wallet. Damn it. This bitch really knows how to pick the time. Normally, you don't come to trouble me when I don't have a baton with me, but today, as soon as I got the baton, this girl came. This girl is simply my nemesis." Following the direction of Hu Shayan's finger, everyone in the classroom turned their eyes to me. When they saw that the person Hu Shayan was pointing at was me, their whole class was in an uproar again. Even Xie Zhijin on the podium was surprised, because in the eyes of everyone in the class, I was very good both in academic performance and in my daily interpersonal behavior, so they didn't expect that Hu Shayan would say that I stole her wallet. Classmate Hu Shayan, did you recognize the wrong person? Yun Zixiong is a good student, how could he steal your wallet? Xie Zhijin asked hurriedly. He still didn't quite believe that I stole your wallet. But Hu Shayan said with great certainty, "No. I didn't admit my mistake. He stole my wallet." Although Wang Yandong is not very confident and does not do things smoothly, he is very attentive to his friends. If anyone says anything bad about Pan Xiaohui or me, he will stand up to defend us. So when he saw Hu Shayan saying that I stole her wallet, he said unhappily, "Impossible. How could Yun Zixiong steal your wallet? You must have remembered the wrong person. I know you have a conflict with Yun Zixiong, and you must want to frame him." What Wang Yandong said was actually true. When Hu Shayan heard what Wang Yandong said, she felt like she had suffered a great injustice. She said excitedly, "I framed him. What a joke. If you didn't steal my wallet, why would I frame him? If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Ask him to see if he really stole my wallet." Wang Yandong was also a little excited. In order to prove my innocence, he quickly said to me, "Ask me. Brother Xiong, tell us, did you not steal her wallet? Did she intentionally frame you?" All eyes in the classroom were once again focused on me, and they were all waiting for my answer. I glanced at Wang Yandong, who was standing next to me with a look of indignation on his face because I was framed, then at my classmates in the classroom who were looking at me with puzzled eyes, and at Hu Shayan, who had a vague smile of success on her face, and finally my eyes stopped on Xie Zhijin. I closed my eyes and took a long sigh, then I said something that stunned everyone in the audience. "Yes, I stole her wallet. It's a mess." The whole class was in chaos after hearing what I said. Those students who were unaware of the situation did not expect that a good student like me would actually steal Hu Shayan's wallet, and Wang Yandong, who knew the situation, did not expect that I would actually say that he had stolen the wallet. Among everyone, the one who was most surprised was Hu Shayan, because she knew very well that I did not steal her wallet at all, so she did not expect that I would admit it. She stared at me with wide eyes for a moment, confused by my action. "Brother Xiong, what are you doing? You obviously didn't steal the wallet," Wang Yandong said loudly to me with a frown. I just waved at him without explaining anything further. He knew that I didn't steal the wallet, but others didn't know. Hu Shayan actually wanted to frame me intentionally, so she must have made preparations in advance. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Shayan must have secretly put the wallet in my locker. If I don't admit it, she will definitely let Xie Zhijin search my locker. By that time, they will be caught red-handed, and it will be useless for me to explain. Besides, I will also have the risk of the baton in the cabinet being discovered, so in this case I might as well admit it. Didn't Hu Shayan want to punish me? I did what she wanted. I'll see what she'll do next. After I admitted it, I began to search the bookcase on my own initiative, and sure enough, I found a pink wallet at the very back of the cabinet. When Xie Jijin, who was standing on the podium, saw me take out the pink wallet, his expression turned very ugly. He said, "Yun Zixiong and Hu Shayan come to my office, and the others go to self-study," and then quickly walked out of the classroom. I took the pink wallet and left the classroom under everyone's gazes. When I passed by Hu Shayan, who was still standing there stupidly, I threw the wallet to her. And she also reacted, and quickly whispered to me, why did you admit it?" I smiled coldly at her. "Isn't this the result you want?" Chapter 27, Pretending to Faint. "Yun Zixiong, what's wrong with you? I always thought you were a good student. How could you steal someone else's wallet?" In the office, Xie Jijin was furious and slammed the desk with his hands. I even doubt whether this guy has practiced Iron San Palm before. At this time, Hu Shayan next to me was looking at me with a gloating expression. Although she didn't know why I would admit this matter that had nothing to do with me, she thought it was a very happy thing to see me being scolded by the teacher. Looking at Xie Jijin's expression, I felt helpless. Even though I had done nothing, since I had admitted it, I could only say helplessly, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I let you down." "I'm sorry, do you think you can just say sorry and let it go? Do you know what you are doing? You are stealing, and you are stealing from another class. Do you have any sense of collective honor when you do this? You have brought shame to our class." It would have been fine if I didn't say anything, but as soon as I started talking, Xie Jijin got even angrier, and he kept scolding me one sentence after another. It would have been fine if he just talked a lot, but the most annoying thing was that when he spoke, his saliva was spurting everywhere. When he was most excited, he even spit out a leak from his mouth, which was probably stuck in his teeth during lunch. Although I felt a little disgusted, I couldn't show any abnormality. Instead, Hu Shayan's daughter smartly took 2 steps back. In the end, Xie Jijin was probably tired of talking, and he said to Hu Shayan while panting, "Student Hu Shayan, you are the victim, how do you want to deal with this matter?" "Teacher Xie, you are a teacher, so of course I have to listen to you in this matter. What can I, a girl, do? Don't you think so?" Hu Shayan shamelessly pretended to be well behaved. Seeing her like this, if she was not a woman, I really wanted to punch her into an idiot. Xie Jijin likes to hear good things, so after listening to Hu Shayan's words, he stood on Hu Shayan's side even more, looking at me angrily. "You, go back and write me a 5,000-word self-criticism, and then invite your parents to the school tomorrow." "Teacher, I can write a self-criticism, but I won't invite my parents," I replied. To be honest, if possible, I really want to ask my parents to come to school, but do I still have parents? I didn't mean to talk back, but Xie Jijin thought I was talking back, so he got angry again and stood up from his seat. "Am I the teacher or are you the teacher? If I ask you to treat me, you have to treat me. I tell you, you have to call the parents tomorrow." "Teacher Xie, I can do anything you ask me to do, but you can't ask the parents to come," I still replied firmly. "Okay. You don't want to shout, right? If you don't shout, I'll help you shout." Xie Jijin saw that I was so tough and got angry. He has been teaching for so many years and this is not the first time he has encountered such a thing. Many students are afraid of their parents and would not dare to tell their parents even if they are beaten to death. So in his opinion, I am also a student who is afraid of parents. For students like me who are afraid of their parents, he has a solution, which is to look through the student information booklet, because it contains the contact information of all the students' parents. Every time he encountered such a situation, he would refer to the information above and call the parents, and tell them the students' bad deeds with exaggeration. This method he used can be said to have been successful every time. But this time he failed, because my parents' numbers on the message board were now no longer in service. "What's going on? Why are your parents' phone numbers all in disarray?" Xie Jijin said angrily. Seeing Xie Jijin's angry expression, Hu Shayan was very good at taking advantage of every opportunity and quickly flattered him, saying, "Yun Zixiong, what's wrong with you? Look how angry you made Teacher Xie. Teacher Xie asked you to call your parents because she wanted to correct your mistakes through the cooperation of teachers and parents. You are going too far. Why don't you want to call your parents? Are your parents some high-ranking officials? Or the bosses of some multinational corporation? I believe that like father, like son. With a son like you who steals things, your parents must not be very good. People's patience is limited. After hearing what Hu Shayan said, I was filled with anger. She and I had a grudge, so she could scold me and frame me, but she could insult my parents? No. Aren't they wondering why I didn't invite my parents? Okay. I'll tell them why I don't invite them. I raised my head and looked at Xie Jijin and Hu Shayan coldly, showing an extremely ugly smile, and then said in a deep voice, Teacher Xie, my parents died in a car accident a month ago. Are you satisfied now? Do you still need me to invite parents now? Stunned. After hearing what I said, Xie Jijin was stunned, and Hu Shayan next to him was even more stunned. It took a long time for Xie Jijin to react, and then he asked in disbelief, You did your parents really die? I replied with a cold smile, Teacher Xie, do you think I need to joke about this? People are all made of flesh and blood. Even if Xie Jijin was a bad person, after hearing me mention my parents' death, he showed a trace of pity on his face. He sighed and said in a calm tone, Sushio, what I said just now may not be right, please don't take it as an offense. When Hu Shayan heard me say that my parents had passed away, her expression became a little unnatural. It could be seen that she was secretly regretting what she had just said, but did not want to show it for the sake of face. Teacher Xie, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the classroom. I will give you the 5,000-word self-review. I said without caring about the reactions of the two people, and walked out of the office directly. To be honest, I don't want to spread the news of my parents' death everywhere to gain other people's sympathy like Xianglin Saw did. On the contrary, if possible, I even want to never mention this matter, because it is a scar in my heart, and I will feel pain every time I open it. But there are some things that I cannot control. Although I was very unhappy in my heart, I did not show it on my face at all, because people who show their emotions on their faces are the most ignorant people. If you want to get ahead, you must learn to hide your emotions. When my classmates saw me walking into the classroom calmly, they all looked at me curiously, but no one asked me anything, because there are some things that are difficult to ask unless you are your best friend. Others couldn't ask, but Wang Yandong could. After I sat down, he couldn't wait to ask. Brother Xiong, what's wrong with you? You obviously didn't steal the wallet, so why are you admitting it? Did the scorpion demon give you any trouble just now? That girl named Hu Shayan is really too much. This is too much of a bully. Wang Yandong asked several questions in a row, and now everyone around was listening attentively to hear how I would answer. Even Pan Xiaohui, who was sitting behind me, was secretly paying attention to us. I was a little surprised by Pan Xiaohui's attention to me, because her attention to me at least showed that she still cared about me very much, and it also showed that our relationship could still be saved. I'm fine, I just need to write a self-criticism. I replied to Wang Yandong lightly. I didn't want to say too much about this matter. Wang Yandong knew my character, so he didn't ask any more questions. I basically spent the afternoon writing self-reviews, and Xie Jijin probably didn't make things difficult for me after learning about my parents' death. After school in the afternoon, I seized the opportunity to find Pan Xiaohui and dragged her to the school playground without saying anything. Although Pan Xiaohui seemed very reluctant, she was finally dragged to the playground by me reluctantly. But she didn't give me a good look during this time. When we got to the playground, she said to me coldly, "What do you want me to do here?" I know Pan Xiaohui is a soft-hearted girl who won't stay angry for too long. Moreover, she showed concern for me just now after I came back from the office, so I took the initiative to apologize. I just want to apologize for what happened yesterday. Xiaohui, I'm really sorry for what happened last night. I was too impulsive. Can you forgive me? I thought that after my sincere apology, Pan Xiaohui would accept my apology, but this time I was wrong. Pan Xiaohui's expression did not ease after hearing what I said. She still looked at me coldly and said, "Forgive you? Do you know how irresponsible you were to do that yesterday? Do you know how serious the consequences are? What if I get pregnant? I'm telling you, I will never forgive you." As Pan Xiaohui said this, she shook off my hand and was about to leave quickly. It seemed as if she had really given up on me. But at this moment, a man's shouting suddenly came from the distance. "Students, be careful." As the sound rang out, I saw a football in the air flying quickly towards Pan Xiaohui. Not good. Looking at the high-speed flying football, I secretly thought that something was wrong and pounced towards Pan Xiaohui without thinking. Bang! After a dull thud, the football that was supposed to hit Pan Xiaohui was blocked by me with a pounce, and finally hit me heavily on the head. I don't know which bastard kicked the ball, but it was so powerful that it was like taking an aphrodisiac. After I was hit hard by the ball, I just felt dizzy for a while, but the good thing was that this blow was not enough to make me pass out. But suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, because I thought that this was a good opportunity given to me by God. Girls are emotional creatures, so I could take this opportunity to pretend to faint and win Pan Xiaohui's sympathy. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate. I staggered and pretended to faint, then shamelessly fell on Pan Xiaohui. Pan Xiaohui was fooled. After seeing me falling towards her, she immediately reached out and hugged me in her arms and said anxiously, "Zhang, what's wrong with you, Zhang?" But I didn't have time to listen to what she said, because my head was in her arms and my face was happily squeezed between Pan Xiaohui's two soft breasts. Damn it! So fragrant and soft. Chapter 28: The Night Runner's Phone Call. Pan Xiaohui is 17 years old like me. Although her development is not complete, her breasts are already of a certain size. So when I threw myself into her arms, I only felt a pleasant fragrance and softness. Pan Xiaohui had never thought that I would be so shameless as to pretend to faint. She thought I was really knocked unconscious by the ball that just flew over. So she didn't care about the position of my head. She was even afraid that I would fall, so she held my head tightly against her chest and kept shouting, "Zhang, are you okay? Zhang? Don't scare me. Something wrong? How could something wrong happen to me now? I feel better than ever." Just as I was enjoying the ecstasy, a group of people playing football on the field saw them knock someone out with a ball. They surrounded us anxiously, fearing that something might have happened. They hurriedly pulled me out of Pan Xiaohui's arms, and then sent me to the infirmary in a very rough manner. Although I was very reluctant to leave Pan Xiaohui's arms, I had no choice but to let them do whatever they wanted because I was pretending to faint. After being sent to the infirmary, I was placed on the bed in the infirmary by a group of people. The old doctor with glasses in the infirmary observed me for a long time, and then uttered a word under the worried gaze of a group of people. "It's nothing. It will be fine after he has a good sleep." The group of football guys felt as if they had been granted amnesty when they heard the doctor say that I was fine. After all, they were the culprits in this incident. Now that they knew I was fine, they were no longer worried and found an excuse to leave. After these people left, only Pan Xiaohui was left sitting by the bed with me. Because it was afternoon school time, there were many students in the infirmary seeing a doctor and getting medicine. I felt very uncomfortable lying on the bed like a corpse. I squinted my eyes slightly and found that Pan Xiaohui's face was full of worry. Seeing her worried look, I felt a little uneasy in my heart, so my body trembled slightly, and then pretended to open my eyes weakly. After seeing me awake, Pan Xiaohui quickly said happily, "Zhang, are you awake?" Since I decided to use the self-torture strategy, I had to use it thoroughly, so I ignored Pan Xiaohui's words and asked with a little worry and anxiety, "Xiaohui, are you okay just now?" Girls are always easily moved. I just stepped forward to help Pan Xiaohui block a ball. Now after waking up, the first thing she asked was not how I was, but whether Pan Xiaohui was okay. Although I pretended all this, Pan Xiaohui didn't know about it. After hearing what I said, Pan Xiaohui was almost moved to tears. She wasn't angry with me for what happened last night. She hugged me excitedly and said, "Why did you block that for me just now? I was so worried about you." After being hugged by Pan Xiaohui, I felt a burst of comfort again. I was already very happy in my heart, but I said in a cheesy way, "You idiot, if I don't help you block that, who will help you block that?" As I was about to shamelessly reach out and hug Pan Xiaohui's waist, but at this moment, a cough suddenly sounded at the door, and then the old doctor who had just treated me walked in and said to Pan Xiaohui and me with a serious face, "This is a school. Although I am not a teacher and cannot control you, can you please be more careful when you are dating? How can you hug each other like this?" After hearing what the old doctor said, Pan Xiaohui remembered that she was so excited that she hugged me. After she came to her senses, she quickly withdrew her arms like a frightened rabbit, and then stood up suddenly. "Well, since you are okay, I will leave first." Pan Xiaohui said this and ran out of the infirmary with a red face. Looking at her shy look, I was secretly happy, because I felt that the hit I just received was worth it. It seemed that Pan Xiaohui was no longer angry about what happened last night, and she even seemed to have a better impression of me. After what happened yesterday, I feel like I have fallen in love with Pan Xiaohui. Pan Xiaohui is kind, quiet, pretty, and not as open as the girls nowadays. If I don't like such a good girl, then my time would be wasted. The idea of dating Pan Xiaohui popped into my mind, but I quickly dismissed it because I hadn't even dealt with my own affairs yet, so it was better for me not to think about these things for the time being. After school in the evening, I wanted to send Pan Xiaohui home as I had just reconciled with her, but I gave up in the end because I had not had time to study the information Lu Yi gave me today. It won't be long before Hippo will be back to school after being hospitalized, so I must hurry up and build up my power, otherwise, after Hippo returns to school, it won't be easy for me to do anything I want. After school, I did not go back with Zhang Yingying because she had her own things to do during the time she was in Hippo's hospital, so I went home with Wang Yandong after school. While walking on the road, I thought about it and felt that I should tell Wang Yandong about the matter between me and Zhang Yingying. After all, he will know about this matter in the future. I just don't know how Wang Yandong will react after knowing that Zhang Yingying is my sister. Dongzi, I have something to tell you. Wang Yandong smiled foolishly, then said honestly, Brother Xiong, what's the matter? That's right, me and. Just when I was about to tell Wang Yandong about my relationship with Zhang Yingying, someone suddenly patted me on the back, and then I heard a woman shouting behind me, Yunzixiong. After hearing this voice, my face darkened. I turned around and looked at Hu Shayan, who had stood behind me, and asked coldly, What are you doing? Hu Shayan looked at my gloomy face and pouted unhappily, Hey! Stop looking at me with that dead face, okay? I don't owe you any money, I just want to talk to you about something. Sorry. I don't have time. I was really fed up with this woman Hu Shayan. I didn't want to have any contact with her anymore, so I pulled Wang Yandong and left. But when Hu Shayan saw me leaving, she grabbed my arm and said, What are you doing? I really have something to talk to you about. After being pulled by her, I could only stop and sneer and ask, Have you thought of another way to mess with me? Hu Shayan waved her hands quickly, No. No. I just want to ask you a question. I promise that as long as you answer me, I won't bother you again in the future. After she finished speaking, she stared at me with her big watery eyes and pretended to be pitiful, asking me a question, Can I? Please. Seeing her like this, I felt helpless. I knew that Hu Shayan had a stubborn personality. If I didn't agree now, she would definitely come to me again in the future. So I could only helplessly say, Just ask if you have any questions. When Hu Shayan saw that I agreed, a look of joy appeared on her face. She grinned and then looked at Wang Yandong. It was obvious that she wanted me to send Wang Yandong away. Although I didn't know what she was going to do, I still let Wang Yandong go first. Wang Yandong would basically do whatever I said, so he had no objection to me letting him go. However, because Hu Shayan had framed me, Wang Yandong was hostile to Hu Shayan, and before leaving, he specifically told me to be careful. Tell me. What do you want to ask? After Wang Yandong left, I said coldly to Hu Shayan. I really didn't have a good attitude towards Hu Shayan. I'm just curious. It was obviously not you who stole the wallet, so why did you agree? Hu Shayan asked her question. I actually guessed that she might have come to me to ask me this, so I smiled coldly, because I know you want to punish me, even if I don't admit it, you will come up with other ways, so I might as well admit it. After hearing what I said, Hu Shayan raised her lips again, as if she was very dissatisfied with this answer. Just because of this. I gave her a cold look and said, I'm sorry, you only asked me to answer one question for you, and now I have answered it. I hope you will keep your promise and not come to me again in the future. I didn't wait for Hu Shayan to say anything before turning around and leaving. I didn't want to stay with her for even a minute longer. Hey! Do you hate me that much? After I took a few steps, Hu Shayan suddenly shouted loudly behind me. Although she was a little willful, she was pretty and came from a wealthy family. Usually, the boys around her were trying to get closer to her. So this was the first time she met a boy who hated her like me. This made her feel incredible, and she began to develop a strong curiosity about me. Right. Hearing her shouting, I stopped and looked back at her, uttered a word indifferently, and then left without looking back. In my opinion, this kind of attitude of mine would definitely keep Hu Shayan away from me, but girls' minds are not as straightforward as I imagined. Sometimes the more you try to stay away from them, the closer they get to you. When I got home, I prepared to take out the information Lu Yi gave me and study it carefully. But at this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my phone and saw that the caller ID showed that it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, I answered the call. Hey! Little brother, do you still remember your sister? As soon as I answered the phone, I heard a charming female voice coming from the other end of the phone. When I heard this charming voice, I immediately thought of the owner of the voice. Damn! Isn't this the voice of the woman who ran at night last night? How did this woman get my phone number? Chapter 29. The man in black outside the door. I couldn't understand how this night jogger got my phone number. After hearing her voice, I asked cautiously, "How did you get my phone number?" The night runner smiled charmingly after hearing what I said. "Little brother, it's easy for me to know someone's phone number, but are you surprised that I called you? What are you calling for?" "Nothing, don't be so nervous. I just haven't thanked you for what happened yesterday, so I called you specially. How about we have dinner together when we have time?" "No thanks. It's just a small favor, you don't have to thank me." The night runner invited me, but I rejected her because I don't know why. In my subconscious, I always felt that this night runner was not an ordinary person. I believe in my self-awareness very much, so I think it would be better to have less contact with her for safety reasons. But the night runner was not happy after hearing what I said. "How can that be possible? This may be a piece of cake for you, but it means a lot to me. You are my lifesaver, so I have to thank you anyway, right?" "No need to thank me. I'll hang up if there's nothing else." I was about to hang up the phone, but the night jogging woman suddenly called me. "Wait a minute. Anything else? You broke your phone yesterday while trying to save me. Tell me your address and I'll send someone to bring you a new phone. Is that okay?" "No, my phone is still usable." "Okay, I'm hanging up," I said and hung up the phone without hesitation. The woman who was running at night already knew my phone number, and I didn't want her to know my home address. But I was thinking too simply. Since this woman could find my phone number, couldn't she find my address based on the phone number? But I didn't think too much about it now. After hanging up the phone, I began to seriously study the information Lu Yi gave me. The information Lu Yi gave me totaled 7 pages, and these 7 pages represented 7 people respectively. These 7 people are all the idle strength of our school, and they are all difficult to deal with. After all, they didn't even join Hippo, which is enough to show how firm their position is. But no matter how firm their stance is, I will find a way to get them to join me, because only with their joining will I have the capital to fight against the hippopotamus. After looking through it carefully, I pulled out a piece of information. The person's name was Sushio. I have never heard Sushio speak, but looking at his information, it seems that he has 7 or 8 younger brothers under him. In our school, having 7 or 8 younger brothers under him is already very good. You know, even Hippo, the leader of the school, has only 50 or 60 people under him. Okay, I'll start with him. The next night after school, I didn't rush home, but went to a billiard room called Juei with Lu Yi. Lu Yi and I didn't come here to play billiards. The reason we came to this billiard room was because we knew that Sushio was here. When we entered the billiard room, we found Sushio and a group of his younger brothers playing billiard together, so we walked straight towards them. Although Sushio and her group didn't know me yet, they all knew Lu Yi. So after Lu Yi and I entered the billiard room, they noticed us and stopped what they were doing. "Shoutsai. Long time no see." Lu Yi walked up to Sushio and her group and greeted Sushio with a smile. Sushio's nickname is Shoutsai, but his appearance is totally inconsistent with his nickname. Not only is he tall and strong, but he also has a beard. You know, growing a beard in middle school is actually a very impressive thing. The beard makes him look particularly rugged. In fact, although his nickname is Shoutsai, I think he looks more like a butcher. Sushio also smiled politely at Lu Yi. "Brother Lu, you are so polite. Why, do you also come here to play billiards?" Lu Yi waved his hands quickly. No. I'm not here to play billiards, I'm here to introduce you to a friend." "Friend?" Sushio looked at me, then looked me up and down, and said jokingly, "Is this you, brother? I thought you were my younger brother at first." As she spoke, Sushio generously extended her hand. "Class 1, Grade 2, Sushio." I also stretched out my hand. "Class 7, Grade 2, Yunzishiong." Originally, Sushio's expression was fine, but when she heard me say my name was Yunzishiong, her expression suddenly froze. "Yunzishiong? Could it be the Yunzishiong who beat up a hippopotamus and had to be hospitalized? Yes, it's me. I nodded. Although the news of me beating the hippopotamus had not spread in the school, it had already spread among the school's gangsters, so it was normal for Sushio to know me. After hearing my affirmative answer, Sushio quickly retracted her outstretched hand as if she had seen a ghost, then looked at Lu Yi and asked, Lu Yi, what do you mean? Do you want to go against the hippopotamus? Lu Yi nodded and said, Yunzishiong is my classmate. Since we are classmates, I should help him. Besides, last time Hippo asked me to join the gang, I didn't agree, so I have already offended him. It is only a matter of time before he makes trouble for me. We came to you this time to get you to join the gang. Because if I am not mistaken, Hippo not only looked for me last time, he should have also found you, and you obviously refused, so Hippo will make trouble for you sooner or later. No. 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 After hearing what Lu Yi said, Sushio quickly waved her hands and said, I did offend Hippo, but let's put it another way. It's one thing for me to reject him, but I don't have the courage to stand in his hostile position. Seeing Sushio trying to refuse, I was not surprised at all, because if it were me, I would do the same. But since I'm here today, I must have made my preparations, so I spoke to Sushio before Lu Yi. Sushio, I know I'm alone now, and it's definitely unrealistic for you to follow me to fight against the hippopotamus, but don't worry, I will soon show you my real ability that will convince you, and then you can give me an answer. What do you think? Forget it. No matter what abilities you show, I will not follow you. You'd better give up on this idea. Sushio rejected me again without any room for negotiation. His refusal was still within my expectations. I smiled at him and said, what if I say I can help you get the work injury compensation for your father? After hearing what I said, Sushio's body shook violently, and she looked at me with wide eyes. How do you know about my father? Before coming to see Sushio, I studied his information carefully and learned that his father was a construction worker. Unfortunately, his father lost his ability to work due to a work-related injury last year and has been bedridden ever since, and is in urgent need of money for surgery. However, the construction company where his father worked was a rogue construction company, and they never paid any attention to such work injury compensation, so his father's work injury compensation had never been paid. They had approached construction companies countless times, but the companies were too powerful and snobbish, and an ordinary family like his simply had no ability to find them. Seeing his father's condition becoming more and more serious, Sushio could only worry. Coincidentally, this rogue construction company used to be in a hostile relationship with my stepfather's construction company, so in order to bring down the other party, my stepfather collected a lot of information about the construction company's tax evasion during his lifetime. This information is still kept in my stepfather's study. I think with this information, it shouldn't be a problem to get work injury compensation for Sushio's family. This is why I first found Sushio and asked him to join me. Looking at Sushio's excited reaction, I couldn't help but smile. You don't need to care how I know this, you just need to tell me, if I help you get the compensation back, will you follow me? My words made Sushio fall into silence. After a moment, he gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision, then nodded and said, okay. As long as you help me get the money, I will follow you. After parting with Lu Yi and Sushio, I headed home alone. At this time, Zhang Yingying suddenly called me. After I answered the phone, I heard Zhang Yingying's anxious and nervous voice, Zhixiong, come back soon. There are two strange men in black outside our house. They keep knocking on the door. I'm so scared. Chapter 30 The Night Runner's Intentional Approach. There are two strange men in black outside the house knocking on the door? After hearing what Zhang Yingying said, my heart trembled, because I couldn't help but think of the car accident involving my stepfather and mother. Although the police have not yet found the driver who caused the accident and are still unclear about the whole matter, one thing is certain, that is, the car accident involving my stepfather and mother was deliberately planned by someone. The person who caused this accident should be an enemy of my stepfather when he was alive. Since this guy was able to kill my stepfather and mother, it is enough to show that he has very strong strength and that he is a cruel person. So I was very worried that the two men in black that Zhang Yingying mentioned might be the enemies who killed my stepfather and mother and were sent to cause trouble for us in order to wipe out the root of the problem. But I quickly rejected this idea because if they wanted to cause trouble for us, they would definitely be prepared in advance and there would be no need to knock on the door. They would only need to find a place with few people and take us away halfway when we were going home from school. And if they really came to cause trouble for us, they would not knock on the door so blatantly. After all, we have neighbors upstairs and downstairs, and they would definitely attract other people's attention. So unless they are fools, they will never do bad things so high profile. This means that these people are most likely not here to cause trouble for us. But they weren't here to cause trouble, so what were they doing outside my house? I was very curious now. After telling Zhang Yingying not to worry and that I would be back soon, I hung up the phone and rushed home as fast as I could. I want to see who these two guys are. I jogged all the way back to the downstairs of our house, took a deep breath to calm my mind, and then walked upstairs with a low step. While going upstairs, I reached behind my waist and held the baton that I had tucked behind my back. Although I think these two people are not here to cause trouble, I still have to be on guard against others. I think it is better to be careful. If they have any bad intentions when I go upstairs, I can be prepared with a baton in my hand. Our home is on the 3rd floor. I walked from the 2nd floor to the rest platform on the 3rd floor, then stopped and carefully observed the situation at our door through the gap in the stairs. We found that there were indeed two men wearing black vests and black pants standing at our door. These two guys were not only muscular, but also had tattoos on their arms and chests. Looking at these two men, I couldn't help but think of the group of well-trained thugs under my stepfather's command. To put it bluntly, those thugs are actually gangsters, but they are different from ordinary gangsters. Apart from other things, in terms of skills, one of those thugs can probably knock down several ordinary gangsters. The two men standing at our door now seem to be basically no different in temperament from the thugs I have seen before. Could it be that these two guys were my stepfather's former thugs? As I thought about this, I became nervous again, because I was worried that these two thugs were coming to us to ask for money. After all, the company had already encountered a crisis before my stepfather passed away, so in the 2 or 1 months before the company went bankrupt, many employees' salaries were not paid. The salary for the past 1 or 2 months is not a lot, but it is definitely not a small amount either. So if they are here to ask for money, then this seems to be reasonable. Although I am just guessing now, it seems that there is no other possibility except this one. Thinking of this, I was secretly annoyed again. What should I do now? When it comes to fighting, I am just a student, and they are two well-trained fighters. If I fight them head-on, I will probably die miserably. And if they really come to collect debts, they are the one in the right. It is only natural to pay back debts. If the boss owes employees wages, it is reasonable for the employees to come and ask for money. What should I do? Although Zhang Yingying and I still have 100,000 yuan in our hands now, this money is all our living expenses in the future. Finally, after thinking it over for a long time, I decided to go up and ask them what they were doing there. If they really came to ask for their wages, I could just give them the money. It's not easy to make money nowadays, especially for people in their line of work. It's quite dangerous to engage in fighting and killing. I think what belongs to others should be returned to them. So I didn't hesitate and went straight up to the 3rd floor. The two guys at the door also saw me at this time. After seeing me, they showed a touch of surprise on their faces. One of the guys with a leopard tattoo on his arm asked hurriedly, "Your name is Sushio, right?" I nodded calmly and replied, "That's right." After confirming that I was Sushio, the guy clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Great. We have finally waited for you. Let me introduce ourselves, we are." "You don't need to introduce yourself. I know you are gangsters." I interrupted him before he could finish his words. After hearing what I said, he showed a hint of surprise. After the two of them looked at each other, the guy with the leopard tattoo on his arm turned around and asked me curiously, "How did you know?" I looked at them and smiled coldly. "Not only do I know that you are thugs, but I also know that you are here to ask me for money, right?" I was very confident when I said this because I felt that my guess was not wrong. However, when I saw the confused looks on the two people's faces after hearing what I said, I felt that my guess seemed to be wrong. Sure enough, the guy with the leopard tattoo waved his hands and said, "We are indeed thugs, but we are not here to ask you for money. We are here to give you something." The guy with the leopard tattoo said this and looked at the guy standing behind him, and the guy behind him nodded in understanding and quickly raised his hand. After he raised his hand, I noticed that the guy was holding a well-packaged mobile phone box in his hand, and it was an Apple 6s mobile phone box. What are you doing?" I asked in surprise, looking at the cell phone box that the guy handed over. "Oh. This is the phone my young lady asked me to bring to you. We came here today just to give you a phone." The guy with the leopard tattoo stuffed the phone into my arms while talking, and before I could react, he and the guy behind him quickly left, as if he was afraid that I would return the phone. Looking at the Apple 6s phone in my hand, I had more doubts in my mind. I was not wondering who gave me the phone, because even if I used my toes to guess, I could tell that the person who gave me the phone was the night runner who I rescued that night. What puzzles me most now is the identity of this woman running at night. From the moment the night runner left in a luxury car that day, I knew that she must be very rich. Looking at her seductive and charming appearance, I thought she was a vixen kept by that rich man. I don't like such women very much, so I don't want to have any contact with her anymore. But now it seems that she is not a vixen who is kept by someone. Since she is called a lady, it means that her parents are very rich, and she should be the daughter of a wealthy family in our city. For a commoner like me, it is rare to meet a rich lady like this, but now I feel that I can't get close to her even more, not because of anything else, but because of the two thugs who just came to find me. Since the two thugs called her Miss, it was enough to prove that the family background of this night runner was not very clean. Maybe her family was a big underground force in the city. So in my opinion, she is a rose with poisonous thorns. Although she is beautiful, she can easily take someone's life. But now I also understand that I don't want to get close to her, but she is deliberately approaching me. Now the woman who was jogging at night not only knew my phone number, but also my home address. Although she seemed to be genuinely thanking me on the surface, I could feel that she actually had other intentions towards me. I just don't understand. I'm a poor high school student with no money and no looks. She's a perfect woman with money, power and beauty. What does she want from getting close to me? Never mind. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Since she gave me this phone, I will just accept it. As for what she wants to do in the future, that is a matter for the future. In short, it is a blessing, not a disaster, and it is a disaster that cannot be avoided. Chapter 31, An Unexpected Discovery During Tracking. After returning home, I found that Zhang Yingying was so scared that she hid in her bedroom and dared not come out. In fact, Zhang Yingying was not such a timid person before. On the contrary, she was the kind of female devil who was not afraid of anything. But too many things happened to her during this period. The sudden death of her stepfather made her lose her support. At the same time, because of me, she lost her position as the leader in the school, leaving her without even the last guarantee. Although on the surface she doesn't seem to have changed much, how could a girl not be affected after encountering these things? Looking at her current appearance, I know that I must take back the position of school leader from Hippo, because only in this way can Zhang Yingying become the fearless Zhang Yingying she used to be. When Zhang Yingying saw me coming back, she threw herself into my arms excitedly, and said with lingering fear, "Sushio, you are finally back. I was scared to death when I was alone at home just now. Oh, by the way, where are the two men in black outside just now?" I patted Zhang Yingying on the back, shook the iPhone 6s box in my hand, and said to her with a smile, "Look at you, what are you afraid of? Those two people just now didn't come to cause trouble for us, they came to deliver something to me. Send something." After hearing what I said, Zhang Yingying loosened her arms around me and looked at the box I was shaking in my hand. When she saw that it was a 6, she said in surprise, "6? You said they were here to deliver something, so it couldn't be this 6, right?" Looking at Zhang Yingying's surprised expression, I smiled and nodded, "Of course. Why did they give you a cell phone? Why don't you just worry about it? They gave me the phone anyway." I didn't tell Zhang Yingying about the night runner because I thought it was better for her not to know about it. But I was afraid that she would continue to ask questions, so I said, "I'll give you this phone. I see that you've been using that phone for a while. Why don't you give me your phone and I'll give you this 6? What do you think? I don't really care too much about mobile phones. I think as long as it can meet my daily life needs, it's enough. So there is no need for me to use a good phone like 6. Zhang Yingying uses her phone a lot and pays great attention to its functions, so I thought I might as well give her the phone. Although I thought so in my heart, I actually knew that I gave the 6 phone to Zhang Yingying not only for this, but more because I have been giving in to Zhang Yingying for so many years and it has become a habit, so if there is anything good, I will subconsciously think of giving it to Zhang Yingying first. This habit may not be a good habit for me, but I have never thought about changing it, because now Zhang Yingying is my only relative, and my mother asked me to take good care of her before she died, so I am willing to do good for her without asking for anything in return. When Zhang Yingying heard me say that I wanted to give her the phone, she screamed excitedly. Without being polite to me, she excitedly took the phone box from my hand and couldn't wait to open the packaging. And the moment she opened the package, a small pink bag popped out of the box. The small bag fell to the ground. Zhang Yingying and I both looked at the fallen pink bag curiously, wanting to see what was inside. But when she and I saw clearly what had fallen on the ground, we were both stunned, because that little pink bag turned out to be Durex. It took a long time for Zhang Yingying to react. She squinted her eyes and looked up at me, and asked faintly, "Does this come with a mobile phone now?" I didn't know how to answer this for a moment, but I knew that the Durex was definitely not given as a gift when I bought the phone, but was deliberately put in by the night jogging woman before giving me the phone. Damn it! If you want to give a mobile phone as a gift, just give it as a gift. Why put a Durex in the mobile phone box? Because of this Durex, the atmosphere between Zhang Yingying and I suddenly became awkward. Well, I have something to do in the study. I can just throw this thing away later. Finally, in order to resolve the embarrassment, I decided to go to the study to hide first, so I quickly picked up the Durex on the ground after saying a few words, and then walked towards the study in a dejected manner. After entering the study, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the Durex in my hand, shook my head helplessly, and casually put the thing in my pocket. Then I began to look for information about the tax evasion of the construction company where Sushio's father used to work. After all, getting Sushio to join me is what I should focus on most now. As for helping Sushio's family get the work injury compensation, I have already thought of a plan. In my opinion, it is almost certain that Sushio will join my side. Today is Friday. For poor high school students like us, there is nothing special about it being Friday, because our school requires us to have classes on Saturdays, which means we only have one day off a week, which is Sunday. Although our school does not have holidays, most regular companies have holidays on Saturday and Sunday, so every Friday is undoubtedly the happiest day for the employees of those companies, because as soon as today is over, they will have 2 days of vacation. But I know that the employees of Beishan Construction Company will definitely not be happy today, because this morning I secretly sent an anonymous letter to their company. This letter contains all the information about tax evasion and tax avoidance by their Beishan Construction Company over the past 3 years. This information has been with my stepfather for a long time. The reason why my stepfather did not make this information public before was because Beishan Construction Company also had leverage over my stepfather, so my stepfather did not dare to make it public easily. But now that my stepfather has passed away, I have nothing to worry about, and it's time to put this information to good use. When I sent them the information, I also wrote a note inside. As for the content of the message, it was actually very simple. It was to threaten them and ask them to pay all their work-related injury expenses of the company's workers in the past year within 3 days, otherwise the information would be sent to the IRS office. Although I only need Beishan Construction Company to compensate Sushio's father for his work-related injury, I cannot just ask them to compensate for Sushio's father's work-related injury expenses. Because the target is too obvious, and they are not fools, they can easily find me by following the clues. I cast a wide net and made Beishan Construction Company compensate all the workers for the year's work-related injuries. This not only helped the workers who had suffered work-related injuries but had not received compensation, but also ensured my own safety. After all, a construction company would have at least 60 to 70 cases of work-related injuries to its workers each year. With such a large base, even if they wanted to find out the culprit behind the incident, they would have no idea where to start. Besides, the compensation is not made with my money. It can help others and hurt my enemies at the same time. Why shouldn't I do it? Now I have done what I can do, and whether Sushio's father can receive the compensation will naturally be known in 3 days. I am not too anxious about this. Because I think Beishan Construction Company has no better choice than to pay compensation, because if this information is really sent to the IRS, then their losses will not be just financial. Therefore, I don't need to worry about Sushio's matter for the time being. What I should consider now is how to continue to win over the remaining 6 leaders of the 7 snobs in our school. After school, because I was thinking about winning over someone, I did not walk with Wang Yendong, but went home alone, planning to go home early and then study the information Lu Yi gave me carefully to find the next target to win over. But I had just walked out of the school gate for a short while when I was attracted by a fat man walking stealthily in front of me. Because I know this fat guy, his name is Chiu Jie, he is the head of class 9 in grade 2, and he is also one of the 7 idle and snobbish bosses mentioned in the information Lu Yi gave me. When I saw this guy sneaking around alone in front of me, I suddenly became interested. Because Lu Yi said in the information he gave me that Chiu Jie's biggest characteristic was his lust. I heard that he once forced a female classmate in our school to have sex with him. The female classmate didn't tell the story because of face saving, and finally had to transfer to another school, and the matter was never resolved. And I found that Chiu Jie seemed to be following the girl walking in front. Because the distance was too far and the girl had her back to me, I couldn't see the girl's specific situation clearly. I could only vaguely see that the girl had a good figure. But I didn't care about this girl. I cared more about Chiu Jie than this girl, because seeing Chiu Jie's wretched look, he must have fallen in love with that girl. And he must be harboring some bad intentions by following others so secretly. If I follow him, I might get unexpected gains. Thinking of this, I followed Chiu Jie carefully. Because I feel that he will definitely do something improper to the woman he is following, and then I can take the opportunity to catch him. With the handle on him, I can win him over, and I think the effect should be twice the result with half the effort. But I followed him for most of the day and didn't see any movement from Chiu Jie. But I did not lose my patience, because the girls in front were walking on the main road with many pedestrians. Even if Chiu Jie had bad intentions, he would not have a chance to do anything with so many passers-by around. Finally, the girl finally came to a relatively remote alley. Coincidentally, there was no one in the alley. If I am not mistaken, if Chiu Jie wants to take action, he will most likely do it here. Sure enough, just as I was thinking this, I saw Chiu Jie in front of me suddenly exert force and quickly move his fat body towards the girl in front. I took out my cell phone without any hesitation, switched to the photography mode, hid in a secluded place, and secretly pointed the cell phone camera in the direction of Chiu Jie. At this time, Chiu Jie had already rushed behind the woman. The woman also noticed something strange behind her, so she turned around suddenly and saw Chiu Jie rushing towards her. She screamed, "R!" After the scream, Chiu Jie was frightened. He hugged the girl with one hand and covered her mouth with the other hand to prevent her from making any sound. But the person who was frightened by this scream was not only Chiu Jie, but also me, who was hiding not far away. It can be said that after hearing the girl's scream, I almost dropped the phone in my hand. The reason why I was scared was not because the girl's voice was scary, but because I found out that the voice was actually Hu Shayan's voice. The person that Chiu Jie was following with the intention of doing something bad was actually Hu Shayan. Chapter 32. We will meet again. Sometimes the more you don't want to meet someone, the more likely you are to meet them. I never thought that the person Chiu Jie had been following with ill intentions was actually this girl Hu Shayan. Because I was too far away, I couldn't see clearly what the woman in front of me looked like, so I didn't pay attention to who she was. But when I heard the woman scream just now, I immediately confirmed her identity. It was definitely Hu Shayan. I am very familiar with Hu Shayan's voice, so my judgment must be correct. I don't know what Chiu Jie was thinking. He actually paid attention to Hu Shayan. Although Hu Shayan is beautiful, she is not someone who can be easily messed with. You know, I just pinched her butt and she made things difficult for me in every way and almost killed me. If Chiu Jie did something dirty to Hu Shayan, wouldn't Hu Shayan's personality cost him his life? Hu Shayan is unlucky as she was targeted by the pervert Chiu Jie. Now that she thinks about it, pretty girls are actually quite distressed because they have to take great risks when they are alone outside, just like Hu Shayan now. She might be raped if she is not careful. But as long as I am here, I will definitely not let Chiu Jie do anything dirty to Hu Shayan. Although I don't like Hu Shayan very much, and even hate her a little, but she and I know each other after all, and we are alumni of the same school. When encountering such a thing, I have to help her no matter what. Although I don't think I am a gentleman, I am full of a sense of justice in my heart. After all, how many boys of my age don't want to be a cool guy who speaks out when he sees injustice? And I also know how important innocence is for a girl, especially a girl like Hu Shayan who is still in high school. They are at the age when they are just beginning to fall in love, and encountering such a thing may affect their whole life. So I would never let Chiu Jie do anything dirty to Hu Shayan, but I had no intention of stepping forward to stop Chiu Jie. I was still hiding in the corner and recording the video with my phone. The reason why I didn't step forward to stop him was because I knew now was not the best time. Since I wanted Chiu Jie to join me, I had to record some explosive information. Moreover, even if I rushed out, I might not be Chiu Jie's opponent. Besides, Chiu Jie certainly doesn't dare to do anything to Hu Shayan now. Although the alley we are in is very remote, there are still pedestrians passing by from time to time, so Chiu Jie must take advantage of the fact that there is no one around at this time and take Hu Shayan to a more remote and secluded place. Sure enough, just as I guessed, after Chiu Jie blocked Hu Shayan's mouth with his hand, he did not do anything obscene to Hu Shayan, but directly used brute force to carry the slender Hu Shayan on his shoulders. Seeing this scene, I was secretly shocked. Although Chiu Jie has a sturdy build, isn't he too strong? You have to know that he lifted up Hu Shayan with just one hand. No matter how thin Hu Shayan was, she must have weighed at least 80 or 90 kilograms. It took a lot of strength to lift up a person weighing 80 or 90 kilograms with just one hand. Fortunately, I did not rush to save Hu Shayan rashly, otherwise I would have been beaten into an idiot by Chiu Jie's punch. Hu Shayan, who was carried on Chiu Jie's shoulders, was probably frightened. She struggled frantically with her hands and feet, but her struggle had no effect on Chiu Jie at all. Chiu Jie looked around vigilantly, and after finding that there was no one around, he carried Hu Shayan and ran towards the depths of the alley. I also followed him carefully. In order to avoid being discovered by Chiu Jie, I deliberately kept a certain distance from Chiu Jie. I wasn't afraid of losing Chiu Jie because he was too fat. His solid body gave him extraordinary strength, but it also made him lose the flexibility that a normal person should have. So he ran very slowly and there was no possibility of losing him. I think Chiu Jie may have figured out Hu Shayan's route home in advance, because the place he was walking was getting more and more remote and he didn't meet any pedestrians along the way. If he hadn't been prepared as soon as he was reminded, this effect would not have been achieved. In the end, Chiu Jie actually took Hu Shayan to a long-abandoned construction site, and I followed them to the construction site and hid in a place where I could hide and observe and photograph Chiu Jie. After bringing Hu Shayan to the construction site, Chiu Jie no longer had any worries. He released his hand that was covering Hu Shayan's mouth, and then roughly threw Hu Shayan to the ground. "Arr!" Hu Shayan screamed the moment she was thrown out, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. I felt the pain just watching from the side. It can be said that Chiu Jie is really unkind to women. Help! Help! Although Hu Shayan didn't know Chiu Jie at all, she knew very well why Chiu Jie brought her here, so after she fell to the ground, she didn't even bother to cry out in pain, but instead shouted for help at the top of her lungs. Chiu Jie on the side did not stop her. He folded his hands over his chest and looked at Hu Shayan with a playful smile on his face, allowing her to shout, because he knew that no one would come to such a remote place. Even if Hu Shayan screamed at the top of her lungs, no one would come to save her. He now hopes that Hu Shayan can shout for help loudly, so that when she runs out of strength, she will not be able to struggle when he wants to do that to her, and it will be easier for him to do it. After shouting for a while, Hu Shayan realized that her cry for help seemed to be useless. She sat on the ground and looked at Chiu Jie in fear and anger. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Chiu Jie did not answer Hu Shayan's words at this time, but looked at Hu Shayan back and forth with his lustful eyes. Since Hu Shayan was no longer shouting, he didn't need to wait any longer. After a lewd laugh, he rushed forward and roughly pressed Hu Shayan to the ground. "You beast, let me go!" Chiu Jie's rough action made Hu Shayan's face turn pale instantly. She screamed and moved her limbs vigorously to struggle. But Chiu Jie didn't give Hu Shayan any chance to struggle, and he just pressed his bloated body on Hu Shayan. After being pressed down by Chiu Jie, Hu Shayan completely lost the ability to struggle. Tears of humiliation burst out of her eyes for a moment, because she knew very well what she would face next. At this moment her eyes were full of despair. Hu Shayan did not shout or resist, which made Chiu Jie very happy. He said to Hu Shayan in a lewd manner, "That's right. As long as you behave, brother Chiu Jie will definitely make you feel so good." While Chiu Jie was speaking, his hands had already begun to pull up Hu Shayan's pants. Now Hu Shayan was desperate and Chiu Jie was excited, but they didn't notice that I had put away my phone and walked towards them. I know very well that now is the best time for me to take action. The videos I just shot are enough to threaten Chiu Jie, and if I don't take action to stop Chiu Jie, Hu Shayan's innocence will probably be ruined. The most crucial point is that Chiu Jie's brain has been obsessed with sperm, so it is easy for me to deal with him now. As I walked quietly behind Chiu Jie, I pulled out the baton from my waist. Without any hesitation, before Chiu Jie noticed me, I swung the baton hard on Chiu Jie's thigh. My stick landed solidly on Chiu Jie's leg, and then I heard Chiu Jie scream, "Arr," and then he turned his head suddenly. When he saw me standing behind him, Qiu Jie's face was full of surprise and panic. He obviously didn't expect that someone would appear here. At this time, Hu Shayan also noticed my arrival. A hint of surprise and hope appeared in her dull eyes. As if she had grasped the last straw, she shouted to me, "Yunzisheng, save me." I ignored Hu Shayan because I knew Qiu Jie was not a good person, so I had to take this opportunity to knock him down. Then, with his amazing strength, if he reacted and started fighting with me, I might not be able to beat him. So I didn't hesitate, raised the baton in my hand, and hit him hard again. This time I didn't hit Qiu Jie's thigh, but Qiu Jie's back. After being hit by the stick, Qiu Jie screamed again, and at the same time he reacted. He wanted to climb up from Hu Shayan's body and fight with me, but I would never give him the chance to stand up. When he was about to get up, I turned around and kicked Qiu Jie's fat body from the side. Because I was afraid that Qiu Jie would fall on Hu Shayan again, I stepped on the left side of Qiu Jie's body. After being kicked by me, Qiu Jie lost his balance and fell down again, but he fell on an open space next to Hu Shayan. After Qiu Jie fell down, I quickly helped up Hu Shayan, who was lying on the ground and staring at me with wide eyes. After asking her to move away a little, I picked up the baton again and hit Qiu Jie again and again. For a moment, Qiu Jie's screams like a pig being slaughtered spread throughout the entire construction site. Sometimes you need to use your brains to win people over, and sometimes you need your fists. Since I have decided to use threats to make Qiu Jie follow me, I will take this opportunity to beat him up, scare him, and make him submit. In the end, I didn't know how many times I hit Qiu Jie with the baton in my hand. Anyway, Qiu Jie looked very miserable now. He lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, groaning in pain and begging, "Stop hitting me, please stop hitting me." Seeing how miserable he looked at this moment, I didn't want to continue. Instead, I squatted down with a smile and looked at Qiu Jie lying on the ground. I don't know if Qiu Jie was scared by me or what, but after I squatted down, his body kept shaking and he looked at me with fear in his eyes as if he was afraid that I was hitting him. "Qiu Jie, you may not know me yet. My name is Yunzisheng, we will meet again soon." Chapter 33 Crying for no reason. After beating up that pervert Qiu Jie severely, I did not take this opportunity to force him to join me. Because I understand one thing, that is, food should be eaten bite by bite, and things should be done step by step. Under the current circumstances, even if Qiu Jie agreed to me, he definitely wasn't sincere. Anyway, I now have his contact information and a video of him molesting Hu Shayan. In the future, as long as I use a little trick, it will be natural for him to follow me. So I don't need to rush at all. What I need to do now is to take Hu Shayan away first. So I ignored Qiu Jie, who was lying on the ground, stood up and walked to Hu Shayan, who was squatting in the corner and looking at me in disbelief, smiled at her, stretched out my hand and pulled her up, saying, "Let's go." I didn't know whether Hu Shayan was frightened by that guy Qiu Jie or by the way I beat Qiu Jie just now. Her face was still pale and she looked at me stupidly without saying a word. After standing up, she followed me. She didn't say anything and I was too lazy to pay attention to her. When we walked out of the abandoned construction site, Hu Shayan, who was walking behind us, still didn't say a word. I felt a little soft-hearted. After all, Hu Shayan is a girl. It is normal for her to be a little shocked for a while when encountering such a thing. Although I don't like her very much, as a man, I can't argue with a woman, right? So I prepared to turn around and comfort her. But when I turned around, I found that Hu Shayan was walking with a limp. I didn't pay much attention to it because she was following me. No wonder I wondered why she was walking so slowly. It turned out that her foot was injured. Seeing Hu Shayan limping and struggling behind me, I shook my head, turned around and walked towards her. "Is your foot injured?" Hu Shayan looked at me pitifully without saying anything, but just nodded continuously. Seeing her pitiful appearance, my dissatisfaction with her also dissipated a lot. There happened to be a large smooth stone next to me, so I patted the stone with my hand and said to Hu Shayan, "Sit down, I'll help you take a look." Hu Shayan is now like a well-behaved baby. She does whatever I say. When she heard me tell her to sit down, she sat on the big rock obediently. After she sat down, I squatted down and gently turned up the trouser leg of Hu Shayan's lame left leg. I saw that Hu Shayan's originally white and delicate ankle had become very red and swollen. Judging from the situation, she must have accidentally bumped or sprained her ankle when Qiu Jie threw her to the ground. It was so swollen, no wonder she was limping. I glared at her angrily and said, "Girl, your feet are so swollen, why didn't you tell me just now?" Seeing me scolding her, Hu Shayan finally opened her mouth and said in a small voice with some grievance, I dare not." After hearing her words, I felt a little amused and said jokingly, "Don't dare? Are you afraid of me? I didn't see you afraid of me when you framed me a few days ago." I guess my words made Hu Shayan a little unsure of how to respond, so she didn't answer me after hearing what I said. She didn't answer me and I didn't say anything. Instead, I gently pinched her ankle, which was already red and swollen, to see if the bones were injured. If not, she would be fine after applying some medicine and resting for a few days. But if the bones were injured, I would have to send this girl to the hospital right away. When my hand touched Hu Shayan's ankle, Hu Shayan's body shuddered involuntarily and she groaned in pain. I thought I had hurt her with my action just now, so I quickly looked up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you just now?" No. Hu Shayan seemed very nervous when she spoke, and a blush appeared on her originally pale face. Seeing her shy look, I felt a little curious. Could it be that this girl Hu Shayan is shy? But I didn't think much about it now. After observing her for a while and making sure that the girl was just sprained and nothing serious, I let her trouser leg down, then smiled and said to her, "You just sprained your foot, it's nothing serious, just go back and apply some medicine and it will be fine." I turned around and squatted down again, then said, "Come on. I'll carry you." But after I finished speaking, Hu Shayan didn't respond to me. Because I had my back to Hu Shayan, I couldn't see her situation. Seeing that she didn't respond to me for a long time, I said again, "What are you doing? Come up quickly." At this time, Hu Shayan behind him seemed to have just reacted and replied, This is not good. What's wrong with that? Your feet are so swollen now. Do you still want to walk back by yourself? Stop wasting time and get up quickly," I said impatiently. I didn't know why Hu Shayan, who usually looked so energetic, became like a little girl now. Seeing that I was a little impatient, Hu Shayan didn't say anything. She tiptoed onto my back and put her arms around my neck. I stood up as well and reached behind her back to hold Hu Shayan's legs. "Where do you live?" "I don't know the way," I asked Hu Shayan after standing up. "Just go back to the alley you were in, walk to the end of the alley, turn left and keep going." After hearing Hu Shayan's answer, I nodded and walked towards the alley. Hu Shayan didn't say a word along the way, but just leaned her head on my shoulder. She leaned her head on my shoulder. Maybe she didn't mean anything else, she just felt it was comfortable, but it had a great impact on me. Because when she leaned her head on my shoulder, the hot breath hit my ears. You know, it's very uncomfortable to have a beautiful girl blowing hot air into your ears. What's worse is that while Hu Shayan's head was leaning against me, her body was tightly pressed against my back. Every time I took a step, Hu Shayan's body would shake, so her soft part kept rubbing against my back. Darren Middle School finishes school at around 9 o'clock in the evening. After all this trouble, it is already past 10 o'clock. It's late at night, and in such a deserted place. I carried Hu Shayan on my back. At first, I didn't have much in mind, but slowly, my mind started to become active. No. I can't let my imagination run wild. I secretly reminded myself in my heart that I should not have too much relationship with Hu Shayan, because I really couldn't stand this girl's torment. But even though I thought so, evil thoughts kept popping up in my mind. Thank you today. Just when I was daydreaming, Hu Shayan behind me suddenly spoke to me with gratitude. After hearing Hu Shayan's words of thanks, I smiled disapprovingly and said, "It's just a small matter, there's nothing to thank me for. But why did you suddenly appear here? Just after school, I found Shojie following you stealthily. I knew this guy was not a good person, and I was worried that he would do something dirty, so I followed him quietly. But I didn't expect that guy to be so bold." Hu Shayan bit her lip, and after thinking for a while, she asked, "Then why did you save me? I made things difficult for you before, weren't you angry? Hey. What happened in the past is in the past. I am a grown man, but I am not petty enough to compete with a girl like you. Besides, I can't just stand by and watch when I encounter something like this, right?" I paused after I finished speaking, and then said in a slightly reprimanding tone, "But you are really bold. You are a girl, and you are so beautiful. Why do you walk into such a remote alley in the middle of the night? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Don't do this again in the future. You are lucky to meet me today, but you may not be so lucky next time." Also, when you encounter danger, you must learn to use your brain and think of ways to save yourself. What you just did will definitely not work. I talked a lot to Hu Shayan, but Hu Shayan fell silent after hearing what I said. After a while, she actually started sobbing behind me. Oh my god. Why is this girl crying for no reason? Chapter 34. Get a bathrobe. A woman's tears are always the greatest weapon against a man. I don't know why Hu Shayan started crying for no apparent reason. Although she didn't cry out loud, but just sobbed quietly behind me, I still felt a little panicked after hearing her sobbing. I wondered if my words were too harsh and hurt Hu Shayan, so I apologized to her. Hey. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Did I say something too harsh? If so, then I'd like to apologize to you, okay? I originally thought that this would be able to comfort her, but what I didn't expect was that after hearing what I said, Hu Shayan actually burst into tears behind my back. Now I really didn't know what to do, and I didn't dare to say any words of comfort, because I was worried that it would fail to comfort her and instead make Hu Shayan cry even harder. So I stopped where I was and let Hu Shayan cry behind me. Hu Shayan cried as if she had suffered a great injustice. She cried so heart-wrenchingly, her tears falling down, and finally soaked my entire back. I also realized that Hu Shayan was crying so sadly not only because she was bullied by Chiojie or because I spoke too harshly just now. She must have suppressed a lot of troubles in her heart, and something I said just now may have brought out those troubles in her, so she took this opportunity to vent them all out. Since she wants to cry, I will lend her my shoulder. I can totally understand this feeling because I am also full of troubles in my heart, but I can't cry like her to release the pent-up emotions in my heart. Finally, Hu Shayan was probably tired of crying, so she leaned on my shoulder and fell asleep. Turning my head to take a look, I saw Hu Shayan, who had fallen asleep after crying so hard. I shook my head secretly. I wondered what kind of troubles could be in the heart of Hu Shayan, who usually looked impetuous and heartless, to make her cry like this. But since the girl fell asleep, I didn't wake her up. I followed the route she had just pointed out to me, and finally I arrived at the entrance of a residential area that looked quite high-end. Hu Shayan should live here. Hey! Wake up! Because there was a security guard at the entrance of the community and no one could enter without a resident card, I was going to wake up Hu Shayan, but the girl was sleeping very soundly on my back, and she didn't respond at all after I called her for a long time. So I reached out and slapped her on the butt. After the slap, Hu Shayan opened her eyes in a daze. Is this your home? I asked again when I saw her open her eyes. Yes. Yes. It's right here. Hu Shayan seemed to be much more energetic after a good sleep, and her tone of voice returned to its previous playfulness. Just carry me in. I have a resident card. Under Hu Shayan's guidance, I carried her on my back to find the apartment building where her home lived, and then I carried her into the elevator and dropped her off at her doorstep. Okay. I'll just drop you off here. It's quite late now, so I'll go back first. After putting her down, I let out a long sigh. I finally arrived after carrying this girl for so long, otherwise I would have been exhausted to death. When Hu Shayan heard that I was leaving, she nodded slightly to show her agreement, but just as I turned to leave, Hu Shayan suddenly reached out and grabbed me. What's wrong? Is there anything else? I asked, turning around. Well, or else, why don't you come to my house and sit down? There should be no one at home right now. No. When I heard Hu Shayan ask me to go to her house and no one was home, I quickly waved my hands to refuse. I still remembered the last time I almost raped Pan Xiaohui. Anyway, I never dare to be alone with a girl again, especially a pretty girl like Hu Shayan. I'm afraid that I will lose control and do something stupid. You know, Hu Shayan is not as easy to deal with as Pan Xiaohui. After I rejected her, I was afraid that Hu Shayan would try to persuade me to stay, so I quickly walked towards the elevator without waiting for her to say anything. However, I didn't notice the disappointment on Hu Shayan's face when I turned around and left. After returning home, Zhang Yingying was lying on the sofa with her legs apart, playing with her iPhone 6s, without any ladylike demeanor. Because the pajamas she wore were particularly loose, so in her current posture, I could even see her sexy black lace panties through her pajamas. I swallowed my saliva secretly. Zhang Yingying really didn't care about her image. Fortunately, she met me. If she met a pervert like Chiu Jie, he might rush up to her and force himself on her after seeing her like this. After seeing me come back, Zhang Yingying put away her phone and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Come back earlier next time. Look how late it is now." I encountered some problems, so I came back late, but I'm making good progress here. How are you doing? I sat on the sofa a little tired. I had just beaten up Chiu Jie, and then carried that girl Hu Shayan home on my back. I was indeed a little tired. After hearing what I said, Zhang Yingying raised a charming smile and said confidently, "I'm also making good progress here. Don't worry, I promise to give Hippo a big surprise when he returns to school." After Zhang Yingying finished speaking, she stood up and stretched, then said lazily, "I'm going to take a shower. You look tired too, go to bed early. I also want to take a shower later, you go ahead. I'll watch TV in the living room." I waved my hand and said, "Just now, that girl Hu Shayan wiped my back with her tears and snot. Although it has dried now, I still have to take a shower." After hearing what I said, a hint of cunning flashed across Zhang Yingying's eyes, and then she walked straight into the bathroom without saying anything else. Then, I heard the sound of running water. Hearing the sound, I couldn't help but secretly look towards the bathroom. Coincidentally, I could see the bathroom door from where I was sitting. Although the bathroom door was closed at this time, I could still vaguely see some of the conditions inside the bathroom through the frosted glass on the bathroom door. Through the frosted glass, I vaguely saw Zhang Yingying's graceful figure. At this time, Zhang Yingying's body should be uncovered in the bathroom. Although I could basically see nothing clearly, this blur gave me unlimited imagination space. I couldn't help but imagine what Zhang Yingying looked like in the bathroom at this time. The water from the shower head hit her seductive figure evenly, and the water droplets slid across every inch of Zhang Yingying's skin, her beautiful face, her snow-white neck, her charming collarbone, her pink chest. As I was thinking about this, I felt a burst of heat again, and my body began to react slowly. I couldn't help but shake my head secretly. It seemed that I was becoming less and less resistant to Zhang Yingying. "Sushio?" Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly heard Zhang Yingying shouting in the bathroom. I quickly got up and walked to the bathroom door and responded, "What's wrong? Can you help me get my bathrobe from the bedroom? I forgot to get it. It's hanging behind my bedroom door." "Okay. I'll get it for you right away." As I said this, I walked towards Zhang Yingying's bedroom and took down the bathrobe that Zhang Yingying had hung behind the bedroom door. When I reached the bathroom door, I said to Zhang Yingying inside, "I've brought you a bathrobe, please open the door." As soon as I finished speaking, the bathroom door was opened by Zhang Yingying from the inside. I don't know if this girl Zhang Yingying was not paying attention or did it on purpose. I thought she would only open the door a crack and then reach out to take the bathrobe in, but I didn't expect that this girl would actually open the door completely. And the moment the bathroom door opened, Zhang Yingying's seductive body appeared perfectly before my eyes. That snow-white skin, matched with the crystal water droplets, the fullness of her chest and her mysterious triangle area are extremely attractive. I was stunned at that moment. Totally dumbfounded. Because the scene at this moment is too explosive. Chapter 35 Kneeling. Looking back over the years, although Zhang Yingying had seen me naked many times, I had never seen Zhang Yingying naked. So when I saw her appearance at that moment, I just felt the blood in my body boiling, and my mind was in a mess. I stared at her, not knowing what to do. At this time, Zhang Yingying seemed to realize her carelessness. After a scream, she quickly reached out and snatched the bathrobe from my hand, and then with a bang, she closed the bathroom door again. During this time, she did not give me any time to react. After Zhang Yingying closed the bathroom door, I stood at the door in a daze for a long time. The image of Zhang Yingying opening the door just now kept lingering in my mind. I don't deny at all that my immunity to Zhang Yingying is getting weaker and weaker, but Zhang Yingying's resistance to me seems to be getting stronger and stronger. If Zhang Yingying had seduced and teased me a little bit like she did before, I am sure I would not be able to control my desire and would have killed her right there and then, but fortunately she did not do that as before. After taking 2 deep breaths, I sat back on the sofa in the living room and tried hard to calm myself down, but I couldn't calm down at all, because this was the first time I saw Zhang Yingying naked. I also saw some places that I had never seen before. When I think about them now, I feel excited all over, and at the same time I had some inexplicable reactions. Not long after, the bathroom door was opened. Zhang Yingying wiped the water droplets on her hair with a bath towel and said to me, "I'm done. You go ahead." Looking at her now, it seems that she doesn't care about what happened just now. She can pretend that nothing happened, but I can't, because my body's reaction is now quite obvious. I was worried that Zhang Yingying would notice the changes in my body, so I quickly picked up a pillow from the sofa and placed it in front of me to block my embarrassing reaction before I said in a panic. You go to bed first. I'll go take a shower later. I didn't even dare to look at her while we were talking, because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to control my impulse after seeing how beautiful she was. I didn't go to see Zhang Yingying, but Zhang Yingying kept looking at me. Seeing how flustered I was, she smiled triumphantly again and said to me, "Okay. It's a little hot today, I'll turn on the air conditioner when I go to bed at night. If you're hot too, you can come to my bedroom to sleep later, so we can save some electricity." "Okay. Go to bed quickly." I answered, and when I heard her ask me to go to her room to sleep, I hurriedly said to her with a confused look, "Are you kidding? I'm already so excited now. If I sleep in the same room with Zhang Yingying later, how can we not have some kind of relationship?" I was afraid that if I went to her room, I would rape Zhang Yingying like a beast, just like I did that day at Pan Xiaohui's house. But I cannot deny that in my heart I really want something to happen between me and Zhang Yingying. Just like that, my human reason and animal desires began to constantly revolve in my mind. In the end, my reason overcame my desire. When Zhang Yingying closed the bedroom door, I rushed directly into the bathroom, wanting to take a cold shower to calm myself down. But when I rushed into the bathroom, I found that I seemed to be even more unable to calm down, because the first thing I saw after entering the bathroom was the hook on the bathroom wall. Hanging there was the tight black panties that Zhang Yingying had just taken off after taking a shower. When I saw this black pair of panties, I don't know what happened, but I went forward and took it off, wanting to take a look at it. But just when I took off the black panties hanging on the wall, I was stunned again, because I was surprised to find Zhang Yingying's panties. Oh my god! No way! Although I am a newbie who has never really experienced anything between men and women. For a moment, the evil thoughts in my heart that had gradually calmed down were burning again. I recalled the feeling when I almost forced Pan Xiaohui to have sex with me that night. Although it was not completely successful, that feeling is unforgettable to me. Now I really want to try that feeling again, otherwise I will give Zhang Yingying tonight. No. No. I can't do this. Calm down, I need to calm down. When the evil thoughts arose in my mind again, I slapped myself hard and turned on the shower directly. When the cold water droplets kept dripping on my body, the restlessness in my body slowly calmed down. 9 out of 10 men are perverts. I never think that I am a gentleman like Liu Xiaohui. If Zhang Yingying was not my sister, I would have done something to her long ago. But she is my sister and the only relative I have now. Even though we have no blood relationship, I think I must hold on. My resistance to Zhang Yingying is getting weaker and weaker, and I don't know how long I can hold on, but at least I can endure it now, so I will endure it for one day. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. After taking a cold shower, I calmed down completely and no longer had the idea of going to Zhang Yingying's room. After leaving the bathroom, I returned to my bedroom. On the other side of the wall separating me from myself, Zhang Yingying had actually been waiting for me. She had deliberately let me see her body, and had also deliberately left her panties in the bathroom. She did all this to lure me into committing the crime, but she failed in the end. In the morning, when I was in class, I felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at me from behind. I knew that the person staring at me was Pan Xiaohui, who was sitting behind me. After what happened last time between Pan Xiaohui and I, our relationship became noticeably more ambiguous. Putting aside other things, I treated her like that, but she still chose to forgive me, which shows that she is not opposed to doing that with me. The reason why she resisted so much that day was actually because she was not mentally prepared enough at the moment. I kind of regretted being so reckless that day. If I had been a little gentler, said some sweet words, and created a little romance, maybe Pan Xiaohui would have agreed to me. I also know that it is too late for me to regret now, but I am not too upset because there is still a long way to go and Pan Xiaohui and I will have plenty of opportunities in the future. After the first class bell rang, as soon as the math teacher walked out of the classroom, Pan Xiaohui couldn't wait to poke me in the back with a pen. "Sushio, turn around, I have something to say to you." I turned around and saw Pan Xiaohui looking at me with a smile. I also laughed and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Pan Xiaohui looked around carefully, then waved to me, indicating that I should move my head closer because she wanted to tell me something in private. Seeing her so mysterious, I also became interested. When I was about to put my ear over, I suddenly heard someone calling my name at the door. Sushio, come out. I looked in the direction of their voice and discovered that the person standing at the classroom door was Sushio, whom I had been trying to get to join me in fighting the hippopotamus. When I saw Sushio standing at the door with a serious face, I stood up from my seat suddenly, completely forgetting about Pan Xiaohui behind me, and didn't care about her resentful expression at this moment, and walked towards the door. Because when I saw Sushio's serious expression, I knew that he must have something important to talk to me about. After I walked out of the classroom, Sushio didn't tell me the purpose of my visit, but just asked me to go with him to a place. Although I saw that Sushio's face seemed a little strange, I didn't say anything and followed him to an open space behind the teaching building. There is no one else in this open space now except Sushio, and I, looking at Sushio's serious face, I can't help but feel a little confused. What does Sushio want to do by bringing me here? Are you trying to harm me? Thinking of this, I asked with some caution, Sushio, what is the matter that you called me here for? While speaking, I reached for the baton hidden at my waist, ready to take precautions just in case. But Sushio's next action made me realize that my worries were completely unnecessary, because Sushio smashed the weapon and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud without saying a word. Oh my god! What on earth is this guy acting like? Chapter 36: The War Between Two Women. Seeing Sushio, a grown man, kneeling on the ground, I quickly took 2 steps forward to support him and said, Sushio, what are you doing? I wanted to help Sushio up, but Sushio grabbed my hand and looked at me with an extremely firm look. You don't have to help me up. A man's knees are made of gold. I know kneeling is a shameful thing for a man, but I have no way to repay your kindness to me. Favor? I reacted immediately after hearing Sushio say this, and asked quickly, Sushio, tell me, did Beishan Construction Company transfer the work injury money owed to your father? Sushio nodded affirmatively and stood up from the ground. Yunzxiong, to be honest, I admire you. You dared to beat Hippopotamus so hard that he had to be hospitalized in front of his younger brother. This is something that not everyone can do. And now you have helped our family get the work injury compensation that we had given up hope for in such a short time. Although I don't know what you did, our family did get the work injury compensation, and this money is very important to my father and our family. Because if my father doesn't have surgery, he may not be able to survive. If my father dies, then our family will be broken. It is you who gave our family the hope of a new life. I, Sushio, am not a good person and have done many bad things, but I consider myself a very loyal and trustworthy person. I will not go back on my promises. From now on, I will call you Brother Xiong. I won't tell you why you risked your life, but as long as I can do it, I will definitely try my best to do it. Although I thought Sushio would follow me sooner or later, I still felt happy when I heard him say that. At the same time, I secretly admired my own intelligence. Also, I didn't expect that Beishan Construction Company would be so efficient. It's only been less than 2 days. I didn't expect Beishan to allocate the work injury compensation in such a short time. It seems that the information in my hand is very important to them. Since this information about their tax evasion is so important to them, I think I should protect it well. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. But I missed a very important thing, that is, no one wants to live in fear. Since the information is so important to Beishan, they will definitely try their best to find the owner of the information. Otherwise, the information will continue to threaten them like a time bomb that will explode at an unknown time. And I don't know how much trouble this incident will bring me in the future. After successfully winning over Sushio, I wasn't too proud, because I knew that Hippo might go back to school soon, and there were still 6 remaining people among the 7 I wanted to win over that I needed to deal with. Among the 6 people, I am only confident that I can win over Qiu Jie, so I am not in a hurry to find him now. I am more concerned about the other 5 people. These 5 people are not as easy to deal with as Sushio and Qiu Jie. If I want to win them over, I must work hard. After returning to the classroom, the bell for class rang. The teacher hadn't come yet, so I turned to Pan Xiaohui with a big smile on my face and said, Xiaohui, what did you want to tell me just now? After all, I just ignored Pan Xiaohui because I was anxious. Pan Xiaohui rolled her eyes at me unhappily, then snorted and said, Humph. I don't know, I forgot. I knew that this girl was in a bad mood, so I smiled and apologized, Xiaohui, I'm sorry. I was a little busy just now, but now I have realized my mistake. To make amends, I decided to give you all my braised spare ribs in the cafeteria at noon today. What do you think? Pan Xiaohui is a gentle girl, so she calmed down after seeing me apologize. But she still pretended to be angry and said, "Go away. Who wants your spare ribs? I want to lose weight. I want it. I want it. I love braised pork ribs the most." At this time, Wang Yandong suddenly said something. What I got in return was a round of eye rolls from me and Pan Xiaohui. At noon, I went to the cafeteria with Pan Xiaohui and Wang Yandong to eat. I ordered a portion of braised pork ribs, Pan Xiaohui only ordered a plate of vegetables, and Wang Yandong, as a big eater, got a big plate full of all kinds of dishes. After we found a seat and sat down, I looked at the vegetables on Pan Xiaohui's plate and said with some reluctance, "Xiaohui, how can you only eat vegetables? Can I get you 2 pieces of pork ribs?" After hearing what I said, Pan Xiaohui quickly waved her hands and said, "No. No. I'm trying to lose weight, and I think green vegetables are delicious." I didn't doubt what Pan Xiaohui said. After all, girls all love beauty. Although the ribs tasted delicious, they would not eat a piece no matter how delicious they were in order to maintain their figure. But Wang Yandong next to me was staring at the braised pork ribs on my plate. His family was not very wealthy, and he was a big eater, so the food he ate every day was not very good. Seeing him like this, I knew he was greedy. I smiled secretly and was about to put a few pieces of ribs into his bowl, but at this moment I suddenly saw that girl Hu Shayan walked over to the seat diagonally opposite me and sat down. I was sitting next to Wang Yandong, and Pan Xiaohui was sitting opposite me. Hu Shayan was sitting next to Pan Xiaohui. After she sat down, she seemed to notice me and looked at me in surprise. "Yun Zhixiong, I didn't expect to meet you here by chance." When I saw her sit down, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Why is this girl still haunting me? I don't think I've ever seen her in school before, but after what happened in the office last time, I basically meet this girl every day, and whenever I meet her, nothing good will happen to me. Sure enough, after Hu Shayan sat down, Pan Xiaohui's face immediately became ugly. Although Pan Xiaohui and I have not really confirmed our relationship, there is already enough ambiguity between us. Women are very stingy in love. Pan Xiaohui had some hostility towards Hu Shayan before, so she didn't like any communication between Hu Shayan and me. Now that Hu Shayan came to her door herself, she is definitely unhappy. Wow. Braised spare ribs. I love it the most, but it's a pity I didn't get it. "Yun Zhixiong, can I give you a piece?" It seemed like Hu Shayan had no idea what politeness was. Without waiting for my consent, she directly stretched out her chopsticks and picked up the largest piece of pork ribs on my plate and put it into her bowl. Eating a piece of pork ribs is nothing special, but after seeing Hu Shayan's actions, Pan Xiaohui seemed to get excited. "Sushio, you just promised me that you would share the pork ribs with me, so I won't be polite." As Pan Xiaohui spoke, she stretched out her chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork ribs from my plate and put it into her bowl. After putting the ribs in the bowl, she seemed to still not think it was enough, and picked up another piece and put it into the bowl. Only then was she satisfied. Hu Shayan, who was standing next to her, so that Pan Xiaohui actually picked up 2 pieces of ribs and became unhappy again. She also picked up 2 pieces with chopsticks and put them into her own bowl. For a moment, I suddenly seemed to smell a strong smell of gunpowder. Then I saw the 2 girls, Pan Xiaohui and Hu Shayan, taking advantage of the situation by taking chopsticks one after another. In the end, not only the ribs were taken away from my full plate of braised pork ribs, but even the stewed potatoes in it were all taken away by them. But the war between the 2 women was far from over. After messing with the food on my plate, they started messing with the food on their own plates and kept putting food into my bowl. "Zhixiong, come here. Eat some green vegetables. Green vegetables are healthy. Yun Zhixiong, try my twice-cooked pork. Meat is much more delicious than vegetables. Zhixiong, don't listen to her. Eating more vegetables will help digestion. You'll get hungry quickly if you eat vegetables. Yun Zhixiong, listen to me and eat meat. Meat will give you energy. Look at the table full of delicious food, it was all ruined by these 2 girls. Enough." Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore, I slammed the table and stood up. "I'm full, you guys eat by yourselves." Seeing that I was angry, Pan Xiaohui's face suddenly became nervous and a little flustered for a moment. Hu Shayan smiled secretly, and then suddenly pretended to be wronged and said, "Yun Zhixiong, why are you so fierce? You were so gentle when you sent me home last night. You men are bad. You were so good last night, but you suddenly changed your face today. What? Sushio sent you home last night. After hearing Hu Shayan's words, Pan Xiaohui's nervous expression disappeared instantly, and she stood up suddenly. Damn it. I knew it was no good meeting Hu Shayan, and now there's trouble again. Chapter 37. Is Pan Xiaohui your girlfriend? This girl Hu Shayan is a goblin and a jinx. I feel like she was sent by God to harm me. I did send her home last night, but it's too outrageous for her to say that. It's obvious that she wants to cause misunderstanding. Although Pan Xiaohui is a very quiet and kind girl, she is also a little girl. Such little girls are the most likely to be jealous. Pan Xiaohui was already jealous enough just now, and now Hu Shayan is adding fuel to the fire. Isn't this deliberately trying to play with me? At this time, Pan Xiaohui was looking at me with anger on her face, and I quickly explained, Xiaohui, listen to me, things are not what you think. Pan Xiaohui was very good at drawing inferences from one instance. She widened her eyes and asked again, so what you mean is that you really sent her home last night? I did send her back, but... I wanted to explain it, but how could I explain it clearly with Hu Shayan around? I was just halfway through my sentence when Hu Shayan suddenly interrupted and continued, but don't overthink it. I sprained my ankle yesterday, and Sushio was worried about me, so he carried me back home. I even accidentally fell asleep on his back, that's all. When Hu Shayan spoke, there was an intoxicated look on her face, as if she felt very happy when she recalled that I carried her back home last night. I have to say, seeing her like that, I really wanted to hit her. Sushio, I don't want to care about you anymore. After hearing what Hu Shayan said, Pan Xiaohui's face turned red with anger. She didn't even give me a chance to explain and turned around and left. Hey! Xiaohui, wait for me, let me explain to you. When I saw Pan Xiaohui was about to leave, I hurriedly followed her to stop her, but at this time Hu Shayan stood up, and before I could take a step, she reached out and grabbed my arm, and then said pitifully, Sushio, you can't leave, my foot is injured, you have to take me back to the classroom. Get out of my way. Don't you think you haven't caused enough trouble for me? I now regret why I helped Hu Shayan yesterday. Isn't this just asking for trouble? As I was speaking, I swung my arm and shook off Hu Shayan's hand. Originally, I wanted to shake off Hu Shayan's arm and then chase Pan Xiaohui, but because I was impulsive at the moment, I used too much strength. When Hu Shayan was shaken off by me, her body fell backwards due to inertia. Hu Shayan screamed and then fell to the ground with a thud. Because it was noon and school was over, there were many people in the cafeteria. Hu Shayan's scream attracted the attention of everyone in the school. This would have been nothing, but Hu Shayan was a girl who knew how to use her resources. When she saw everyone was looking at her, she actually started to sob as if she had suffered a great injustice. And she was sobbing and yelling loudly, Sushio, you bullied me. I'm already injured like this, and you still treat me like this. Are you still a human being? Is it so difficult for you to help me back to the classroom? Hu Shayan is a girl, and a very beautiful girl. When she said that, everyone turned their eyes to me. For a moment, many male animals couldn't help it. They looked at me with contempt, regardless of what the matter was, and started to discuss it with each other. What's the point of bullying a woman? Fuck. I think this kid deserves a beating. He doesn't know how to cherish such a beautiful girl. I suspect this guy may like boys. Beauty. If this boy won't help you, I will. Although I am thick-skinned, I still felt awkward when I encountered such a situation. Not to mention me, even Wang Yandong, who was sitting next to me and eating a lot, felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly said to me, well, Brother Xiong, I'm going to go see Xiaohui. I'll leave this to you. After saying that, she stood up and left quickly without any loyalty. I looked at Hu Shayan helplessly and angrily. I really had no way to deal with this girl. Finally, I had no choice but to walk up to her, hold out my hand, and say, suppressing my anger, come on. I'll help you. But Hu Shayan was still taking advantage of him. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. Humph. You want to help me now? No way. Seeing Hu Shayan's arrogant look, I really want to slap her, but looking at the unfriendly looks given to me by the people around me, I know that not only can I not do anything to her, but I also have to give in to her, otherwise I will probably be scolded to death by the people around me today. I could only say helplessly, Then tell me, what are you going to do? Seeing me compromise, Hu Shayan smiled triumphantly. It's nothing, my foot is injured now, I just want you to take me home tonight. Although I was unwilling in my heart, I couldn't disagree now, so I could only grit my teeth and said, okay. I'll take you there. After sending Hu Shayan to her class, I rushed back to the classroom to explain to Pan Xiaohui, but Pan Xiaohui was angry and wouldn't listen no matter how I explained. In the end, I simply gave up explaining and could only let her calm down for a while I apologized to her sincerely. Compared with Pan Xiaohui's matter, I am more anxious about winning over the power. The remaining 5 idle snobs are not so easy to win over. Tomorrow is the weekend, which is a good opportunity. I must find a way to win over one of the snobs during the holiday, otherwise it will be too late. Finally, after school, I went to pick her up at the door of Hu Shayan's classroom as agreed with her. When I got to the door, Hu Shayan was standing outside the corridor with a group of girls, chatting and laughing. When she saw me coming, she waved and said unhappily, "Why are you here just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." The group of girls next to Hu Shayan also saw me and started to make a noise. "Hey! This is our Shayan's boyfriend. He's not bad looking. No wonder Shayan seems strange recently, it turns out she's in love." Hearing the girls cheering, a group of gossiping boys in the classroom also rushed out, each of them wanting to see who I was. That's how it is in high school. Both boys and girls want to know the gossip about their classmates' love lives. I didn't think anything of it, but Hu Shayan first glanced at me secretly, and then pretended to be angry and said to the group of people, "Go away. What boyfriend? Look at him, how can he be worthy of being my boyfriend? I just hurt my leg and need someone to help me." Hu Shayan limped over to me and put her hand on my shoulder, saying proudly, "Let's go." Because we are at school now, even though I was supporting her, we still kept a certain distance. But when we walked a few steps out of the school gate, Hu Shayan put her arm around my arm and leaned against me. It's like we were really a couple. What are you doing?" I said a little unnaturally after she held my arm like this, because I felt like we were a little too close. But Hu Shayan said disapprovingly, "I didn't do anything. I just felt too tired just now, now it's so relaxing." After saying that, Hu Shayan deliberately leaned towards me. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she actually pressed her chest against my arm. Seeing her say that, I didn't know what to say and could only go along with her wishes. I also enjoyed the soft feeling of her chest against my arm. We were silent all the way until we finally arrived at her house. I felt there was no need to send her upstairs, so I said, "I'll just take you here. There's an elevator anyway, so you can go up by yourself." Having said that, I was about to turn around and leave. Anyway, my mission had been accomplished and I didn't want to stay with Hu Shayan any longer, because nothing good had ever happened to me when I was with her. I was really afraid of her now. Etc. But Hu Shayan called me again. "Do you have anything else to say?" I asked with a bitter face. Hu Shayan put her hands behind her back, kept standing on tiptoe and said nonchalantly, "Is Pan Xiaohui your girlfriend?" I don't know why Hu Shayan suddenly asked this, but I still replied, "No." "What's wrong?" After getting my answer, Hu Shayan made a face at me and said, "Oh. It's nothing, I was just asking casually." After saying that, she limped into the elevator as if she was very happy. Seeing her like that, I didn't understand what this girl was thinking. I shook my head and prepared to go home, but at this time my cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Yi who called me. I knew that Lu Yi must have something to talk to me about, so I quickly answered the phone. "Hello. Lu Yi, why are you calling so late?" "Yunzixiong, something bad has happened to Hu Jiaotang." "What, something happened to Hu Jiaotang?" When I heard Lu Yi say that something happened to Hu Jiaotang, I was shocked. You know, Hu Jiaotang was one of the remaining 5 snobs whom I wanted to win over. Yes. He and his group of younger brothers were blocked in the internet cafe. What should we do? Should we go and help him now? Lu Yi asked hurriedly. Go. Of course I will.